Are you here?
Present.
Spoonie, Timothy Spoonie.
Present, sir.
Margaret and Mary. Do we have a Margaret and Mary?
Yes.
Cool.
And the margaritas.
All right. Class here. We're ready. Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
Okay.
This is the time to line up behind your team, to support your team. Have faith in that team.
You know, it's peaks and valleys. You know, it can't always be good. And as I always tell people, you're never as good as you think you are, and you're never as bad as you think you are. But when we do go about
house call. Trevon Diggs, pick six. It's coming. They see it. Knocked away. Oh, Gregory. Hurts in trouble. 3 Cowboys wrap him up, make it 4. Micah Parsons is unblockable.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? You are now tuned into the Pick Six live stream reaction for the final preseason game at home versus the Seattle Seahawks. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Friday. Everything's going well. What better way to start the weekend than with some Cowboys football? And you know, after all the news and the terrible injury to Tyron Smith, and man, we kind of hugged it out last night and talked about it a lot over here at the Twitter Spaces and getting into those things. It'll be interesting to see. We know that Connor McGovern's going to be playing center tonight. What's the tackle position going to look like here soon? Yeah, man. Let me see who's in the building. My guy James, what's going on? James said we didn't even. Well, here you are. We do have a game today. My guy Dom's in the building. Dominique, what's going on? Wrench gang, Grandpa TC in the building. What's going on? And Professor O's in here. Maybe we'll get him on screen. I don't know. He says he can't do it because of being behind. But what we can do, Professor O, we can pause. We can link up our stream together, so we'll be in real time. So if you're coming through, come on by. And my guy King Slayer, obviously in the space last night too, as we were talking about Tyron Smith and what are these Cowboys going to do? What's it going to look like? I mean, we'll see what happens. Right, little Tyler Smith action is the big word. Obviously, not really sure why. We kind of talked about Connor McGovern last year because he played center in college at Penn State, and they never gave him an opportunity. Meanwhile, they gave Connor Williams the opportunity, right? So it kind of weird that here we are now in the quote-unquote open competition, as they talked about during the draft at center, hasn't really panned out that way. Not in my opinion. And we've seen Farniok do some really good things. And here we are tonight. It's like, oh, well, Connor McGovern, you started center. Joe Philbin, man. Joe Philbin, my guy Slim Pickens in the building. What's going on, Slim? So, yeah, I don't know. It's very intriguing here for the final game of the year to see what they're going to show this offensive line to be, right? And, of course, McGovern at center. Is there something to that? Or is this maybe him at center and they keep Smith over here at Tyler, that is, over here at guard, and then they figure something else to tackle? I don't know. It's very interesting. My guy, though, Mike from UK Cowboys.
Hey.
How are we doing, sir?
Yeah. See, now, before we start, I need to send you a letter of apology that last week you're like, hey, come on over, and it's like, yeah. 3 a.m. kicks in, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't happening. And then the week before, with the Denver game, got a little bit too beard up, and I was just like, yeah, I don't think I'd go on my own podcast, let alone somebody else, where I'm going to be slurring on beer. So I'm going to start off with the apology for you, brother.
That's what's up. It's really weird. On my stream, I can look at it. Everything's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Right here on the back channel in the studio, garble. But that's okay. Stick around. I'm glad you're here. I know you messaged me up like, hey, I could not make it. It just, maybe a little too much whiskey, whatever the case may be. But super excited to have you here. Let me pivot and ask you this final game of the preseason. What particularly are you looking for here from the Cowboys?
Mine is a really bad cop-out answer. Well, I've been asked the question, and I just said, all I'm looking for are no injuries. That's really it. I know it's a crap answer.
I'm on tape delay so I can hear the answer.
Yeah. I just don't want any injuries. If we can get away with a clean, in that sense, a clean game, that's it. In terms of everything else, it's just like, what's going to happen with, the backup quarterback.
Right.
Rico Dowdle, obviously I'm on about not Rico, the other Rico Gathers, who used to be with the Cowboys. And I know that's swearing, but I mean, Rico Dowdle, that's a good one. Cornerbacks, I think, is okay. It's really the big one is like what's going on with the O-line.
I'm with you. The number one thing for sure, injuries. Let's make sure we get out of this thing clean for sure. And it's going to be, what we heard leading up to this game is they're going to give Greer a lot of snaps tonight. I know David Hellman kind of reported that he feels like it's Cooper Rush has it in the bag, and Greer's basically has the opportunity tonight to where maybe they'll carry 3 quarterbacks, which would be very intriguing in that front.
It's very typical.
You're right.
Go on, sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Keep going, mate.
No, you're good. No, you go right ahead. No, you're fine.
I was going to say the 3 quarterback idea is quite common with Mike McCarthy, though.
But my guy Alex says he's checking for O-line, and backup quarterback. Just rereading the sentence is a scary thought. Dowdle and obviously Davis, that's been a highly contested battle. And, sometimes in this last game, what happens here, it's not what you see on the field, it's what you don't see. And what I mean by that is who doesn't get reps? Are they trying to hide somebody? Like they've seen enough. They don't want to put no more tape out there so they can kind of get you through maybe waivers to the practice squad, or they're protecting you because you're going to be on the 53-man roster, right? So I'll be very intrigued as well, too, once we get into the flow of this game, who's getting snaps and all of a sudden who's not so much getting snaps.
Yeah, because you kind of almost answered a question I was going to ask you is in terms of like the play calling in this game, how would you want, Kellen most certainly on the offensive side, how would you want him to call the game?
Right. Yeah, man, it's going to be hella vanilla. Dive left, dive right. You're running a slant. I don't think there's going to be a lot of scheme involved here, if you will. But the shots our guy Sam says UK guys are smart. They are, indeed, they are. But yeah, I think it's gonna be very, very vanilla, and this is about beating the man in front of you. Look, and same thing for Seattle. I don't think Seattle's gonna come out here with exotic defensive looks and getting off on the offense. I think they're gonna kind of keep their stuff close to their vest. So it's really about the players one-on-one and beating the guy in front of them tonight is what's really going to be about.
Yeah, because a lot of people were talking about like how it's been very run heavy, and I was just like, but what is it that you want to see? I know like the first game in Denver was a little bit confusing, in terms of the play calling, but I'm just like, well, what is it you want to see? You don't want to give too much away, that's for sure.
That's very true. My guy TC says, I want to see the battle between Davis and Dowdle for the 3 spot. Yeah, it's highly contested. Davis has put himself into consideration for it. Although he kind of screams, I will say he does kind of screamed to me, and I kind of tweeted this out earlier this week. There's always that one guy in camp that the fans and everyone's like, oh, if we cut this guy, there's no way he's making it to the practice squad. And then they magically do, because every team has a Malik Davis out here. Every team has these kind of guys like, oh, we can't let him go. So I said Malik Davis could possibly be that guy that everyone's going to freak out if he doesn't make the final 53, but probably will land back onto the practice squad.
Yeah.
But it might be straight up though. I mean, look, I don't think it's a done deal with Dowdle. I mean, there's an opportunity they could go with him over Dowdle.
Yeah. I mean, like, he has looked good, mind you, Dowdle, from the start. You know, like, because he had the nasty, it was a hip injury, I believe it was last year, wasn't it? And then he sort of comes out into training camp, into preseason, and he just looked oily. He looked good. So that's like a tick in a box, big thumb up there for him. Let me just try and move this as well, because I'm trying to watch. I'm trying to watch the game on my laptop, because if I try and put the game on my PC while I'm talking to you, it's going to go all haywire. But I won't stay on you for too long, because I'll let you do your thing.
Oh, sir, it's however long you want to be here. I'm gonna be here the whole game. I don't care who shows up. You can be here as long as you want to, my guy. You're more than welcome to stay on. So if you gotta go, you gotta go. But other than that, I don't care.
Well, with these whenever it's the late game, so like obviously it's now just bang on 1 a.m. here in the UK.
Right.
So the wife with the kids and myself, when it's like the late game, like Monday night football, the late games on the Sunday, Thursday night football. The agreement is, yes, you can watch the game, but you got to keep the noise down. And if any of the kids wake up, you're on rotation duty. And it's like, okay. And then, and the other side of that is you get to sleep in. And I'm like, okay.
There it is.
Yeah. And it's actually, I said, go on. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm very intrigued here. Is it possible now? Obviously, Brett Maher's the only kicker on the roster. Could Brett Maher possibly play himself out of being the kicker here tonight, being the only kicker with all eyes on him? That's another interesting point.
I was talking to RJ this week, and something I brought up is I was like, there's that, because
DallasCowboys.com, y'all. Anybody, DallasCowboys.com is streaming the preseason game. So if you don't have it in your local market, you go over to DallasCowboys.com, or if you're sub to the NFL Plus app, you can get it there as well too, just to let everybody know. Go right ahead, Mike.
I was saying, like, you're talking about Brett Maher. I was talking to RJ, about the Will Grier situation, that he didn't play in Denver. So there's that sort of the addition by subtraction sort of thing, that he didn't play. So he looked the better quarterback just because. So what if that's going to be the case in reverse with Brett Maher, where he's subtracted by addition?
Yeah, very, very true. And once again, we what's gonna happen here? And I mean, you're not wrong. Maybe that's the reason why the Cowboys moved on, to make sure they had him just being the only kicker this game, to see him make all the kicks and see where that puts him at, and how good they feel about it. Someone's got a question for me.
So, has anybody asked you? What are you looking for then in today's game?
Honestly, I'm just so puzzled with this offensive line. Take the Tyron injury out of it. We've kind of talked about this throughout the entirety of Oxnard and preseason, like how they've been flipping back and forth at the guard position. And it was supposed to be an open competition at center, but it's not. But then here we are, magically Connor McGovern starting at center tonight. So, I think I'm looking at this offensive line. Obviously, I think they have to be looking at it too. For all intents and purposes, Tyron Smith's done for the year. Okay, let's just call it what it is. So how are they going to adjust it here? Is Tyler Smith going to play tackle tonight? How is that going to look? And, I'm just very frustrated with how they've handled this, with the idea that if
You
he
knew what was
the
coming.
plan, right?
Yeah.
If that was their plan the entire time that Tyler was going to go over for Tyron, then you should have been work at your. They did some at OTAs, but once they got to Oxnard, they never really worked him in tackle anymore.
Yeah.
And we fast forward, here we are, basically 2 weeks before the season. We're like, well, we drafted him to be the bitch left tackle, so it's like, oh my god, just gross mismanagement here in general. My guy King Slater says, Turpin returns a punter kick again tonight. And you heard it here first. I don't think
he played.
Turpin plays at all tonight. I think he's a bubble wrap. What do you think? That you same?
100%. I mean, they proved that to you last week. How long were those 2 plays he was on the field for? Like 20 seconds?
Right. 86
and
yards and 98 yards.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns. And they went, okay, to go over there, sit next to Dak, Zeke, CD, Micah. Yeah. Take your clothes. Yeah, take your pads off. You're pads done. And I don't think I've ever seen an undrafted free agent play as little time on the field as Turpin did, and then go sit with the firsts.
It's very true.
I think the fact that last week they've shown you, they've gone, yeah, you're done, and I'm with you that he's in bubble wrap, he's done.
Yeah, I'm like, there's really no point to put him out there tonight. I
know what he is.
As you said, he made the 53 man already. Yeah. So you need to give these other guys an opportunity to get out here and do some things. And look, here with him not being in the return game, that'll give a guy like Davis or Dowd or somebody an opportunity to play on special teams, to put tape, to prove their value even further here, to be a part of this 53 man roster.
Exactly. I mean, this game now really it is all your down roster guys. So you're just finding out what is there. What is Dennis Houston going to give you? Right. Is there another guy, wherever it's at, that can give you something on the special teams if push came to shove? Because Turpin, bear in mind, you do need to have a plan for him, because the guy's 5'7", 180 pound or even less than that, soaking wet. So he's susceptible to injury. So you need to do something just in case.
Big facts.
Yeah, because like the backup plan right now, without knowing what's going to go on today, the backup plan is Tony Pollard, which I don't think anybody wants to see because he's going to have a big role this year. Right. Or the other one is CD Lamb, which nobody really wants with the way razor thin it is at wide receiver. So right. What's there? What is there?
Oh, yeah. And for those that are on either Dallas.com or the local market, we're getting Michael Irvin on the call with Babe Laufenberg and Kyle Yeomans. Exciting times. Ooh. What's going on, Miller? Hey, man, if you don't mind, I see you on the Facebook side. Maybe you can slide over here to YouTube and see that Pick Six Sports and hit that sub and come over there and comment that you switched over and subbed. Man, we're going to light the chat up for you, man. We'll get the flames going, man. So anyone that's anywhere you are watching Twitter, several spots there on Facebook, we appreciate that. If y'all get opportunities right there on the bottom, come on over to YouTube as well. Join the party on this side and hit that sub for your guy. Wrench Gang in the building. My guy Mendoza. What's going on, Mendoza? Wrench Gang in the building. If Lamb returns a punt, I'll smack McCarthy myself. Sam's in regular season form right now. He's in regular season form right now. Cowboys getting the ball first here, guys. So we'll see who's actually doing the returning.
I'm gonna turn the volume down on this just so it doesn't interfere with anything you're doing.
If you're good, I don't hear it, so you're good.
No, I've got it muted, and in fact, I should do the same with my phone.
Oh, my stream sucks. What do they have back there? 40.
But do you know what's going to be quite interesting? Mind is, like I say, I'll stay for a little while until I get told off.
Hey, look, Massey, I subbed. Get out of here. Get out of here, Massey. You should be on the show. I don't know why. Because I know it's early over there. You might have some kid duties, but I did send you the link as well too. Yeah, Turpin definitely not out there. I saw Kingsley. We tried to tell you he wasn't going to be. Hey, Steve White's in the building. What's going on, Steve White? He's a big hello to Steve White. Excuse me, Marquise, Marcella. Don't want to butcher your name. But Cooper Rush is out here. Yay. All right, Cooper Rush time. I'm ready to see Will Greer, but whatever.
Yeah. Oh, no. What have I done?
Uh-oh. Don't mess up your stream, sir.
I have.
That's correct, Robert. Yeah, after last week, there was no. I think it's Malik Davis first here in the back, but yeah, after last week, there's no reason for Turpin to play this week. Davis getting the hand off first here, a good 6, maybe 7 yards off the left side. So we got Alacrone out there. Let's see what we got. We got Ball left tackle, McGovern, Forniak. Wait a minute.
See,
they
now,
lied to us. They started with Forniak and then McGovern at left guard, Braylon Jones right guard, and Collins at right tackle. And actually, that's Isaac Alacrone over there at left guard. So that lineup's wrong too. So we got they do have him at center. Oh, Rush. Yeah. Oh boy, that's terrible. That was terrible.
I don't like Ball. I don't know about you. I don't like Ball at left tackle. I really don't. I'm much more of a fan when Ball's playing right tackle. Just looks a bit cleaner.
Yeah. Right tackle, and we kind of talked about this on the space last night. You can get by with Ball at right tackle. You can.
Definitely. Yeah.
Left tackle, though, man, it's just a different bag for him. It was just a different bag. Malik Davis is the guy that came out here currently. Running back there.
I'm just going to switch my streaming service.
Collins on there. Ooh, no, it's not good.
Where did that go now?
Well, they're going to be highlighting Ball a lot tonight. I know that much. Oh, free play. Free play. Let it ride, Rush. Oh, there's my guy. Fergie. It's Fergie time. We know D-Block. We know. My guy, Sebby. What's going on, Sebby? Oh, man. But free play there. We get over here to Mr. Ferguson. And the thing I talked about when we drafted it was like he'll start out going into camp as being number 3, maybe even number 4 at tight end. I said by the end of camp, I think he'll be the number 2, and I think that's definitely where things have lined up for him. He's had a great training camp.
Yeah, definitely. Training camp, and when you look at the 2 preseason games, he's been critical, if you like, but he's done exactly what he's needed to do. They've said, be in the right place and catch the ball. What's he done? Exactly that.
And even on special teams on some of those returns we're talking about last week, he was out there blocking and doing a good job. And Hendershot actually had a block that broke one of them as well. So Malik Davis, a nice catch out of the backfield there, setting up a 2nd and 5. And boy, we said before how much you're playing, what's going on, if they're hiding you. Malik getting a lot of work here early. Interesting stuff here. Line it up here.
I am happy.
I don't know how y'all feel about
British dream issues.
Look, I don't know how y'all feel about this. I'll throw it out there though. Just have a fullback. I hate putting an offensive lineman in the back in the fullback formation. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it. I'm just not. Look, just have a fullback. Tell everyone you want to run when you're not running.
And the irony is they had 2 on the roster.
We'll do the lunatic. We'll do. Turpin is out here at wide receiver, though, right now. So, getting some work at wide receiver, but nothing on the return game. Fair enough. 3rd and 3 here, see what Cooper Rush can do. Can we keep this moving? Oh, Cooper takes a hit. Oh, dear God. Oh.
Let's try that again.
Do you know, because there's another ironic part as well that something people aren't talking about with
Isaac Alacrone got beat badly.
I'm still trying to set my stream up. It keeps crashing on me. I will get it.
That part, outlaw. 4th and 4. Cowboys are going to go for it here. I mean, they're not going to give Brett Maher opportunity at like a 60 million yard field goal, so that's cool.
Yeah, but he's good. He can hit that.
Let's see here. Oh, Fioku through his hands. And took a pretty good little hit there as well. So, yeah, drive started off well and fizzled, as they say. Drive started well and fizzled. Need to be able to make that catch. Cooper Rush could have done a little bit better, not put the ball up as high. Maybe put there in the old bread basket and put it on him, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I can live with a tight end at fullback, Mr. Cowboy. Man, it's just I hate when they do an offensive lineman back there. I just don't like it. I think they believe they're being cute or inventive. I think it just oh, guess what we're doing, guys? We're running the ball. And if you're not running the ball, now you basically have a guy that's not any kind of threat to go out here and, catch the ball or take somebody's attention away. So, yeah, not much of a fan of that. That offensive line, man, with Alarcon at left guard, Ball at left tackle, McGovern at center, Collins at right tackle, and James at right guard. Interesting stuff there. DallasCowboys.com, Stephen White. DallasCowboys.com should have it, or NFL Plus app, either or.
There's a shame with that is that Fehoko lately has just been trending upwards. He's been doing all right, and then all of a sudden, you see him there just make it wasn't a simple mistake. It was a tough catch to make,
right?
But you expect a guy who's going to be making the roster with the way things are. You need him to make those catches.
Right.
I just worry what is that going to do, especially when you think with Fehoko how he was last season as well. Like they literally didn't play him, and then you see a mistake like that. You just wonder what that's going to put mentally in the coach's mind.
Big facts. Big facts. I'm with you there.
Yeah. And it's a shame because I have a soft spot for Hoko.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, and they put the work in with him, and he is, quote unquote, better this year than what he was, obviously last year. But once again, when we hear things about Tolbert and whatnot and the expectations, but it's expectations due to the lack of depth and where they are at the position currently. So, yeah it's a tough network, though. It's a tough situation right now. Shout out to Outlaw in the building, D-Town in the building. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, how do you feel about Alarcon as well? I mean, he did let his man slip there.
Yeah. I mean, he got beat pretty good on that. Yeah. But, once again, they're as always, right? So he came into the league as a tackle. Yeah. Then last year they put him back to the guard, and then they've done a little tackle and guard with him. Maybe look, and now here we are, little play action. Get there! Wow, great play, D. Good play. But and now he's back at guard again. So I mean, is the flip flopping doing a little too much? Where are we at here? Outlaw Cowboy says the NFL Network is also showing the game currently right now. My God, D-Town says correct 1K subs. Appreciate that, brother. And we're upward and onward on our way to $2,000. Appreciate that. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I say, because we're talking about, Fehoko being the feel-good story, I think Alarcon is as well.
Sure.
Another feel-good story. And you want the guy to make it, but you see mistakes like that. Where he's just, he needs to just, I'm just watching the playback now, and he just needs to get that punch in a bit harder and a bit, make that player stun a bit more. And the Fehoko miscatch as well. Right. Yeah, I'm rewatching that. It's looking even worse on a replay.
Right. Yeah, and of course, the Seahawks are out here with some starters. Tyler Lockett with the catch there on Isaac Taylor Stewart.
Good receiver.
So first, definitely. Isaac Taylor Stewart was like, I didn't sign up for this today. Why is he out here? Little run game. Good. That boy Bland. But I tell you what, man, that guy Bland, and of course, it's funny because I see the 30. I always immediately still think Anthony Brown. But, man, he is so physical for a cornerback, going in here. He's not afraid to make the tackle. And we've just seen that from jump with him in the preseason games. And then right here making a tackle for loss. Pretty good stuff. And good clean up there by Barr as well. Barr out here getting some snaps.
And what's funny with Bland is that when you look at the body type, he's got the body type of an outside corner, but his athletic skills all translate to the slot.
Little pressure. Okay. Pretty good coverage there from Nashawn Wright.
That's what makes him just such a... And as well, he's got the perfect cornerback mentality of play happens, I'm just going to shrug it off.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true. The one thing I've been surprised too is I see him out there right now. The amount of snaps and preseason Neville Gallimore's played, I'm very taken back by it. I mean, we've seen him even to like the third quarter, and I'm like, why is Gallimore still on the field? As deep as his line is, I've been very surprised to see him play as much as he has.
I'm the same with Tyler Smith too. He's had a lot of snaps, and he's not playing
on
now.
The edge. Good coverage. Oh, too easy. Too easy there. Lockett's going to sit down and find that in that zone there. Rush has got to get there a little bit quicker. It says, why is the stream so blurry? Are you talking about my stream being blurry? Let me look. I don't know. It's not blurry on. I'm looking at it on my phone. It doesn't seem too blurry. Are you talking about the stream of the game? I don't know. Not sure. Nah, I just looked at my phone. It wasn't blurry, so I don't know. Sorry if it is.
You played
be great, Eddie.
You played linebacker as well, right? So, what's your take on? Because I've noticed them doing it quite a lot. You know that hippo package that they're doing, that odd man front with the 3 linebackers and the 3 safeties. I know, obviously, it helps because you've got Anthony Barr in on there now. How do you feel about that? That sort of formation for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I just think any way that you're able to cause confusion up front, and that's what it takes in the league, right? It's not like a full 2 seconds of confusion. It's just a split-second confusion that can throw everything off. So, and the more that you can kind of do those things to create confusion, that gives me the advantage. So it's kind of like, this is what I tell people. So the offensive line, right, in general, they have the advantage of, they know the play, they know where they're going, and they know when the snap count is. So for the defensive side, and for a player, you want a coach to give you an advantage as well of, hey, we're going to make it look one way, but we're actually going to do something else. And it's just about that split second of maybe they false step, false hand placement, and it gives you the advantage. So to me, I like it. You know, you don't want to be too vanilla in your fronts all the time and just say we're just going to out talent you. You have to do things. And especially when you took a look at our roster, when you look at guys like now Sam Williams coming to the team and what he's able to provide. And then, of course, you have Micah Parsons. The big key there is you don't want to have him in the position all the time where the offense can key in wherever they're at and just, you know, consistently game plan to that. So with that kind of package and that odd man front, it gives them the availability to move those guys around. And that causes, we have to make sure where are they. But while we're making sure where they are, all of a sudden, well, now we're double stacked on this. So like you saw there with Barr coming off the edge, like, wait a minute. You know, and it gives you that hesitation, and that's all you need is a little bit of hezzy, and then that gives your defense, you know, a little upper hand. So I'm a big fan of it. We talked about during the draft that was kind of the thing that led it in my lap. Like, hey, they're going to be more amoeba, more standing up. And like earlier this week in practice, they had 1 defensive tackle nose guard, and then they had 6 guys just standing. And I'm like, bring that on. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, because really the end game of this, really, when you think about it, is Micah Parsons, because he's that movable piece of basically what are you calling him when the offensive line are trying to dish out, you know, what they're going to do, you know, who they're marking, then it's really, well, where's Micah Parsons? And if you're doing that, I agree with you. It's the confusion. Plus, it's also, what I like about it is keeping Jaron Curse free.
True. Very true.
I like that.
All right. And here we go. Dropping back here. A little bit of pressure on the lot. And, okay, Nashawn Wright covering up a tight end on Noah Font there. And flag. So, Nashawn Wright's probably going to get popped with a hold here. I hate late calls. I don't care if the right calls are late.
Yeah.
Wow. Pass interference, not even a hold. Which still turns out to be about a 5-yard penalty anyways.
So would you be happy? I know Jordan Lewis is injured. Would you be happy if we went to the Buccaneers game with Deron Bland as your slot corner?
Man, you know, it would be fine for what he showed so far this preseason. Man, it just kind of goes with you, man. You got that 2nd-round pick in Kelvin Joseph. Like, come on, we need you right now to walk in that door. There's a hold there on 91, but I guess they're not going to call that. Wow. Yeah. Then the flags there. That should be a hold against them for sure. But yeah, I would be comfortable with it the way he's played so far for sure.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm okay with it for a game.
Yeah. King said it's a great question asking, you know, does Wright make this team? I just don't think they're going to get rid of a 3rd-round pick in year 2. I just don't think. Yeah, there's a hold on Watkins, like I said there, so they called it. But I don't know. Do you there's a possibility that they would release Nashawn?
Well, you go deeper on that question. Is all right. Let's say Nation Wright makes the team. Is he higher on the depth chart than Kelvin Joseph?
It's a great question. He did get the nods early on in the joint practices and some of the preseason games.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a great question as well. We're not really sure exactly where Kelvin Joseph is on this roster right now. If he's, that 3 or 4.
Oof.
Little Tristan Hill throwing under, drop pass, 2nd and 20 here.
And funnily enough, you're talking Tristan Hill there, and we're talking about does guys make the roster?
Yeah.
We said in the preseason, I think we were talking about it with you actually on our show, but Tristan Hill needing to have a big preseason. He's answered that call.
Big facts. Shout out to my guy Nick Rear with the super chat. Says, wow, a holding call that's not on us. Right? For sure. There's a little something. Hey, by the way, is James still here? He's supposed to be giving me the penalty count for the game. I ain't seen the penalty count update yet. I need that. But yeah, holding call not on us. Appreciate the super chat. And it is very exciting to see a hold on somebody else and not us. Second and 20 here. See what obviously playing in the pass game here for sure. Oh, Sam Williams was a good move off the line. And once again, look at Sam.
Ooh.
He's a grown man. That is like the 4th time this preseason I've watched Sam Williams take an offensive tackle and just carry him to the daggum quarterback. He's a grown man. Look, just pick. All right, let's go for a ride, sir. And then one arm just, I got you. Oh my goodness, what a play! What a play! What a play! Oh, and that was on Cross. That was on the first round pick in Cross, which we were high on Cross as well. My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm a grown man. Bell with the tackle there, with Mukwamu in the area as well too.
Okay, I got another question for you, and to all your viewers as well. Let's because you're talking Sam Williams, who has both the most sacks and the most pressures out of Sam Williams, Dorrance Armstrong, and Dante Fowler
in this preseason?
For the season.
Yeah,
let's assume they all make the 53.
They'll make the 53.
Yeah,
man, Fowler's. I tell you what, man, Fowler has really came on late. Dorrance has kind of been a little quiet. And of course, he had 6 sacks last year. The one thing when we talk about Fowler, the only thing, once he was over the 10 sack mark. That was 2019, I believe it was, in with the Rams. 2019 or 2018, he had like 10.5.
Yeah. It's the ceiling with Fowler, isn't it?
It is. But it's just how are they going to use him? I kind of tend to want to lean towards Fowler because the way we've seen him used in preseason, I feel like that's going to continue to happen. But man, I tell you, they're Sam, and I kind of talked about this after watching the Denver joint practice. I got a couple of clips, and we heard about him doing some 3-tech, and then I was watching a couple of clips that we saw defensively. Love it was offense. I saw him standing up on the outside rushing, not just in a 4-point stance, 3-point stance. He was standing up, and I'm like, man, well, they're putting him at 3-tech, 5-tech, standing him up outside. Yeah. And I kind of feel like to a certain extent, I kind of wonder is Dan Quinn kind of keeping him under wraps a little bit.
Did you know what I said?
Yeah. It's kind of feels that way. Like, hey, we're not going to show a whole lot in these preseason games, and we're just going to let you be here. But then once the season gets here, we're really going to start moving you around, maybe stacking you with Micah and different things. So, the smart money's probably Fowler, but if I'm going with what I feel that I think is happening, I think there's opportunity that Sam Williams could be that guy. And look, I'm not saying any of these guys are end up being 10 sack guys, and coming on the scene that way. I think within these 3 guys, if a guy ends up with 7 or 8 sacks, that's probably going to be the most between the 3. So I think Sam Williams can be a 7-8 sack guy.
Yeah, I think with the injury history he's had, and they know the type of player he is, I've said this already, that I just think that they're wrapping Fowler up and they're kind of just stashing him and hiding him away. They don't want to give too much away. And like, it's funny because I'm torn between Sam Williams and Fowler, only because Dorrance Armstrong typically every year breaks my heart because he has a great camp. And then in the season fizzles into quietness. Although last season was an up year for him. But he's been quiet in camp. So I just wonder what that's going to do to him in the season.
Yeah, that's true. And, it's kind of one of the things we talked about, last year, like, he ended up with 6 sacks within the rotation and what he was doing, and maybe he takes that next step forward. So I think, is there, with how deep they are, is there opportunity that he wouldn't be on this 53? I think Dorrance Armstrong's here, personally, but it'll be intriguing to see how that rotation works for them during the season for sure. All right. Well, the Cowboys are able to hold strong. It's 3-0 Seattle. Kicking it off here once again. Our guy says, nope, I don't want to return it. It's like, I'm good. And we got Will Greer season. Will Greer time. I'm ready.
Michael Gelkin on Twitter did say that they're planning to use Greer for a very extended
he's supposed to get a lot of reps today.
Yeah.
So it's going to be intriguing to see, what he puts on tape, if you will. Hey, Steve, he did it. Yeah, he's watching the game. Let's go, Steve. He got there. He got over to DallasCowboys.com and he's watching it. The guy, Kelvin Joseph out here with a head injury.
If it makes you feel any better, that the streams in the UK can just be as bad sometimes. Like, so I'll be sitting there and all of a sudden it'll just stop.
Oh, yeah. It's true. And the holding. Not a good game for Isaac already. Got beat earlier. Now a holding call here. Tough sledding first 2 drops here for Isaac Elcron at left guard.
So with Greer coming on the field, let me ask you, what is it you like about him? Like, what do you see as his biggest strengths?
Well, I think here's the thing, and I kind of do believe this. If you have a backup quarterback, you want a guy that is similar to your starter, so you don't have to change a whole lot. And I think he's just athletic enough in the same kind of ways of Dak, with his legs. And the arm is definitely much more livelier than we see with Cooper Rush. And Ball just got beat and Greer got sacked. So there's that too. So I just think from an overall talent standpoint and what he brings to the table, I think there's more to be had. Former 3rd-round pick, went to a bad situation in Carolina, and now it's time for him to kind of regroup and find himself. But the arm talent, and like I said, he's more of the same type of quarterback that Dak is, more so than Cooper Rush is.
Yeah. Great touch pass on him.
Yeah. Left side is not good tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Not good at all in this offensive line. Let's see what we get going on here. A little time, 3rd and 15. Try to get this over, a little under. Yeah, there's not much around home about this offense so far. See this route here from Tolbert, though. Got inside release, breaks the outside.
On a scale of 1 to 10 as well, with Jalen Tolbert, how confident are you feeling? 10 being very.
Right. That's kind of been the buzz here as of late over the past week and a half, where people getting a little uneasy with Tolbert and maybe punt return here. They got him down. Okay. And some concerns. I think some of that is just because of where we are at wide receiver depth wise. A little extra was put on his plate of expectations and what was going on there. So that was a little bit of a issue, for some fans. I think the biggest takeaway for me is I'm not worried about it because I didn't expect him to come here and have to be a true number 2 target, because the number 2 target is going to be Dalton Schultz, right? And what we have seen with Tolbert is simply when he's practicing with Dak and playing with Dak, things seem to be going the right way. When he's not playing with QB1, okay, maybe it's a mixed bag of results here, but I'm not really that concerned. On a what do you say? Was it concern level 1 to 10?
Confidence level.
Confident. I'm confident around 6-7 inning. 6.5. Yeah, call it 6.5 is where I'm at. Give me a 7. I don't like 6.5. Give me a 7.
Hey, I'm wearing 88, so why not go 1-8?
They're going 8, yeah.
Because the touchdown pass he almost caught last week. That's a hell of an athletic play he made. It was just unfortunate he doesn't get the other foot down. Clearly he could have, but that's just like a rookie error. Do you know what I mean?
Gotta get the game, and gotta stay in the game to where you're at. Understand, I gotta get 2 in, not 1, so on and so forth.
Yeah, the difference from NFL to college. So Yeah.
Right.
By the way, I cannot wait. College officially back tomorrow.
It is. Football's it's here. and
Yes.
we have it for a solid 6-7 months. So let's revel in it and enjoy it. And because as soon as it's gone, we'll all be, depressed again. Like
I know. Yeah. And literally, when you say football is here, it's literally here. So the obviously Nebraska Northwestern games in Ireland.
TC says grandson's here. I'll check in with you all in a little while. It's Grandpa and JoJo time. Awesome, sir. Enjoy it, my friend. But yeah, the on the flip side of that, are you team go get help from not on this roster for this offensive tackle spot? Or are you okay with Tyler Smith getting kicked out here to left tackle?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be that way. And for the way I just see it is that you had opportunities to get this organized from draft to post-draft to training, and they didn't. It was an obvious thing. I mean, I'm 4,500 miles away over here from you, and I could see this happening.
Clear obvious.
Yeah. So I just think that now, when you think of like the 4 C's you need from your offensive line, that it's too little, too late. So you're gonna have to go with what you got. There's no way you're gonna get a guy up to speed in time.
Right.
To get him communicating, the cohesiveness, the communication, and the control that you need. I mean, it's too late. You're gonna have to go with what you've got.
Right. Tell you something else here as they ran the ball there on first down, got a yard. This Cowboys defense versus the run, I think teams are only averaging 3.2, maybe 3.4, somewhere around in there on the ground. So, we understand some of this is backups, but it's our backups too. But then the scheme of things, the run defense is prototypically been much better this year in preseason.
Right.
Hopefully that's something we see carry over to the regular season. That's one of the biggest things we've been trying to get fixed here in Dallas for a while.
Yeah. Very obvious what they were trying to do. And you're talking about the average. Denver was 1.8.
Yeah, man. So excited to see that growth here in the preseason, and hopefully that's going to carry over here into this regular season and really make this defense take another step forward. Because to me, that's probably the biggest thing that helps them take the step forward is being better against this run. Good pressure around Locke. Oh, interception. Izzy, not one, but 2 now.
That guy has made it. Funny, I was going to ask you questions about him, but
yeah. I mean, he basically owned the first half in Los Angeles against the Chargers, and Drew Lock, who has the opportunity to be the starter there, and man, he jumps that. But once again, in the totality of things, shout out to the pressure that line brought, because that line was crushing in on him. He had to get rid of it. And Izzy, look at this read from the slot. Boom, jumps in front. Great play by Izzy.
It's an IQ. IQ play.
What was funny too, like he was a guy, when he was in South Carolina, and Horn was the guy, and all these things they were talking about. Well, Horn didn't have a lot of interceptions, but Izzy where he was. So yeah, man, it's Izzy once again showing and proving there. And he's done some cornerback work and some safety work.
Yeah,
some flexibility back there as well. So exciting to see him keep walking through that door right now. This is what we kind of want to see from Nashawn Wright, but that's okay. or Kelvin Joseph even.
It'd be very much for Calvin Joseph. But what was good with Mukwamu, especially last week with the Chargers game, is his back-to-back plays. So he gets the interception. He gets the interception last week against the Chargers, but if you watch the play before, he goes in with just like a complete violent tackle, and it's a tackle for a loss.
Yeah. So
you're watching him making reads on the play. He's able to come downhill and make a big time tackle. Then on the next play, he's picking the ball off.
Yeah,
that's everything you want to ask for.
Homer was going to get loose there a little bit. Nice little design play with the play action. Little play action once again. Get it out here to the tight end. Here we go. Fergie. Oh, man. Get off my guy's neck, bro. Jeez. So we've completed 2 passes for a total of 6 yards this drive. Nice. This what said Ferguson had his birthday. Get out of here, Steven. Hey, Miss Jessica, how you doing on this Friday? Hope everything's going well for you. Oh man. So let's see what they dial up here on 3rd and 4. Here's one thing for sure. Since it's been our guy in the game, Will Greer, they're definitely saying, let's go and work that arm out. We're not leaving anything on the table here. And then here they come on 3rd and 4 with a run, and it goes nowhere.
And that's what I mean. Like they did it in the Denver game where it was clear what they were trying to test and what they were doing in the play calling. And you it's preseason, so you go, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they flip the switch on whatever it is they're trying to do, and they're doing something completely backward. And just everything felt a bit disconnected in that way. And you've seen it again.
He had a shot in the game here. They're going for it on 4th down. Going for it on 4th here. So let's see if this offensive line can block it up here a little bit and give you some time to deliver a ball. Let's see what we got. Tolbert in motion. Drop back. Little slip on the drop. No time. Yeah, everybody's looking at their guy. Beginning of training camp, I thought Mike McCarthy had slimmed down some. Looks like he's picked up some weight, though. This was just not good.
He was looking quite healthy. So what do you think the plan is for kicker then? It's going to be Brent Maher?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, unless they let him come up here and play, unless he was to get into the game tonight and not look good at any point, then maybe there's something to be had there. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much where we're at, man.
I'm going to throw another question at you too. Go on.
No, you're good. I was the run game. You're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say, because there's another guy who's turning on quite late who could be quite helpful in the receiving game to start the season. Peyton Hendershot. Do you think he makes it?
I do. I think especially
squad or full 53.
I think makes the 53. I think because Sprinkle getting cut with the Achilles issue, we have 4 here now. I think that's the 4 they're going to carry. I think he's done more than enough, and he gives you some special teams flexibility as well too. So, pass here down the mid, touchdown. Bland, you got to look Bland. I mean, that's the most frustrating things. The quarterback's right there. All you got to do is just turn your head, bro. Just turn your head, and he didn't.
Doing the hard part.
Yeah, I mean, he's up on him. All right, beat. He's in the hip pocket. Look, he's perfect position. That's it. It's a perfect position. Mm-hmm. Just turn your head. No, okay, don't. Wow. And just like that, it is 10-0. Man, oh man. But it happens, Bland took a little L on that one. He took a little L there. Got to turn that head, though. Got to turn that head.
And if you're not going to turn your head, watch the hands.
Yeah, but you can't win them all.
Yeah. It's 50-50 balls.
Let's see here. I got to get someone to grab this phone because this phone is driving me up a wall. Hold on for a second. A little bit of an extension there from a little push off, not called, with the full arm extension.
Yeah. Can see it a little bit.
Yeah, that little create that separation there a little bit. Look, it's right in front. Look at the daggone official. He's right there. You got to throw that. Come on. He extended the arm. Jeez,
like that.
Bees.
That play from Bland had a little bit of Chidobe Awuzie about it. doing all the hard part.
Gamer. Okay, let me real quick because my other phone is just going nutty over there. I'm like, please stop. It's like, no, I can't stop. I'm like, yes. Let's keep going in the background. I'm like, yo. Let's see.
Yeah, it's quite a long extension of the arm there, isn't it, for the push off?
No doubt.
I'm just watching it back now.
Yeah. I was like,
His arm's fully extended. It should be called anyway.
Yeah, the local cast is definitely highlighting a lot of ball and what he's doing, at least when he's doing well. On the bad, they're not really showing so much. And my guy Kingslayer coming through says he's got some. Is that your assessment there? He's got some hairy arms. Little right here, Malik. Oh, Malik, maybe by my bed. Man, Jones getting pushed. Farniok not blocking nobody. Calling it. Wow, good cut there. What? Yes, this whole line is definitely not getting it done here.
No.
And we got another penalty. All right. And Isaac Alcron with another penalty. That's 2 penalties now for him.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac, you're getting no cake like this, sir. You're not getting any cake. Not a fan. You know, I saw somebody mention earlier, it's like, I think it was my guy Buddha said, keep sacking Greer so Mazur will wake up. It ain't going to matter, man. Turpin wanting a flag. Turpin's like, give me a flag. No flag for that. All right, let's see what ball got going. Boom. Oh, spin move, beat. Oh. And here's the thing, like that stuff's kind of happening. These aren't starters. This isn't, the Shaquille Barrett that he's going to go up against if he's the left tackle week 1 against Tampa. Scary stuff here. 3rd and 18 here for the Cowboys. They got 18 on this. 3rd and 13 though, I think. Oh well. He's looking. Got some decent time there. Delivers a ball there. Looks like that was over to Houston. Maybe about a 7-yard game, possibly 6-7-yard game. And time to punt.
And so while they do the punt, let me ask what you think as well, because these we're talking about the offensive lineman here, and they're giving up pressure, but something I'm thinking about is these are down roster guys. Do you think perhaps there's nerves and pressure on them to perform, and that's having an effect? You think maybe?
I mean, sure, but these guys have played 2 preseason games now, so there shouldn't be that much.
True, yeah.
I can't believe that was not blocked. But here's the thing: when we're looking at this offensive line, this isn't down the roster, guys. Offensive line wise,
I suppose,
right?
Yeah,
see, because
right.
Ball's your swing tackle, right? Farniok's your backup. this isn't like a 3rd or 4th string, kind of group here on the offensive line side of things. Now, depending on where you look at Isaac and where he's supposed to be at or whatnot, that's fair. And then you have Collins and obviously Braylon Jones, who's kind of battling. But the other 3, McGovern at center, and what you call is like, come on, man. Steve, it's an interesting take because Josh Ball, Mark Colombo. Again, I've said this before, Gibson. I think you can get away with him at right tackle. You can.
Yeah, definitely.
You can get away with 100%. Him at right tackle. It's just, here's the problem. Him nor Steele are very good at left tackle. And that's just the bottom line. They just can't switch to the other side is the problem.
It's got to be, you've got to carry 2 backup tackles, really. You're going to be carrying Ball on the right, and it's going to be an injured Willetsko on the left.
Right, and that's a whole nother can of worms there with
another conversation, yeah,
with the shoulder popping in and out. Now he's got the pads back on, but it's like, well, how long is he going to play until the shoulder pops out again? And it's another issue. So, yeah. This offensive line, as you said a little bit earlier, it's their own doing.
Yeah,
once they officially cut Collins, at that point, you had free agency. You could have done something. You could have been more aggressively within the draft or whatever the case is there. Post draft, you could have done some things. And then once Willetsko, and Willetsko went down early in camp, and you've done nothing. And now you're looking at the situation that you have currently, and it's just not very good.
But you think, offensive line wise, it was the tackle position they really, we were all looking at going, ooh, and they so they get Tyler Smith, no problem. Okay, then they go forward, but you look at the draft, UDFAs and postseason. Literally, all they did is they drafted Matt Waletzko, and it's almost like they turned around and went, there we go. That's that problem solved. And you're just like, really? Was that it? And as well,
and they said it, excuse me, they said it during the draft. Once they drafted Matt Waletzko, they literally said, "Oh, we're not signing a veteran swing tackle." And it's like
it's just wild.
Like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they literally they were the ones setting their feet in concrete on this, and on top of that, the other bit that I find very discombobulated with the whole thing is they're going, we got rid of Amari Cooper, we got rid of we got rid of Lyle Collins, all these other players as well, where they Randy Gregory, and they say, the reason
Williams,
and they go, it's all to do with availability, and your best thing is availability, and you're like, there is no player on the Cowboys roster who's more the exclamation point on availability than Tyron Smith, and you've kept him.
Oh, but they like the contract though. See the money though.
Exactly. Yeah, and it was a lengthy contract. Yeah, and it was bounced itself.
QB. Oh, almost got Bland again, but not that time. Bland said no. But yeah, but his contract and where it is. So and look, and it's been one of those things of we're 17 and 15 without him in the roster. He got pieced up a little bit, but we got the head around and made a move there. But I mean, we're 17 and 15 whenever he misses games. And speaking of Tyron Smith, and it's just kind of been the puzzling piece here to be able to adequately, have somebody there at that position if something happens. Which again, we understand, like you can't have an all-pro at every backup position and all these things. But as I try to tell people, there's a difference in that and saying adequate NFL depth, right? And I think at a certain point they have to look fumble. Okay, but he fell on it. But there's a certain point where they have to look at this roster, look themselves in the mirror, and be like, okay, this is not adequate NFL depth, and add something to it. That's why we kind of talked about a ton after they got the Barr signing here. I'm like, okay, now I'm looking for the Anthony Barr type signing for the offense, right? Yeah. And we were kind of like, whether that's whether it was wide receiver or whether it was offensive line, we need to do that for the offense as well. And it just has never come to fruition. More than ever now with what's happened with Tyron Smith, you definitely need that kind of signing for this offensive line. And, we're just kind of in a holding pattern and waiting to see. It kind of goes back to Tyler Smith when he was drafted at the press conference for the first-round draft pick. And they asked him, where's he going to start at? And he was like, he's going to play the left side. And in OTA, the rookie OTAs and the mini camp before they went to Oxnard, he did get snaps at left tackle. Once they got to Oxnard, they were like, hey, we're putting him directly at guard. That's where we're rolling. That's what's happening. And if that was your plan, okay, cool. And then this is whenever I got to the point, and honestly, I said this, this was during the Broncos joint practice. Yeah. And the hour and 40-minute mark where Nick Eatman was like, well, they were kind of discussing why there was differences in these snaps between McGovern and Tyler at the left guard position, what was going on there. And then he said, well, they're giving McGovern the snaps because the availability issue or what the availability of Tyron Smith will be, right? And then he goes, if Tyron's not available, then he'll start. And I was like, okay, so you're basically telling me right here that Tyler Smith's going to be the left tackle then, right? So this is, to me, gross mismanagement, because if that's the case, then he needs to be getting work at left tackle, and and they didn't work him there. So the plan to me is that it's flawed because you didn't work him out at that spot, but that was your quote unquote plan, perhaps. At that point in the show that we did, I was like, man, I would fire Philbin now. Yeah, this makes no sense to me, and I move on. And I'm not an advocate to getting people to lose their job or anything like that, but I'm just like, man, this is really bad, guys. Like, y'all don't like. To me, it's puzzling. It doesn't make sense. And you just saw Washington at that point in time, like 2 days earlier, had fired their defensive line coach. I'm like, it's okay. I said, we can move on and maybe try to do something here. And they didn't. And then, of course, the big bomb gets dropped with what happened with Tyron Smith a couple of days ago. And now we're scrambling around looking like, what's next?
Yeah. I'm with you. Because, like, if that's your plan, why was it Tyler Smith was never taking left tackle snaps? It baffles me.
I think your best five is this, Church. I think currently on the roster is where I'm at. is simply this. I think I'm gonna go left tackle to right tackle. Left tackle, I would go with the rookie, even though it's bad planning. I would still go with Tyler Smith right now.
Yeah.
I would take Zach Martin. I would move him from right guard to left guard. Is what I would do. And then I would like to see Farniak possibly get a chance at center, but it's not going to be. It's going to be Tyler Biadasz. So Tyler Biadasz at center. We know Connor McGovern can play well at right guard. He's just not as good at left guard. We saw that.
That is true.
And then at that point, I would put McGovern at right guard and then still at right tackle. That's what I would do. I think that's the best five that they can put on the field currently for this line is Tyler Smith, Zach Martin flipping from right to left, Biadasz, McGovern, and then Steele is what I would do. King, and that's very fair, but I think you would have Greer out here on the road. Okay. Here's the thing, King. I think he's not going to play tackle. He's said it before. It's not going to happen. But I think there's a possibility that you could probably maybe get him to say, hey, you're still going to be playing guard. We just need you to do it on the other side and help us out. Perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be as good. Yeah, I see where you're going. Mainly because of the Connor McGovern situation, which I'm in total agreement with.
And you get Zach next to the rookie to help him out there on the left side.
True. That also. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. 3rd and 3. And incomplete. Okay. But we do have a flag. Maybe we get a bailout call. Maybe a little bailout, perhaps. Did you get a little early? Cornered a little early there. Hey, look at there. We get a pass interference call. How about that, Mike? We get a first down. All right.
And that's how you get first down.
That's how you. There you go. Whatever it takes. From what was it in game? Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Yeah.
So we'll see what we get to do here. It gives Will Grier some more time to get after it, man. Hey, White, I think Rush has already got it locked down. It's just really if they're going to carry 3 or which 3 they're going to carry.
Yeah. I think they will carry 3. It's just that's the Mike McCarthy way.
Tolbert. A little Tolbert action. Let's see. Sam, Zach Martin, kind of prima donna. Hey, you said it, not me. I ain't going to. Here's the thing. He did go play tackle one time, and he ended up hurt.
Did? Yeah.
There's something to be had there. But again, I feel like he would go play. Maybe I'm crazy. I know he's not going to play tackle. I know that.
Yeah.
But can I get him to go play left guard for me? Oh, a little RPO action. Send me what he ran backwards so far to go forwards. That's funny. But first down, anyways, back-to-back first downs. See, we needed the flag to get us one, and now we're cooking with Crisco, Mike. Now we're cooking. We're humming here a little bit.
Rolling.
Articulating the ball down the field, as the guy once said. Look,
I was going to say about a trick play, but what about a trick play like we seen last week with Turpin on like that sort of jet sweep? It
was like a fake toss.
Yeah, like an extended handoff.
Oh,
do you know? Right, I went. Go on,
Champ, go ahead, Champ. Go. Okay, little 11-yard run there. But yeah, I'm okay with a little fake toss end around, little juice. That's fine.
Yeah, just to get that defense pulling across. But it was on. I'm trying to remember what it was on.
Chargers.
Reading somewhere that play Turpin had.
Okay.
Where he caught the ball. The expected play on that for yardage was -2 yards.
Right, but the edge speed there got him.
And he went for a 7-yard gain.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how electric he is.
Well, there was a video game in Madden used to go, speed kills.
Yeah. It was on Advanced Stats.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, good job here for the Cowboys, but Seahawks look good tonight. Yeah, and they came out with their starters. Tyler Lockett was out there and whatnot. The Cowboys obviously not their full complement of starters, but you got to go out there, you got to go compete. So no matter what's out there and what's happening. The Cowboys have had moments, though. A little 3rd and 1 action. Oh, little read option. And this is what I talked about earlier when you asked me what I like about Grier, as the backup. And that's something that you can get from Grier, and that's a la Dak, and Dak can do those things like that read option. And Cooper Rush can't,
Yeah.
And that's just something in the offense that is still there. little stiffy there at the end from O'Greer, too. Woo. I like it. I like it, Greer. Greer's like, we're going to score this touchdown. Now we got like 4 first downs in a row. Look
There
at
you
this
go.
go.
Momentum all from
Yeah.
the flag.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I tell you, man, this guy Davis. They're not playing Rico, so it kind of makes me feel like he's already
He's
made
the
it.
guy.
But what?
Yeah.
But look at this play here. Look, big guy on him, gets through that muck, if you will, picking those legs up, gets in there, takes the contact, doesn't go down, drives the feet, and spins out of that. Man, those runs, man. Oh man, those poetry in motion there.
Yeah, and you say that you've seen it as well from Shamklin, like
Yeah.
a few plays before.
Another
That just
read
that
option
little
here
bit of
on the second
elusiveness.
one. Oh, that did not go anywhere.
Are you going to any of the games this year, by the way, next?
I will be there week 1 for sure.
Oh, nice.
So, yes, I will definitely be there week 1 for sure. And then after that, it just depends. I got a lot of things that are happening on my neck of the woods and some stuff. I got to make a trip to Florida to take care of some business. And then we got some new things at my shop that we're doing and some infrastructural things inside, new racks and stuff. So I don't know. But I will be here all year long, Wednesdays and Fridays, delivering this content, though, for sure. But Monday, the Sunday night, I should say. Try to get it to Hendershot. But the Sunday night game, week 1, I'm definitely in the building. Me, my guy Spoonie's going to be in the building. I think Jay Tuck's going to be out there. Mary. So it's going to be a fun time. And I guess we get to see Brett Maher now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to see a little Brett Maher. Try to hit a shot to the back corner. Just got to go. He has to throw it to the pylon, though. There's a problem with that throw. He threw it flat. You have to throw it to the back pylon. If he throws it to the back pylon, that's an easy touchdown. He just tried to put it on him instead of putting it to the backside. So
yeah, you got to overthrow them almost a little bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, what we got? We have a timeout? Somebody heard what we sitting around for here? I didn't see what happened. Injury timeout, maybe? Don't know. We'll find out on the back end here when we get through these commercials. But yeah, man, I tell you, my guy says, man, just take the field goal, get something on the board. But yeah, it was there. The designer was there. He was open. He could throw it a little bit quicker, obviously, but on the backside, even when he did throw it, if he just puts it to the back pylon, you probably got an easy touchdown there. So a little failure there from Greer on that part. But back to what you're talking about with Champlin, and that's kind of what I said directly, after the first preseason game. I was like, man, we understand we have Pollard and there's Zeke here, but these guys they have at the running back position in that room, a lot of juice in the legs this season for those guys.
Yeah,
back up for sure. And right now for them, it's all about putting tape out there to end up somewhere.
That was going to be the next factor. Yeah, I mean, they're always in an interview. These guys, aren't they? Question for you though, Isaac Alarcon. Now, obviously, he's in the international pathway program, and this is his second year. Is it 2 years or 3 years? They
extended a year, so he
I thought they did.
Yeah, they did extend another year, so he's definitely going to be in the building for another year for sure, and allowing that to develop and happen. But let me ask you, and I ask you this because it's something we've been talking about all week with the big cuts coming up here soon. Do you think there's a chance the Cowboys will carry 4 running backs?
Oof. Like, what are you like? I certainly think Rico, by the way things are going, he is definitely going to be a third running back. Now they got rid of the fullbacks, which is interesting. So what if you try and use one in that type of role, perhaps? Especially if you're going to be putting Pollard into receiving duties early in the season. Because I don't want to see Malik go to the practice squad and not clear and get poached.
Right. I understand. Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand.
What are you thinking? I think they carry 4.
Yeah. To me, if they're going to carry 4, I don't think they can carry 3 quarterbacks then.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I'm getting caught up on. And the biggest thing that's kind of hitching everything up here is they've already said they're not going to put Michael Gallup on the PUP list, right?
That's right.
So now, how is that? Why you got to go long at wide receiver a little bit now
Mhm.
because of him not being on the pup list. That's going to be interesting how that breaks. Are they going to have carrying 7 now because
Yeah.
Gallup has to factor into that? And Maher, yeah, he makes it. So 1 for Maher.
And yeah, because what are you going to do with the offensive line now? Because you're going to have to go heavy there, perhaps.
Mhm.
It's a good point.
It's times like these I'm glad I don't make the big bucks.
So true.
You know, I mean, I might write it down and do what I might say, but I mean, good luck to them in that front. I don't want
our 53-man roster that we write down in our books has a lot less pressure and money behind it.
Very true. Very true. So yeah, to me, I think it's going to be 3 running backs and 4 tight ends, 7 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
7 quarterbacks, 7 wide receivers, 7 quarterbacks. Jesus.
Yeah, no, go 7 quarterbacks.
Go 7. Yeah, whatever. 7 quarterbacks, make a play right tackle, whatever the case may be. But yeah, 4 tight ends, 3 running backs, and 7 wide receivers.
Yeah,
it's kind of where I'm at now because of the Gallup situation.
And it's quite funny that Sprinkle getting injured actually helped them in a decision.
True. Very true.
Because, like, you know, when you think about what Sprinkle was as a tight end, he's really an inline blocker, but he provided something different to what the other tight ends don't have. Now that he's gone, they don't have to make the decision of, do we take another receiving type, you know, that F-type tight end, move tight end over a blocker.
Right. You know, something else, too, here as we're going through it, and there's Tyler Smith in the civvies. But this game is moving by very slowly. We still got 10 minutes in the second quarter. Pretty amazing stuff there.
A lot of drop passes and a lot of incomplete passes.
Right. I'll say the last 2 games really seem like they flew by, but this one here is definitely taking its time. Taking its number. But that's okay, right? I mean, giving these guys more opportunity, supposedly.
Yeah. But I'm trying to remember, like, the last game kicked off at 3 a.m. here in the UK. Okay. But I woke up with my youngest daughter woke me up. So it was quite funny that I came down in the morning and I was turning the game on as it was finished. So that must have been about 1:30. So it did go quite fast.
Right.
About 20 to 6-ish, that was.
Mm.
So that did fly by.
So I got a slant pass there, initial run on the coverage tackle, 6-yard gain. But he was there. Wasn't burnt toast.
And now my stream's going doolally, yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah. If I move that off there.
Ooh, well, he was shot out of the cannon. Good run up the middle there for Dallas. Because that is his name is Dallas.
Yeah.
I like here we got Nate Newton talking. Like, Nate, can you give us 3 games? Can you play a couple games for us still, Nate?
I don't know. He looks like he's lost a bit of weight. You know, you're talking about Mike McCarthy's lost weight. Nate looks like he's lost a bit too.
Uh-oh, taking a shot downfield. Oh boy, Nation. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, didn't their feet just get tangled up? Let me see that again, man. I thought their feet just got tangled up, but maybe not. I don't. He's looking back at the ball. Their feet kind of got tangled up. That to me, that's ticky tack there.
Yeah, agree.
There's a little ticky tack there. That's a ticky tack foul. I don't like it. But here we are now. Seattle on the 30, back at it.
Ooh,
speaking of a little trickeration, little end around action, little fake handoff end around.
Yeah.
Interesting enough here. I can't wait to see Farniok get in and see what he's going to do on this offensive line because he had a great game against the Chargers. A fantastic game against the Chargers.
Yeah. I just watching the Nation Wright play back now. That was interference. He's swiping at him with his arms.
Gifford there on the stop. So a little 3rd and 1 action coming. Gifford's had a pretty decent preseason in camp as well, too.
Yeah. You haven't heard a lot from him, but you haven't heard nothing negative either.
Yeah. He's, like I said, he's made a few plays here during the preseason, and kind of just, special teams doing what he's supposed to do. My guy, the Vanilla Gorilla, Ridgeway up in there. Definitely want to be watching him on these snaps here and see some of the push that he can get us.
So, obviously, you've got 2 nose tackles. You just mentioned one. Do you think they keep both?
Okay.
Or does Ridgeway take the job?
Sam Williams there on the stop. Man, I just find it hard because, and look, and Kyle Yeoman said they're both going to make it. I've seen Patrick Nosey Walker say it. Jesse Holly as well. When we had him on, talks about it. Thinks they both making it. It's like, to me, I'm like, man, 2-1 tag. I don't know. The way that Bohanna's played this year, but I'm like, to me, if they're going to keep both, that's going to signal to me that Carlos Watkins is probably not making this team.
Yeah,
where I'm at then.
Yeah, we were
going to keep all 3 of those guys.
Yeah, and we were talking about the defensive ends. What do you do with Basham if you keep him both defensive tackles too? Nose tackles.
Yeah, no, very fair. Very fair. I like this here. Yes, he is a wrecking ball. He came in like a wrecking ball. Oh man, but I think it won't mess with the defensive ends because, like I said, it's just going to cost a different defensive tackle. Like I said, if I look at those 3, and we're talking about Watkins, Ridgeway, and Bohanna, you got to cut one of those guys. Look, and to a certain extent, they could just kind of roll with one if they wanted to. With Neville Gallimore's kind of beefed up and moved down and everything too. Good play there, but you got to stay with him. You knocked him down, but you didn't stay with him. Tough sledding. 4th and 1, they do convert there on the old play action bootleg. Olak. But he did a great job. He comes out here, boom, hits him, knocks him. Well, he didn't knock him all the way. He got him off schedule, but still got to run with him, though. He was in no man's land. If he takes the running back, then the quarterback's got the yardage in front of him. It's just put him in a give or take situation there.
Sorry, my stream.
You're fine.
It's like my stream is just moving further and further out of sync with you. I like to call it with you, but like it would sound really weird, like almost like an echo.
Are you ahead or you
about
behind
what
me?
I'm seeing?
Are you ahead or behind me?
Way behind.
Oh, okay. Sorry, a little end around here coming up for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. I just like seeing into the future.
Right? What was that movie? Next. It was like 2 seconds or 5 seconds. All you can see.
Seems like a few seconds in. Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff. Yeah, I agree, Robert. Yeah, it's a tough play. I mean, running back, quarterback, you got to pick and choose your poison there a little bit. Dagger. Bland said, you got me once, but you won't get me again. And again,
I know
short memory. You got to have that short memory.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're saying. With Bland, you get that. He literally just shrugs it off.
Hand in there. Man, that's just great technique there by Bland. I mean, where's your arm? Where's this located? In between his, come through, break it up. It's just great technique there by Bland.
Yeah.
3rd and 10 here, guys. We got a bunch formation down here. Three trips, I should say, not bunch. Trips down here at the bottom. What it looks like Noah Font in the slot, tight end. Push, block to the end zone. Oh, did he catch that?
You mentioned Fant there, and I'm going to ask you a question once this drive's over.
Let's see here. 2 hands on there. One. Oh, no, he didn't get it. Good job by Coyle. Hell of a catch, though. You can get the 2 feet in. But that's a hell of a catch, though. They both had their hand on the ball. What you going to say about Font?
Yeah. Yeah, what I was going to ask you is, I know obviously it's about the Cowboys, but just thought I'd get your opinion on what the Seahawks did in the offseason with that trade with Russell Wilson and getting Noah Fant back in return. Like, have you managed to try and figure out where the sense and all of that was?
I mean, obviously, the big thing for them. I mean, look, Noah Fant's a fantastic.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying in terms of like how it all operated in the trade.
Right. For them, I think it's just really about surviving this year and using the extra draft capital next year to go do what they need to do. It's just what it is. I don't think the big thing, and I feel like we saw a lot of quarterback movement this year was the simple fact of it was just a weak draft for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So if you needed
next season being so good.
Right. So if you had a quarterback that you were moving, you had to secure the type of package that was going to allow you to be able to be flexible the following year to what it looks like on the outset here of college, that it's going to be a much greater class for quarterbacks. So that's kind of the big deal. So a lot of the guys, like, if you trade the Russell Wilsons, okay, yeah, you got Geno, you got Drew Lock back in the situation, but outside of going out here making a move for somebody like, the guy that went to Baker Mayfield or something. I mean, this is kind of where they were at this moment. So, for them, it's more of a reset and then get to their quarterback next year. Their package that they got, I think, was adequate enough. It's just once again, you just didn't have that. You just didn't have that option, in this draft to get your guy. So it's kind of I'm not saying they're punting on the year. But they're kind of punting on the year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well with Pete Carroll is that I think there is a little bit of impatience starting to set in with the fans with him.
Mm-hmm. It's been a while.
He's got to do something fast. And, he's an old guy as well. So he hasn't got much coaching time left.
I kind of thought like he would move on and maybe Russ would stay there.
I thought so too.
But that's, it's just not how it ended up happening, So, the other thing as well, like you see the Baker Mayfield get moved, you saw Deshaun Watson get moved, and then you look at something like what the Dolphins did with Tua, and like depending on what Tua does this year, then they're probably going to be in that same market of looking, because they have a Teddy Bridgewater down there, and then the guy that they actually drafted in like the 5th or 6th round has played well for them. So, it's going to be very intriguing how these teams that did move on for certain quarterbacks or have that young guy, they're not that. I mean, the Eagles are in the same position with Hurts, right? Okay, we acquired stuff. What do you do this year? Because if it ain't this year, then we're probably going to move on. And that just kind of leads towards the class of quarterback that's coming out. What they feel anyways in this next year's draft.
Because they didn't do anything with Hurts' contract at all, did they?
Right.
Yeah, that's quite telling.
Right. Definitely. And okay, we got a return here. Thomas. Nice return. Oh God, he fumbled. Oh my God. Good return, just a fumble. Easy there. Look at Zach Martin over there. Zach, I need you to play left guard for me. Let me put a bug in your ear. Hey, what's going on? Salute. Hey, it's all good, man. I don't know. I said, let Vasher. Hey, baby, I'm ready to see some Nation Vasher. Bring him in there. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Yeah, Cowboys fan Turpin would have turned that corner. You're right. But we're saving that for the regular season. No sense in being out here in the final preseason game doing these returns.
Right, so I'm going to shoot in about 5 minutes, but before we go, I'm going to ask you, and I'll ask everyone watching as well, all your followers, who has been your camp MVP this year?
Camp MVP. Champlin, that's all right. My camp MVP would be. don't. I mean, it's kind of a layup, Joe, to talk about it being Dak Prescott. You know, Micah would definitely, again, it's just something. I think, if we talk about biggest surprises, right? Bland's been a huge surprise. Greer, deep down. Oh, tip drill. Okay, we're good. He's been Houston's another big surprise who's came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think just at the tail end of it, man, I'm about to give it to QB1. Just getting the guys together, before the season got started. We heard about the work that he had with Tolbert and what he did with Tolbert and whatnot and how he's attacked things. Turpin could be a guy too, got added late. And, we've seen what he's done. If we talk MVP of the preseason games, maybe Sam Williams as quietly as in what we've seen him do at times, right?
Yeah.
And be there, Turpin with a catch, by the way. So, yeah, but I think just overall, man, I'm going to give it to QB1.
Yeah. And what's ironic with Dak as well.
In actual games, White obviously
is a good shout. Yeah. And you know what? The one thing we always hear with Dak, and this is what I quite like this year, that makes me smile inside, is that we always hear with Dak is that in training and practices, he's always taking risks. So it always looks really, really bad. And then all of a sudden, the lights on the stadium come on and that's it. He clicks and he goes.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, that hasn't been the case. He's really been keying on. But for me, I think my guy, I'm going to give my camp MVP award to, is going to be Anthony Brown.
So is that a solid camp? Facts.
Yeah. From he's always been that under the radar, quite a solid corner. But this year, I mean, man, he has been locking it down over there. He hasn't let anything go. And I would have said to start camp off, it was going to be TJ Vasher, but it seemed to be, since he had that very big catch at the start, he's just kind of gone quiet.
It's true, man. Hold on, here we go. I'm also.
You're quite right though in what you said with Micah. I think though the trouble with Micah is he's been ruining practices because he's always tapping Dak on the head.
It's true.
He's ruining practice.
Yeah. No, very, very true. Very true. Outlaw Greer definitely missed Tolbert a little bit earlier. And everything's about, like right there with Hendershot. Of course, now he is picking himself up off the carpet as well, but definitely kind of behind him. So, Hendershot here coming across. Hendershot saved up outside, boom, got inside, turned. If he puts it out there in front of him, he's probably caught. But again, as he's throwing, there's a guy beating down on him, so there's some of that too. But yeah, definitely not some good ball placement today coming from Greer. Not the kind of game that you wanted to see for sure. Yeah, Eddie, I agree with you. If you watch the games, it's been quite about Sam. But once we're getting outside of the games, though, a lot of people just don't talk about what he has done on the field and picking up, grown men and walking them back to the quarterback. Oh, man. Kingslayer Fiocco is a no-show in games. He's got a touchdown catch.
Yeah.
He's got a touchdown catch. Go ahead, Paul. I mean, not Paul, Mike.
You did it.
Paul must be talking about me out there living his
all right.
on vacation.
People call him Mike, so it's fine. But it's because we just chase each other around everywhere on different things, on different ventures. But I did have another question I was going to ask you. It was quite intriguing too. I remember. How you're feeling about the safety position this year, which is an unusual conversation to have as a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can say in over a decade. I mean, there were some times whenever Church was here, you felt pretty good.
That's true for over a decade.
Yeah. You just when Church was here, you felt kind of okay about the room, right? But I mean, honestly, even more so than last year. We were kind of excited about getting KZ in here and Hooker, once he would get back there, but we wasn't sure what, obviously Curse was going to be. And after we got through what we went through last year, and then what they've added to the room, and we're seeing Izzy, how he's played so far. Right. I mean, it's literally the best. If you don't feel, I don't know when you felt better over the last decade than you do this year about the safety room and the depth.
Yeah.
One of the things we don't have to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the whole world has turned on its head. Like there's been like riots and Ukraine and all that, and then all of a sudden it's like, and to the fact as well, the Cowboys don't have to worry about safety, and you just go, yeah, this world's upside down right now.
Yeah, well, it's like Stranger Things in the upside down. That's
the upside down. Yeah,
especially what's going on with Michael Cowboy. But we didn't. But here's the thing, though, King. They sacrificed it. They didn't have to. If you look at the contracts that Curse re-signed and that Hooker re-signed, these aren't like busting the seams of the salary cap. We have like $22 million available to go do something. And once again, just to me, Connor Williams left out the door. We kind of understood that Connor Williams wasn't going to get re-signed, right? But as soon as you cut La'el Collins,
that's my problem.
You had to go do something, not just draft. Well, let's go there in the 6th, 5th round or whatever. You know what I mean? So those are the things that are frustrating.
You're literally singing everything. I'm thinking the same thing as well. It's like I say, it's like they drafted Matt Waletzko, and they kind of just went, okay. And it's like as if they had a little tick sheet, and they went offensive tackle, and they went tick, and that was it.
All right, and we took don't worry, guys. We're done here.
we fixed that one. We fixed it. Moving on, and you're just like, but it's not. You need something else. You need something to cover yourself with Tyron Smith because it's going to happen.
Yeah, that just kind of goes back to, as we were doing some of the content and mainly in the spaces, and we were talking about as things were unfolding and Mark Cooper was gone first and then the Collins and then whatever happened with Gregory. And, we're having the conversations about it. And there was a couple of people here and there on the mindset of, man, y'all just want to hold on these players too long. And, you got to do different things or whatever the case is. And I'm like, no, it's not about the player itself, right? It's the fact that we understand that the Cowboys won't adequately replace the talent that has been lost. And here we are. We've definitely seen that at these key positions that we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like the theory. There's a lot of people coming up with these theories that when you look at it all, that they ship off Amari Cooper for a 5th round pick, which we get Matt Waletzko. We use that pick for that. They get rid of Connor Williams. And okay, I can understand that. I can buy that. Okay. La'el Collins is a little confusing, but you're going to do it. Okay, fair enough. They do all of this. Then they keep the cap, which obviously they're trying to keep for rollover for next year. That's it now. Or maybe to cover themselves for injury in the season, perhaps. Don't really get that idea. But a lot of people come up with this theory when you look at everything. The Tyron Smith situation, that they never backed themselves up. The kicker situation, that they really didn't do much kicking practice. And we now come full circle to Brett Maher. That people are like saying, is this perhaps Jerry Jones?
Deception.
Jones?
Nation with the pig. Nation right with the pig. I don't know what Locke was looking at because he was right there in front of him. I don't know why Locke threw this ball. I mean, he threw it
because it's Drew Lock.
You might be onto something there, Mike. Breaking news. You might be onto something.
yeah, but like when you stack everything up, that's all together. You people are saying, is it perhaps that the Joneses is, this conspiratorial idea that they're just putting Mike McCarthy in a hot seat and he's going to be the fall guy for the year. So when it all goes wrong, they're like, it's Mike McCarthy. And then they go, by the way, Sean Payton.
Yeah. I mean, that was exactly my tweet yesterday. I was like, tell me you want to hire Sean Payton as a head coach without telling me you want to. I mean, this is everything, that you're kind of doing and whatnot is definitely doing that. And, and the backside of that, which is, frustrating is they'll hide in the course. They'll say, we're paying the quarterback and we got these guys we have to sign next year. And it's like, yeah, but look, you can go out here and make a move for a 1-year deal. This money rolls off. You have it right back to do what you need to do to help the team this season. And, those are the things. It's like we get what you have to get to and what you need to do. But you're selling us wolf tickets on how you can't go do anything else. And as I've said before, and the biggest point I've kind of stuck to since we've gotten to this point of, it was 23 million. I think it's like 22 and some change now. is very simply this: the last time the Cowboys left $20 million on the salary cap available going into a season was the last year Jason Garrett was head coach here.
Yeah.
So
it just it is ironic that once again me and you were thinking the same thing. If you put the tweet out, I was thinking it, and you just but like when you follow the trail of breadcrumbs from the end of April all the way through until now, you just follow everything. You're just like, none of this is making sense. I'm not sure if I completely buy it that the front office would debilitate the season just to rid themselves of a coach and make him a full. It's not good team or business management,
right?
But there has to be something. There has to be a disconnect between them and Mike McCarthy going on somewhere.
Well, damn sure should be about this offensive line. There's a disconnect somewhere with this because, and that's really the thing is because we just don't have even before the Smith injury, the Tyler Smith injury, it was just a puzzling situation. Like, what are we doing with the left guard? Is it Tyler Smith? Is it McGovern? Okay, what's going on at the center? Like, it's been a mess the entire time. Now it's just worse because of what happened with Tyron Smith, and it's like, okay, well, is it? Because I was Joe Philbin, and we talked about this a little earlier. I'm like, well, I came out after the Broncos joint press. I'm like, firing. That's where we're at. But I don't let Mike McCarthy off the hook here either because, hey, look, you should get your boy in line. That's your friend. I understand, but you need to fix this up. And then maybe it's above both of them, right? Maybe Steven's like, hey, this is the plan. Don't worry about it. And if something happens, we're just going to throw Tyler out there. But if they knew that was the plan, then why is the coaching staff, are you not getting him ready for the possibility of not if but when you're going to play some games at left tackle?
Yeah,
those are the things, the disconnects that we're consistently seeing here. That's very frustrating, and we're like, okay, there's something aloof. That we're not isn't connected to dots for us here. Yeah,
and that's and when you go into it and you start digging deep like in that's what suddenly gives you the underlying scores of this conspiracy of what it is they're doing, because then all of a sudden you go, ooh, yeah, good point. And then somebody else will rack something else up. Like we was looking at before that Philbin, you're talking about him. He only ever has 1 year contracts in the NFL. He has 1 year with the team, and then they move on from him. Do you know the only time that he hasn't?
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it just adds more to the conspiracy, and you just kind of like, it's
It is. I know. I think collectively, Cowboys Nation was you just then. Greer taking a shot at the end zone. I mean, come on, old flag. Maybe we can get that flag on my guy. No, tragic. But I don't know. It's also too, like, as we're talking about that in what's happening, like, it just can't get any better. And I use this tweet a lot. I put as the star turns, because like you have the injury less than 24 hours that first take's going to be at the Star in Frisco. I'm like, you can't make this up. Like, this kind of stuff that happens. You can't write a better script for how they like things to be when it comes to that kind of attention. And, and you saw the pageantry, that how everybody was out there and cheering and booing and all those things. Will Grier getting loose with the legs here, getting the first down, and I'm like, that's why it doesn't matter, because all this is going to continuously move forward. And however they run the team, you just see it. And even on top of that, here we are, we're live streaming. We're talking about a Cowboys game right now. We're part of the collective problem to a certain extent because it's going to generate, and they know that. So, sure. And the other thing, too, that nobody talks about is the Joneses are Teflon. Oh, they don't care.
Oh, no, yeah.
They'll take all the slugs. Comes with the check. They don't care. And that's the crazy part about it, too. Oh, Davis. Oh, God, couldn't get that arm out there for the – boy, Davis going to make it hard for them boys to cut him. They're going to make it hard for him.
I think it was you I was talking to about this as well, that like going to a Cowboys game now just seems to be the thing people do on a Sunday. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And that all that is doing is enabling Jerry Jones and the rest of them in the front office. Because I don't think it's a bad front office. I just wonder if there's just enough pressure on them to make tough decisions and just go out there and do what is necessary.
I mean, look, as they're showing the shot here of the color commentary, and you look at the seats, it's a preseason game, and it's packed.
Yeah.
And, the other side, too, is, people talk about, well, boycott the games or go to the games. It won't matter. The other teams, people show up there because of the same in what they built. And it doesn't matter what color jerseys in there. It's still green money. It's still going to clear, So, that's just kind of how those things work. To me, it's just one of two things. And this is kind of the narrative that I've come to. Either they're very stubborn. They want to win their way. And they still think at times it's how they did it in the 90s, and they want to win their way.
And they tried to do that in the Garrett era.
Right.
Yeah.
Or number two, it's they're really bad at roster building and management. It's one or the other. Could it be a mix of both? Maybe.
I was going to say a mix of both.
It could be a mix of both. I think, look, I don't think that Stephen Jones or Jerry Jones really believes that this is a bad team. And I'm not saying that it is a bad team, right? I'm not saying
I agree.
But I'm saying, but their level of good team versus what we kind of say the level of good team they are, I think is different. I don't think they're out here trying to sell us popcorn. We're like, well, the offensive players just have to step up. They believe in the offensive talent here of stepping up, right? And that's just really the weird thing. Oh, grid rolling out. Simi Fioku, second touchdown of preseason. Bang. And look at the Cowboys. They got their cups. They're excited. Preseason. And Jerry and Steven like, the check just cleared. Piano. It's again, it's just one of I do believe they definitely want to win their way, and they're very hard-headed in that realm. They're very hard-headed in that realm.
Definitely. Yeah.
Because I've had arguments with people before. I was like, well, they just don't care about winning. I said, no. I absolutely believe they care about winning. I've never once didn't think they care about winning, but they want to win their way.
Beat the bully.
That's good. Right.
Yeah.
Big facts. And that's just, you would think at a certain point, and here's where the stubbornness comes into play. It just hasn't been good enough for now 26, 27 years, right? It just hasn't been good enough. And they've had moments and they've tasted it a little bit, but you're not getting into the back-to-back, consistent years of being well. And I think that's just really the biggest issue as we're talking here on the cusp of 2 weeks away from, week one. You had a team that went 12-5 last year.
Yeah.
Right. Won the division. You were also the same team, was the only team that lost a home playoff game in the wild card round. And instead of, galvanizing that team with the draft and maybe adding some pieces, you kind of stripped it down, especially offensively.
Yeah,
and
definitely
that's the frustrating part, right? That's the frustrating part right there, because you didn't have to. There was no reason for you to.
No.
But you were petty because someone did get a vaccination maybe.
Yeah.
And Collins and some of the things that he's been through,
weight and all
right.
the rest.
And so they were like, we're just done. But it's like, dude, if you're going to do that, then adequately replace it.
Yeah.
And Tolbert and James Washington wasn't adequate enough.
The whole thing, is confusing, especially when you talk about the Dallas Cowboys. It's always been the Dallas Cowboys have this high-powered offense, and they literally stripped it right back with no plan.
Yeah, very true. Yes.
Are
we going? Well, I see. Let's go out here with the pads on. We want to get some reps from him. A little left tackle action tonight.
A little bit of practice.
Like how Eddie says, "Welcome to Kenton, Simi."
All right, and here we go. I'm going to close with this question and leave you to it, and all your fellow followers there. Zeke, right? Zeke, in terms whether you want to do this on as fantasy points or total yards, where does he rank at the end of the season amongst running backs?
Yeah, and of course, all goes back to him staying healthy. But
of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's healthy last year, he would have had over 1,200 yards. Honestly, I really do. And I think that's kind of the same stretch here. I think he's going to have over 1,200 yards. The one thing about an offensive line that can't pass, the one thing that I believe about bad offensive lines is they can almost intercept it there by Bland. If anything else, you can go forward and block, right? And that's what you know, and they might lean on that really heavily early on, right?
Yeah.
So they have shown the propensity that they can run block. The one thing we've learned during preseason, that their run blocking skills are better than their pass pro skills. So
Definitely.
So we'll kind of lean on that. But yeah, I would say, and look, and people forget, he had 10 touchdowns last year as well. So I think he's in the 1,250 range. I think it's 10, 11 touchdowns again. I just that's kind of how I feel where he's going to be at this season.
Yeah, I mean, because bear in mind, Zeke's season last season was a tale of two halves. So, like, we was talking about, because we went back and checked, that before the Patriots game when he got injured, he was averaging, I think it was 5.6 yards per carry. That's fine. That's a top 10 running back worthy season. It just so happens he gets that. And I think after he has the knee injury, I think he went down to about 3 yards a carry.
Yeah.
So it's literally a tale of two halves.
It's very true. Yeah, it's very true. My guy Outlaw says Zeke will be a top 5 fantasy running back if he's healthy this year. And look, we can take it at face value, at least on first take. Jerry said we go as Zeke goes. So
that's true.
And back to their idea of how they want to go about winning football, perhaps, and maybe more so than ever this year, just with the fact of how this offensive line is currently constructed and the struggles that they're going through. And the one thing I have said a lot is they might have went down in a lot of areas. We talk about the offense. I think the tight end room is much improved from last year. I think, this tight end room is much improved. So we kind of know also, like, speaking of tale of two halves, whenever the Cowboys had the 12 personnel, man, things were humming. Once they got nicked up here and there at the tight end position, they couldn't get into the 12 personnel, is when you kind of saw some things going different here. But now with them, and this is what I think they're going to carry for, and they're here. It's McKeon, Hendershot, Ferguson, and my Xbox just turned off great because I was inactive, so I'm not going to see this play. Ferguson and of course Schultz. That to me, that is something very exciting. Hold me down for 1 second so I can turn my stream back on. Give me just a second.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah. Because I see, lucky I didn't go, and I'll hold the fort for you for a few minutes. Because you was talking, and I'll repeat this when you get your headphones back on, but I'll do this for your viewers. But when you think of how the tight end room finished last season, in terms of quality and depth, and how it starts this season, that's a huge jump from where they were to end with, and how they start this year. They're night and day. So quite interesting to see, and I think Hendershot will be the secret weapon this year, that guy who comes out. But yeah, I was just saying, I was agreeing with your statement with the tight end room, especially when you think how the tight end room finished last season, where that was at, and then where it starts this season. It's night and day.
Yeah, no, big facts. And once again, I just think that goes back to, them wanting to get to a certain package and what they did, and they understand as they were able to do that. This how the offense really went well. And that's when Kellen Moore was in his quote unquote bag as offensive play caller. What are you going to give us? You want to give us a run defense? All right, we're checking, we're passing. Oh, you want to give us pass defense? We're checking, we're running. And it just, it's weird because you're dictating, but you're not, right? You're letting the defense pick their poison. You're like, okay, cool. That's what you want to do. Well, then we're going to aggressively take the other side of what you're not trying to give us.
And because Kellen loves his 12 man. He loves his 12 man. And drafting Jake Ferguson just further entrenches that comment. But
here's another question before you get out. Let me give you a question.
Go on.
The one thing that we've talked about tremendously from things that were happening last year, with the idea of, hey, we're just going to spread the ball and deliver it, and not really go with our playmakers or whatnot. Do you think that changes this year? Do you think they're going to force feed Lamb finally, instead of this idea of, hey, whoever's open, man, this is, you know, this no face, whoever's open want to go? Or do you think they're actually going to kind of change and really go to Lamb more as being the guy, the number one, the weapon?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can't remember who I was with at the time, and I'm going to ad lib, unfortunately, the statistics, so I'm going to butcher them. It was Jay Tuck. It was Jay Tuck I was with. So you can ask him. We was just going through it. That CeeDee Lamb, it is no surprise that when you give him double-digit targets, you're getting, you're getting over 100 yards receiving and at least a touchdown. It is just this, and all, because of the way they were trying to spread the ball around and deciding what they were doing with the ball, because there's only one ball to go around.
Right.
When CeeDee Lamb does it's literally they're miles apart from each other, and you can literally go and look at it. That when he's on single digit for targets, it's like he's on this random 40-yard game, no touchdowns, a few first downs. It looks really comparatively different, but I think that they've obviously seen it, and
right.
I don't think it's going to be they're going to force feed him targets, but they're certainly going to make him the target hog, if you like. They're certainly going to drift that way for definite. Doesn't mean that the rest of the guys aren't going to get it, but Lamb is certainly going to get the lion's share of targets.
Yeah, fair. I hope so. The one thing I kind of talked about too is simply, I think this is the first time that Dak has his guy at wide receiver. Dez was really more Romo's guy, not his guy.
Correct.
Amari was kind of forced situation because of what happened. And I've always said, I think Amari Cooper definitely made Dak Prescott a better quarterback. Fact.
Very much.
But it wasn't just prototypically his guy. I think Lamb is his guy. And I think whenever you have your guy, I think you're going to tend to go to him more. Even, I'm not trying to say nothing about Aikman and Irvin, but I mean, Aikman had his guy in Irvin, right?
Yeah.
and they had their guys. So I think it is important, it's as we looked at like Aaron Rodgers' career and the different guys, and okay, well, this is his guy until, with somebody else, so on and so forth. So you look at quarterbacks who have their guy that they want to get the ball to, and you kind of see that, hey, when we're in a situation, I'm going to you regardless. And I just think we're going to see that evolution in this offense this year. At least I'm cross my fingers a little bit, but that's what I'm hoping for. I'm
totally
hoping for.
Yeah, history has shown you that when you get two guys that are their guys and they connect, that's it. You've got gold.
Right.
Like think of Brady with Gronk. There's another good example.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You get your guy. Once you find that, and you just don't want to let it go, and you keep it.
Right.
But I think Dak is going to have a good season because he's looking solid. We're way past the injury. That's in the rear view. And he's, because last year there was touch and go with the ankle whether he's going to be playing. Then he gets into practice and he gives himself the shoulder injury because he's practicing so much. Now he's had this full season recovery, a bit more confidence on that foot too. It's going to be solid. It's going to be a nice season.
Yeah. And basically what Mike and me are saying is, hey, get Lamb in fantasy football.
yeah.
And also go and get Dalton Schultz, because I think Dalton Schultz is a 1K guy this year, because he's your de facto number 2.
Yeah.
Right? He's your de facto number 2. So I think for sure he's definitely going to be there.
So you would take CeeDee Lamb in the first round?
Depends where I'm picking. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of depends on where I'm picking.
Okay.
I still
12-man league. 10.
Okay. And I'm picking where?
10.
Maybe. Maybe. I'm right.
That's the spot, isn't it? That's just the spot.
I couldn't rule it out for sure. Yeah, I mean, 10. I'm like, depending on how that ball forwards, there's definitely
the board.
I'm taking them. Yeah, for
because
sure.
you could, being 10th, you're quite close to the turn, so you could, get him coming back around. So like you say, depends how many receivers are flying out that board early.
Mhm.
But there we go, mate. I am going to leave you to it and leave them
All right, brother.
to all your fellow
Appreciate you
friends.
as always, Mike.
It was a
Appreciate you as always,
pleasure.
my guy.
I had to return the favor when you come over here and talk to us. And when we were talking to you, it was in the middle of a heat wave, so everything was boiling hot. We're all trying to stay cool, but over in America, you do it right. So you all got air conditioning put in your home.
That's right. Definitely. We can't live without it. We can't live. Man, there's nothing. Let some AC go out here, and guess what? Folks is going to hotel rooms. They're staying with family. None of that. And I tell you, the backside of that is, our summer started a lot earlier this year, at least for us over in East Texas. August here, towards the end of August, man, the other day it was only 78, 79. We had some 80s. Yeah, I'm like, oh, can we get an early fall? By all means, because we got honey roasted in July.
Because I think I've read in the news as well that there was some floods going on in Dallas.
Yeah, it dropped so much rain so quick.
Yeah.
So it definitely flooded up some
like on the dry, hard ground then.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, unfortunately. Some cars.
Everybody okay?
Everyone that I know for sure is okay. Obviously some people lost some cars. Because some of that stuff got buried up and everything. It's funny because everyone is told every time, like, hey, when it happens, don't try it. Like, they're like, I can probably get through it. It's like, no, just don't do it. But life, humans, the human condition, they tried anyways. And then we get to news reports, we see the video, like, oh no, the car's buried in water.
So everything always looks worse than what it does when you're watching it on the news. I'm seeing it, I'm like, Jesus. I'm phoning people, or not phoning, but sending messages, and everyone's saying, yeah, it's fine. And you're like, oh, all right, then it's not that as bad as I'm hearing, then perhaps.
Right. Big facts. But in case the people don't know, tell them where they can find you and all the great work that y'all do as well, my friend.
It's just, we're all over on UK Cowboys Fans. We've got the podcast as well, where we get guests like the great Nix. He comes and talks to us, guys from Dallas Cowboys media as well, and we try and get some players on every now and then.
That's the struggle in it, trying to get those daggone players.
Yeah. There's always somebody who you get everything finalized and you go, yes. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, such and such has said no. And you're like, great. So, yeah. You find it's a lot easier with ex players because there's less red tape. Yeah.
Big facts.
Yeah. So thank you very much, sir. And I will speak to you as we do offline, and we'll get you back on our show at some point.
Absolutely, brother. You already know. As I always tell y'all, hey, just drop it. I'll be there. Just let me know.
I know. Yeah.
Definitely.
Put the headphones on so fast you get a headphone burn.
There it is. At any time. Well, it's like my girl Aisha, because we was up late on the space last night. I ran the space. We were up pretty late, and I sent her the link and everything. She's like, I'm trying to function and stay awake right now. She goes, how are you even up? I'm like, I'm always functioning. I was like, I was up, went to work, came back. We got the stream going. I'm like, this is life. It's football season, baby.
That's it. Yeah. So and that's what preseason is in the UK. Is it's getting everybody accustomed to 2 time zones. So the UK and Central Time. But
Sam Darnold carted off in the last preseason game with a lower leg injury, apparently.
Who did?
Sam Darnold, the Panthers QB. So, of course, he's the backup. They named Baker Mayfield as a starter, but not good news there for Sam Darnold, though. So, just came across my timeline. Figured I'd drop that in there on y'all. But anyway, sir, let's see. So it's 8:52 here. So it's about 3 o'clock that time now, right? Is that where we're at?
Yeah, nearly 3.
Nearly
just
3 your time.
3. Yeah,
man,
that's it.
Look, as TC just said, Nick's is always up late anyway. He doesn't go to sleep.
I know. Can you remember the last time when you were on Spaces talking? And I thought, I'll jump in and talk. And you were like talking for about 7 hours.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot to say.
Yeah, here's the thing. Depending on the people around and rocking and we're talking it, man, I enjoy it. It's it's what moves me. Now look, not all of them go that long, but if the conditions hit the right way, that's why I said I have a tier. I have a tier of 6 hour, 7 hour club, 8 hour club, and then the 9+ hour club. So I have tiers of people that get the gold check mark depending on what hour club they have made it to with me. I mean, I think literally one time me and Jay Tuck, this was probably during like on the cusp of draft of 2021.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we had a show. We started like 6 p.m. and we almost went all the way to 6 a.m. I think we ended around 5:30 ish or something.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, and then of course during the draft, I mean, you're on anyways. Now y'all were the crazy 24-hour live stream last year.
I know,
but the draft before last year, y'all like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, 24 hours nonstop stream. I was like, even me, I was like, oh, that's a dangerous game. Let's see how this works.
I know, yeah, it was tough. Yeah. And like, when things are going wrong when you're doing a 24-hour show and the wife asks you, like during a break, if you're okay because you're jittering so much and shaking. You're like, it's just caffeine. Don't worry about me.
It's true. It's true. I mean, look, and of course, here's the other thing. We do a live stream every year. Unless we go to it, and it's like it's long. I mean, that first night and everything. Because even within the confines of that 24 hours, just in general, doing the drafts that in that realm that way. I mean, those 3 days you're going to be streaming if you're not wide open, minimum 20 to 25 hours. So
easy.
But it's fun. TC, man, stop dry stitching out here.
Do you know? And I said to Paul, I was like, do you know what's a really good? And I'm not going to give it away. I was like, do you know what's really, really good? What I think we should do for next year's draft, for the draft show. And he was like, don't say 24-hour show again. I was like, it's not a 24-hour show. And he's like, well, okay. I'm not doing a 48-hour show.
Yeah, you should. You're like, no, it's not 48.
No,
it's 3 days of the draft. It's 72. 72 hours.
Maybe we should go another 24 on top of that to cover the UDFA market.
Oh, you're onto something there, Mike.
What's that? 96 hours. Jesus. There. Yeah, I think 96 hours by the end. Yeah, there's going to be people going to hospital in there. I won't do that. Anyway, I will leave it to you, brother, and I will speak to you again soon. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the people who follow Pick Six and all the rest of it.
What's that, bud?
I said, I was just saying, thank you for having me on, and all the people who follow you at Pick Six.
Yeah, absolutely. You already know.
All right. I'll speak to you again, bro. All right.
All right, brother. Appreciate you as always, my friend.
Nice one.
Have a good morning.
Yeah, it is. And you. Have a great day.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
Bye now. Try me.
So I got Mike and the Yukies. The UK over there, UK Cowboys. Man, if y'all do not follow them on Twitter or you do not follow them on Facebook, man, they're a group of awesome guys. You might have caught Paul his compadre Paul. He actually does some stuff with Blogging the Boys. And here we are kicking off here in the second half. See how with the ball first. Cowboys down 13-10. So we'll see what happens here in the second half. But yeah, go follow my guys over there, UK Cowboys, man. Awesome dudes for sure. Resetting here. Boop, 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 boop. All right, cool. Drew Lock. Okay, we still got Drew Lock at quarterback here. My guy Harper's in. 50 at linebacker. Guy I kind of definitely wanted to see some action on. Oh, run off the right. Oh, big run here. Oh, big run. Don't like it. Of course, we're going to be probably at the very bottom of the roster here coming on pretty soon. Justin Sandberg says, I do like what I've seen from our. Hey, he's had to kick the ball a couple times. He's made his kicks. Your kicker, you got one job, right? And so far, so good. Mission accomplished. I would like to see him get a couple more kicks here in the second half, though. And particularly in like a 42, 43-yarder, somewhere in that range. And then you do some of that work there. Coming play action this time. On the edge, Drew. Okay. Harper chases him out of bounds. About a 2-yard gain. Of course, Maher's, maybe he's more money. 16-18 last year over there in New Orleans. Says he's a different kicker. We'll find out soon enough. So far, so good in today's game. On the back end of things, we've seen Will Greer. I guess I need to talk about Will Greer some because I've been pounding the table for him to be the backup. The lights were on and big for him today. It's not been great for him. He's had moments. He's shown what he can do, athletically, obviously with his leg. Another run here to the outside. Harper tearing him down, no gain to maybe half a yard. But, boy, some of these passes, man, a little late, a little behind at times. So not a great first half here. It'll be interesting to see how much work they're going to give him here in the second half and see if he can kind of clean that up after the half here. But not what I was hoping to see from Will Grier. Hoping to see a little bit better from him for sure. 3rd and 7 here. Opportunity for the Cowboys defense to get off the field. Show blitz. Step back. They are coming. Malik Jefferson. Oh, almost. Ridgeway almost. Oh, that's going to be a flag. Oh, Sam, what are you doing? Oh, did I throw the flag? Can't do that, Sam. You can't do that. So the run for the passer call Sam had in Denver, as I said before, I thought was felonious. This one, bonehead. You just, brother, you can't do it. Look, right here, boom, boom, boom. Ball's gone, and yeah. Just can't do it, man. Frankie Clayton says Dallas Cowboys are going to be in trouble this year going up against teams. Okay, I mean, I don't really know. I don't really know to go with that. They'll be in trouble. They'll have trouble positions going against teams in general. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, every NFL team has troubles going up against the team at times. But yeah. So automatic first down on the 30 now because of the play there from Sam Williams, kind of clearing up what's been a murking up a little bit. A good game that he's had thus far. About a 7-8 yard run here once again from DJ Dallas. And now it looks like Williams is going to the sideline. But either way, we've definitely seen flashes of him in preseason. Can't wait to see what Sam's going to bring in the regular season. And apparently he does like to touch up the quarterback. We got to chill on the roughing the passer penalties, though. He's had 2 this preseason. Ugh. 2nd and 3 here. Locks changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. Run to the other side. Yeah, buddy. I got that. So the Cowboys, who during this preseason have done fairly well against the run here in the 3rd quarter, giving up some chunk gains here on the ground. 2 guys here, Jefferson and Harper here at the linebacker position. Obviously the rookie versus a guy who's I guess Jefferson's 3-4 year veteran now. Interesting to see them in here in the second half. Got a feeling they both have done some things. Have they done enough to make the 53? It's going to be intriguing to see what they can do and where they land in the depth chart here. I kind of starting to let it play out some. I like Harper and what he's done this preseason, though. And at times, Malik Jefferson has done enough to me at times to show good veteran, depth for this team. But can they push a guy like Gifford off, right? We'll have to see what's going on. I got TC. What's up with the midday show? So, yeah, man, we got in case y'all haven't seen it on the channel, I actually dropped the video on there. We did get it shared out. Our girl Camber and Mass are going to be launching September 1st. We're doing the midday show. It's going to be 11:45 p.m. or 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time, 1 hour to 12:45. So we're getting that rolling, moving forward for the season. Getting a little bit more content here, moving for the channel, hitting y'all at multiple times. The Wednesday and Friday shows are still here, guys. That's not going anywhere. So you'll get the Pick 6 live show each and every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Central. And, of course, the Freestyle Friday at 9:30 p.m. Central. But we're just adding, to the menu. We got the midday show coming up. So like I said, starting September 1st. And we might have another show as well. We're working out the details on that. That's going to be happening. And those are going to be on Monday. So stay tuned. There is some more stuff coming. And if y'all haven't had a chance yet, hit over to the old Twitterverse. And you can see either on the Pick 6 Twitter account or my account, we got the sneak peek of the website that's going to be launching here fairly soon. We're ironing out the details on that we should have that up by week 1, and you'll be able to go everywhere for the hub of everything. We got guys doing written work, easy to click and find all of us anywhere in any content video wise that we're doing. We will be probably looking to maybe even add an actual legitimate, or I guess they're not legitimate, but a more old-fashioned style of podcast as well. So we got things cooking, man. We're going to be cooking a lot of stuff this year for sure. You know, I already knew TC. As soon as I said Canberra, you were definitely in there. 4th and 1, they do get the, or I mean 4th and 1, they do get the first down here. So we got a first and goal situation. That's all the questions they also have to answer on this offense. The defense must show that they can get the job done when it counts. And Frankie, that's very fair, man. You know, that's definitely a very fair assessment. Harper with a good, did he keep him out? Did he keep him out? Harper got the stop. But yeah, I mean, obviously starting with the offensive line, Clayton, we've talked about it today. You know, in general, there's just things for sure that they got to answer and see. There's just not as potent as they once were on offense, right? And touchdown for them up the middle. And why, you know, defense has got to walk through and step through that door. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. DC Carlos. You say that, but look, I knew for sure when I said Canberra, it was over. I knew that for sure. Says you should sell that voice, Snicks. Narrate on some stories and stuff. Sell biscuits. Sell biscuits when you're in the morning and nothing can do but a fresh, hot, buttery biscuit. I don't know. Maybe. Sell some biscuits. Oh, man. Extra points good. Seattle up 20-10. 20-10. Where's my water? They got me working solo dolo. My guy Spoon is out of the country on vacation. Who told him he could go anywhere? We do have Professor O. I think he's going to come in here somewhere towards the end of the game. We're going to talk a little 53-man roster after seeing everything, and you know, maybe some predictions out here. So we'll go a little longer. I know the last couple of weeks we've done, when we were doing the preseason games, we would kind of end it and then maybe go do Twitter space afterwards. I think tonight what we're going to end up doing is just run a little bit longer once the game is over and kind of sit here and talk about this 53-man roster. And, you know, maybe we're going to see offensive line-wise and maybe just kind of a little bit of a bow. Obviously, we'll talk a lot about it on Wednesday, but a little bit of a bow on this season as far as a training camp, preseason, and where this team is kind of currently sitting. You know, because typically we do the Freestyle Friday shows at 9:30 p.m. Central. But because there was a game, we're like, well, let's just live stream the game, and then we'll do a little extra on top after the game ends. And I want to go hashtag TC. I'm out here selling biscuits. I'm selling biscuits. Whatever it takes. Man, that's the big one, Sandberg, about the 4 running backs. You know, and me and my guy was just talking before, you know, right as the kickoff was coming, and it's like, man, look, it's going to be, we're just going to find some answers here in this preseason game, because sometimes it's not about the guys that are getting opportunity to play, it's the lack of reps to kind of let you know something. And the fact that Rico Dowdle didn't play any tonight, to me, signals that he's probably on this roster. Kind of signals that to me. But man, you know, I started the outset of this training camp that Davis had a big opportunity. He would come in here and he would lead us in rushing in preseason because of how the reps are going to go. But he's surprised. I was excited to see him. I think he's beat the expectation I had for him in the kind of style of running and what he does. So yeah, man, it's the big conundrum here of keeping a 4th is if they keep 3 wide receivers, and of course now that Gallup's not going to the PUP list, are they going to go long at wide receiver? Are they going to go 6 active with him being the 7th? Are they going to go 5 active with Gallup being the 6th? So it's going to be a hard thing to do here with going 4 running back deep. Me personally, right now, I bet I would probably take Davis. TC, now you want me out here performing that. Now you want me to perform, try painting like Bob Ross. Is that what you want? These are just happy little mistakes. Don't worry about it. Let the brush flow. Get out of here, TC. Oh, man. But yeah. Look, once again, as me and my guy Mike was just talking, tough decisions have to be made that I don't want to have to do it. It's one of the things I don't get paid the big bucks there. So CeeDee Lamb on here with a nice little interview. It's not been a good game. He's had a good camp, and he's had good preseason games. Today has not been good for him at left guard. It just hasn't. A couple of penalties, give up a sack early on. Yeah, just not been a rough game for Isaac. Not enough cake for him today for sure. Play action here on first down. Greer across the middle. Boom. Who'd he hit there? Couldn't tell who the wide receiver was there that he hit. Yeah, great play. Play action helped slow it up a little bit, give him a little bit of time to deliver the rock there. Like I said, man, I'm hoping Greer comes out here in the second half. He's getting the reps and atones for some of these throws and things that went on in the first half with him. For sure. No, he doesn't look taller, Eddie. I think he's gained about 10 pounds, if you ask me. Greer back again. Letting it fly up the sideline. Batted away. It was going for Mr. Vasher. We have a Vasher sighting. Oh, TJ Vasher. Yeah, I mean, first half was very rough. But, like there was some good. There was a mixed bag. There was some good, but there was some bad. So hopefully he can clean it up here in the second half. One good play and one okay play. Little read option here. Oh, turn up then. Yeah, Champ, a lot of juice in those legs from the Harvard boy, for sure. Let's win this game. Preseason be damned. Yeah, I mean, I can get behind that. I don't really care. Like, as long as we win, I've always of the mindset, I just want to win one preseason game. I don't have to win them all. But I like to win one just to get on the board, get the juices flowing or whatnot. They were able to do that, last week. First time they've won a road preseason game in 10 years. August of 2012, last time they won one. So I'm like, okay, there it is. It always says, check Matt out. Easy, Steve. One play. Hold on. They're giving me too much CeeDee Lamb time. I need to see him the field time. Three wide sets. Boom. There he is. Smith, man. I kind of talked about him on the Wednesday show. Man, he's came out each and every week and made a play, right? Week one, as soon as Bidanuch came in, up the sideline, big strike to him. Last week, up the sideline once again, another big play from I think it was Greer that threw it. I think it was Greer. And then another not so catch here, worked the sideline, got the first down. Productive preseason for him, and some tape out here on the board for people. Boom. And they're big body on the slant here again for number 80. Hey, you're onto something there, TC. You are definitely onto something there. Also, too, not only that, like Greer's kind of letting it fly a little bit quicker and whatnot, probably not worried as much over there. Second and one here from, what's that, 11? Boom. And, he's in. Okay, Drummond. Drummond in there. Will Greer touchdown. Much better looking that round. But who was that left tackle? Oh, wait, is he? Oh, he was in, no? Oh, did he step out early? Oh, dadgummit. Oh, no. Holding. Hendershot. Ouchback. Well, crap. Not a fan of that. Do it again, Greer. Do it again. Tell you what, old 71 over there left tackle looks like a hoss, don't he? Oh, yeah. No bueno there. 3rd and 8 on deck. Let's see what we get here on this 3rd and 8. Oh, Greer. Oh, no, Greer. That's, yeah. Well. It's okay. Guess what? We get to see Brett Maher, and that's okay, too. Well, Let's Go is, a very large human being. I knew about the wingspan. I knew about it and everything. But dear God, I know some worry about the weight or whatever. That's a big human being over there at left tackle, man. And field goal is good. So Maher, 2 for 2 on the field goal, made an extra point. 100%. 100%. The D-ship, we're coming back. We're coming back. Yeah, maybe. Oh, man. Tell y'all what, I'm going to... Boom. Clipboard. Boom. Anybody wants to come on in and they can kick it for a little while. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for y'all. Boom. There you go. There's a link right there, guys. So if anybody wants to come in and chop it up for a little while here for the second half of this preseason game, feel free. You can do it from your phone or your laptop, whatever. It's easy peasy. Click the link, go over there, throw your name in, and go. Yes. Correct, King. Correct. The issue, right? The issue with him is not a lot of work, right? Whether we're talking about Oxnard or anything else because of the shoulder situation and the type of injury that he has with the shoulder. He's obviously playing right now, but they've already said any point in time it can pop out again. So it's a cautionary tale here with him. Give me just a second here. Oh. Do. right. And let me know if when it hits that link and it doesn't work, because I just had somebody else had hit me for the link and I sent the link and they said they're having problems with it. So FYI, if it does give me any issues, just let me know. Let's see here. I guess we'll copy link. Try that one more again. You said you better make all of them fair. Yeah, we got a little bit, right? We got a little bit of drumming, not a lot, but a little bit. 2 catches. Obviously possible touchdown got brought back on one of those catches because of the penalty, but a little bit. Defense out here, that went and where who blew that up? Number 90. Oh, second 11 here for Seattle. Oh, White, get out of here with that. They can't do it because the teams govern those, not the league. So there will be no anything. Oh, little draw action. Oh, get him down. 94 missed and then came back and got him though. Okay, Bronson, go right ahead, sir. One thing I never understood about the some of these, whatever you want to call them, suites, the ones that are sunk in the ground. I would never want to go to those. Why would I want to be sunk into the ground behind a sideline? I don't get it. Oh, get that. Bell. Come on, house it. Oh, let's go. Tip drill. Tip drill, baby. Tip drill. Dallas defense still out here just getting turnovers. Who knew? Oh, boom, came right there. Boom, right off the guy. And, man. Somewhere after you got that bad boy, too. Hey, Shift, the comeback is real. The rally caps are out. The comeback is real. Gotta go get 6 here. Let's go, Greer. We gotta get 6 here. Throw it up to Vasher. Oh, Davis, a little patient. Just not enough there. Okay, Isaac running up. I like that. I was just like, nah, let me get up in there and keep pushing. Give me the keep pushing. Nah, Cowboy 88. Wilson will still be here. He's just part of the scenario. That's also going to be an interesting thing because of the arrival of Izzy as well. Will they go 4 or 5? Will they go 4 or 5 at safety? Man, I really wish they'd just throw one up to Vasher, give him a chance. Go get it then, Greer. Don't get killed, Greer. Jesus. Protect your neck. Protect your neck. Big 3rd and 4 right here. Greer, we need to get this in there, man. Needs to happen. Oh, where you going? Oh! If that stands, once again, Smith, I talked about him earlier, putting out a lot of great tape for a big body guy. Let's see. Look at that throw. Oh. Toe drag swag. I mean, the great part about here, what he did was broke his route, got his eyes on the quarterback, worked his way back across the field into the vision of the quarterback, and then made just a phenomenal catch here, man. So I'm just a lot of great stuff within that play from Smith, man. Trying to make things hard for the Cowboys. Man. Definitely. Smith, I mean, once again, Coach Cowboy, every week, every preseason game, he's making plays.
Yeah, he is, man. Man, did you? I'm still on that interception by Bell, man. That jump's crazy.
Oh yeah, that ball popped off the wide receiver super high.
Man, he got them.
Yeah, Drew Lock put some sauce on that one. All right, Maher, make the extra point now. How about that? Okay.
He been pretty good. You know, he been on it today.
He better not miss one, dadgum, is where I'm at. You better not miss one.
He shouldn't.
Tyler.
What is good, my man?
Man, you came in right on time. I got Smith out here making these plays I've been talking about for the past week and a half.
Yeah.
Every week, man, this guy, he was here last year and then came into this season, put in some work, big body guy. And, now he's got 2 plays over 20 yards, 25 yards, maybe even. On top of a great toe drag swag touchdown there, giving the Cowboys some things to think about their wide receiver possibly here after the 3rd preseason game. Look at this. We got, King Slayer in here talking about this. Says Brandon Smith over Simi. Oh, no. Prisoner of the moment, baby. I don't know there, King Slayer.
Oh, having a solid count, period, man.
Also, I mean, I guess we need to talk about the large human being playing left tackle currently right now. Let's go. Much better than Ball at left tackle so far. Here's the thing, though. I ain't trying to be funny, but maybe I am. I think I would play left tackle right now at 44 better than Ball. I'm joking. I definitely couldn't. I would die after one play.
Man, he's just getting pushed all over the place, man.
And here's the thing, and it just goes back to this. Look, you can survive with Ball at right tackle. I've seen enough things throughout this training camp and everything at right tackle. It's funny because somebody earlier was talking about Colombo. He's kind of Colombo-esque. Right tackle, he'll maul you, he'll run block for you, he'll hold up enough in pass pro at right tackle, but left tackle, same thing with Steele. Steele's terrible at left tackle too. He's serviceable and fine over here at right tackle. But boy, the left tackle position, man.
Man, that's the blind spot, man. That's the most important spot right there.
Yeah.
That boy said little sweet Turpin. Oh no, TZ said, Matt, well, let's go. Yeah. But here's the problem. It's great, right? So last preseason game, he's basically missed all the training camp and preseason. He's out here putting some work together. But the shoulder spot is the issue, man. Because once again, at any point in time, it can pop right back out.
That's one of my concerns, man. Like, I'm still confused on how we're gonna fix this offensive line. I had false hopes last night when the whole Andrew Whitworth got going on. I said, man, don't play with me, man. I'm too raw into this, man. Like, give me a break to just marinate on this. And then this morning I woke up and I was like, yeah, I knew it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the biggest thing is obviously he's still underneath contract.
Yeah, I thought about that
with them. Yeah, he's under contract, and TC, it's a little bit more than just popping it back in, sir. Easy. Oh, yeah. That's a little bit more than just popping it back in. It's just I said, well, only the Cowboys out here begging for a 40-year-old left tackle to come out of retirement and play for us.
Hey, he played pretty darn good last year.
Yeah, no, I mean it's true. I'm just like it's just the prototypical cowboy thing, right? Dear Lord,
yeah.
you know, I was like, why would this guy's got the gig? He's with Amazon? I think is the gig he has,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he just won the Super Bowl finally. I'm like, do you think this man's look? Let's say the Rams are like, cool, if you want to go do it, like. Bro, there's no way. Like, right? There's no way he would want to come to Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Right, you rode off into the sunset. There's no reason to do it.
Exactly. But I'm like, why even bring it up? Like the way the interview was, it was like it was scripted for him to say that. You know,
he's not because it's Amazon, it's new, and you got to drive visibility.
Yeah,
and that's what they did. They drove visibility.
They used the Cowboys' name.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Somebody getting up slow.
Was that Was that Isaac Taylor Stewart there?
Shoot.
I couldn't. I saw him down, but it kind of cut away real quick.
Pete Carroll over here looking like he pissed off about something. I'm trying to see if this is one of his players.
Oh, Pete.
Nah, man.
Oh, commercial.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Pete walking up and down. But yeah. Will Greer, by the way. Excuse me. Will Greer, by the way. Funny, like first half. He had some okay moments, but boy, he missed some throws, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there was some late passes, some bad trajectory. Obviously, it's some issues. Now, as we saw the switch at left tackle, though, we've seen a much different Will Greer here in the second half. So, hopefully he gets to finish out this game and continue to put some of these good reps here together. I'm hoping if they're going to keep 3, he'll be the third. So it'll be interesting. My guy Joseph saying Isaiah Wynn trade could happen. I'm sure, but there's also that the Raiders are supposedly in contact with them about that currently because they're about to release Leatherwood. So there's a whole nother set of things going on there. So I don't know. Like, I think realistically, and I'll spin it to y'all and see what y'all think. I think realistically, the Cowboys are not going to add. I don't think they're going to add anyone until after the cuts. Is where I'm at. And I think once the cuts kind of come and go, I think then at that point they'll look at the late unless there's some kind of trade that falls in their left that they can't live without, maybe. But that's just kind of where I'm at. We're just today's the 26th. We're basically less than we're about 72 hours away from the final cuts. And I think once that happens, I think you'll see the Cowboys make a move if they so choose to.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard Michael Gilkin was talking about that earlier, and I was like, that makes sense. But I ain't gonna hold my breath on too much with these guys.
Well, Leatherwood was playing right tackle, if I'm not mistaken, out there for the Raiders.
Yeah, full string now.
Yeah, and I don't know. Leatherwood might be a better guard than tackle, but he looks to be someone that's going to be on the market or via trade for very low capital. Oh, okay. I'm going to say this to make myself feel better. Josh Ball hasn't looked too bad. At right tackle, yeah.
2020.
But it hasn't been completely horrible, but it's not been good enough at left tackle. And you got to think, and we're looking at him playing against guys that are not going to be. Look, this isn't Barrett that he's going to go up against Tampa, right?
Right.
I mean, that's kind of the big thing about it is these are a lot of these guys he's blocking against are backups, and we're seeing we're seeing the struggle. Shift, I hear you on Tunzel, but man, they'd have to eat a ton. The Texans have to eat a ton of cap over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
34. I think it's 34 million this year.
Million.
Yeah. Not that they could. I mean, technically they could. But I mean, the compensation would have to be so extraordinary for them to eat that kind of money to dump that player. So I just don't think that's going to be in the realm of possibility for Tunzel, unfortunately. And Outlaw said I'd give a 4th and a 6th for Isaiah Wynn. Now the only caveat with Wynn, and look, I'm kind of on that because he is a left tackle, is that he's had some injury concerns too, for what it's worth. But we're at the point now of the old saying.
Tyron Smith.
Look, beggars can't be choosy. it's kind of where we've gotten to. Wow, he was open. Was he in bounds? Mouser's. Come on, defense. Now we done got back in this thing. Don't let them just go down the field on us now. Let's get there.
I mean, that's from what I'm seeing tonight. The defense is that's my hope right there. You know what I'm saying? Like most of these guys, like
Right.
rotation guys. You know?
I mean, Eddie. Here's the thing. They like Davis Mills though at quarterback. Why would they want to get rid of his blind side? I just don't. To me, I just don't see that. I mean, look, sure. I guess if the Cowboys called him and say, "Hey, we'll give you 2 firsts," sure. I'm sure they probably do it. But anything short of 2 firsts, I don't think Tunsil's getting moved. That's just kind of where I think it lands at right now. What do you think? Can you get Tunsil for anything less? Would you do a first? Do you think you get him for a first and a third next year?
No, because I'm trying to think. What did they pay for him?
I'd have to look up. They gave up a haul.
They gave up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, running to the edge here. Come on.
So they're going to try to recoup and then some. So
right. And my God, TC said he'd give up, speaking of first and a third. I just don't think the first and third would move him. I think they would want something over the next 2 drafts. It's kind of where I'm at. That's why I said maybe it's the 2 first lane. But again, here's the other thing too. The Cowboys ain't going to spend that kind of capital anyways to go get that kind of guy. We already know. The hell, my boy Ridgeway, bring it back. That's right. At best, like if they can go secure, let's say win for a 5th or a 4th round pick. Sure, I think the Cowboys would be interested in doing something like that, and they would probably have to rework his contract so they wouldn't take the whole $10.9 million hit. I know there was some word. There's a guy out there in Jacksonville that they like. Supposedly, I didn't get a chance to read all the ins and outs on it, but I kind of got a little glimpse of that before I jumped on the live. So I mean, apparently they have been doing their due diligence already with the offensive line. So our tackle position, boy, they did just run it the same way, huh, guys? Thank you, Wright, for finally getting him 1st and 20. And did he get the full first? Boy, that's disheartening, ain't it? 1st and 20, and they run the ball and get a first down. Oh, well, I'm sorry. He got 16 yards. Excuse me. He got 16. So, yeah, 2nd and 4.
Yeah, they did the same play. I'm just seeing it.
I've heard 0 of that. So I'll spin the block here, Coles or Tyler. Have you heard anything about them shopping Gallimore?
I never heard that.
Neither one.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, Cowboy, if you got a link, hey, can you link that in the comment section? If you can pull up where you heard that at, link it in there so we can kind of check it out, man. That'd be great. Hey, my God, Dom's in the building. What's going on, Dom? How's everything going, brother?
Now, if he said he was shopping around Tristan Hill, maybe, but I wouldn't. I still wouldn't.
Yeah, I'd find, man, I would be surprised if they would move Gallimore. But the one thing I would say, like I said, I haven't heard anything. They've played him a lot this preseason, Gallimore, and they played him a lot, like into like the second halves even.
Yeah,
and I'm like, why is Gallimore playing so damn much? What is going on? I mean, he's definitely played more than Osa, which is interesting.
Yeah, I really haven't seen much of him.
Right. So, I mean, that part of it is very interesting. But like I said, I haven't heard anything on that. But yeah, Mr. Cowboys 80, if you got a link on that, man, drop that link on in there. Yeah, I'd like to take a look at it at least. Stay in the know.
Yeah.
Well, guys, with Izzy getting another interception, are we carrying 5 safeties? Is that where we're at?
I'll tell you what, man, they're going to have a hard time in the safety room, like deciding which safety to get rid of. Because, man, I mean, all of them are competitive, man. I haven't seen really too much of a drop-off from any of them. All of them had a good preseason.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so the starters, Hooker, Curse, they're safe. Then you pivot that into Wilson, right, who's been here, and then you go into Bell, the undrafted guy, right? Now you got Izzy, and Cole's had moments. Cole's had moments, but yeah, we were talking about a little bit earlier, and man, this is about the best you can probably feel about this safety room in over a decade. Honestly, with the depth and everything that you have there. And I'm like, man, if they carry 4, Who's the 4? We know the look. I think. Well, do you think they would keep Izzy over?
I think they'll
they're
let
both
Wilson.
there. You think they'll cut Wilson?
They probably might let Wilson go.
I don't think they would. See, and that's where it gets interesting because I think Bell's here. There's no way. I don't. Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's no way that if they were to release Bell, that he would clear waivers. Like I'm full on that.
Somebody gonna get him.
Yeah. So I mean, he's here, right? He's going to be on the squad. Hooker, Curse. I think they're going 5.
Yeah, you could also play Izzy as like a nickel corner too. That's where you could slot him in.
Right.
Yep.
I really do. I really feel like it's going to be 5.
Yep.
So if we keep 5, then where that's going to narrow it down? Like, are we going to, as far as
I got you. I know. I think what you do is you're going to dump CJ Goodwin as the cornerback space holder and actually have a real cornerback there. I think that's what it boils down to.
I'll be forgetting about him.
Mm-hmm.
Only because he's a special teams guy. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you put right there.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is. Exactly what they probably gonna have to do.
Let me jump here into the chat here real quick. Any opinions on let's go tonight? Tyler, any opinions on he hasn't played like a whole quarter yet or nothing, but he's definitely had some reps. He looks, I guess fairly good. Have you seen what have you seen from you that you think so far?
To be honest with you,
Story Jackson.
I turned on this game late because I was doing some other stuff, but I seen other chats saying that he was playing decent. I know if he is playing decent, that our good friend Joseph Massey has a semi right now. So
fair. What do you think, Coach Cowboy? Let's go. He's got to do here in the third quarter at left tackle.
I mean, he's been pretty solid, man. But we haven't seen much of him. We haven't had a chance to see him, struggle. See how he can come back from struggling because he's been out the whole, most of the whole preseason. I mean, all preseason. So.
Right.
Oh, Sam Williams almost.
Oh, that's a whole Sam. Oh,
almost got there.
Oh, and he dropped it. Yeah, Sam. Once again, walked a tackle back into a quarterback for a sack earlier today. And he'd also got a roughing the passer call as well earlier. So gotta line that up. No foul, so third down here. My God, Eddie's. As far as let's go, we've seen it for 2 drives. They scored both drives. He looks solid, but I just don't know how much you can lean on him because of the shoulder situation. It could pop in and out any moment. So that's kind of where I'm at. He goes, Wilson, I think, is gone last year of his country. He doesn't really factor into the comp pick projection. Third and 11 because the Cowboys going to stop here to hold him to 3.
Yep.
Oh. And they're short. They could go for it.
Yeah.
So was I didn't see it. Has Seattle been playing their third string defense?
I think they are down to first. They
down to the third.
They're down to the third.
Yeah, they played a lot. They did play a lot of their starters early on for sure.
Okay.
And then they pivoted them out. But yeah, we're pretty much down to some of their bottom of the roster guys, and they are going to kick the field goal. Look at that.
And another thing, like I was flipping through the game earlier when I was doing some other stuff, and Ball just looks undersized. I mean, it could just because I'm so used to seeing some massive man at left tackle, but Ball looks severely undersized.
Yeah, I mean, that's something they kind of talked about even last year and when he did come into this year, which he did supposedly bulk up some. But yeah, I mean, like immediately seeing, well, let's go over there at left tackle. It's like, oh, there's a human being over there now, not him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was very noticeable for sure. Yeah, Dom saying, I wish we had one more game to see. Well, let's go. Fair. Yeah, I mean,
just to evaluate them a little bit more.
It very understand. Yeah, I mean, it's just, man, it's just scary of that shoulder, man. That's just kind of where I'm at. They definitely, to me, I'm seeing bring somebody else. Oh, excuse me. I definitely see him get somebody else in here. And that's not currently on the roster. And look, I'm not saying go out here and have a mega trade or nothing, but just adequate. As I talk about a lot, adequate NFL depth. The Cowboys currently don't have adequate NFL depth, in my opinion, at the tackle position. So whether that's Eric Fisher, whether that's swinging a deal for a win or whatever it is, when these guys are about to become available, I'm all here for it. They just need to add some adequate depth there. Again, we've kind of pounded the table about this a lot. Since the Barr signing, we just need that Barr signing for the offensive line is what we really need.
And we've been that all off season for Barr.
Right. And of course, and this is the guy I was talking about earlier from I saw a little bit of it from Jacksonville. I didn't catch all of it. Apparently the Cowboys are doing some due diligence, if you will, on Walker Little over there in Jacksonville. So we'll see. We'll see what comes to fruition there. Oh, dang, Dom said Isaiah Wynn looked like a ball in New England preseason game. Sheesh. Sheesh. Ouch back. I don't like that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, Dom. Look, I haven't watched any, so I mean, I'm not saying he didn't. I just don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, again, we kind of and Dom, you came here. We actually talked about Laramie Towns a little bit earlier. I mean, it would just take a king's ransom for what his contract is and how much money they have to eat and everything else. So unless you're giving up 2 first, it probably ain't going to happen. And I wouldn't give up 2 first personally.
I mean,
it's the whole thing making me regret the Lyle Collins deal now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it. They're not paying someone over $2 or $3 mil. I mean, that's the way they're rolling. He's rolling into the next season with close to 20 mil cap space after this season. So
yeah,
it's just the way he goes.
Yeah, Malcolm says, "What do you think about Kelvin Joseph with the concussion going into the 53-man roster cuts?" Probably just depends on severity. It's not that it's going to get him up off the roster, but now do they want to get cute, put him on the PUP list, and he can return, after 4 games? Do they want to play some shell games to maybe get an extra guy on the roster for a little bit? Perhaps. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that. Yeah. I mean, that's right, Dominic. I just think that's $34 million in dead cap space this year. Bid the Nucci. Nucci time. But Nucci man gang in the building. Let's go. Nucci man about to go win this game for us. But $34 million in dead cap space, plus you're not going to have the protection of Davis Mills, who they like as a young quarterback. Yeah, to me, I think you'd have to give up 2 first for them to consider. There we go. Him, I got pinned. Oh, he's going to run. Run that thing, Nooch. Let's go. Nooch about to light it up. Nooch like, hey, man, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm the 3rd-string quarterback on this team, not Will Greer. I mean, look at my man. Look, 11 to 18, 116 yards, a touchdown. Come on now.
Yeah, he's staying for the brand.
I hate the brand. I don't really hate it. It just ain't. I will say the one thing. He has looked much better this preseason than he has in years past. For what it's worth,
yes, he's gotten more confident.
Come on, say it's time. Nooch the Gooch. Let's go.
Let's see.
We need 6. It's winning time.
Well, let's go. I'm observing him a little bit more.
Yeah. And you can't miss him. That large 71.
Not at all.
Yeah, you can't miss him on the field. It's a large human being. Like his wingspan's like 7'2" or something like that. It's like ignorant, his wingspan.
Yeah. A lot better than what I was seeing earlier.
And now we got him down here down bottom. I can get a little even better look. No, drops. Boy, his feet are choppy though. Good catch right there from was that Tolbert? No, Vasher. Okay, good catch from Vasher. A little slant in traffic, some contact. I almost feel like that's like the first catch I've seen Vasher have this whole preseason. Is it? I'm trying to think. Is that Vasher's first catch this preseason? I can't remember. I'm trying to think. I've live streamed all the games, but I just went blank.
He fell off the grid so bad.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, was that his first game? I don't remember. All right. Now, I'll tell you what. Watch him. Well, let's go come out of his stance while he chops his feet is Oh, that was interesting there.
Oh, who's down? Can't see who's down. 60.
Isaac. Oh no. Oh no.
So what's the talk about McGovern or who trying at center?
Oh, McGovern. Yeah, McGovern came out and started at center tonight.
Yeah, I feel like that's
Yes,
politics.
You know what really pisses me off
High
about it?
school.
Well, here's what pisses me off about it. Well, he played some center at Penn State, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then last year, when they were going through everything with the center position, they had O'Connor Williams, who's never played center in college, playing center, but McGovern was getting no burns. And then this entire time of what they've been doing with him at left guard, this weird thing that we've talked about extenuatingly longer than we should have had to ever. Now we're like, you know what? Hey, play some center, guy. Meanwhile, y'all told us it's an open competition, and Farniak has not gotten his just due in the competition at center. No, let's go ahead and start. Let's start McGovern. I'm convinced McGovern has something on the coaching staff, blackmail. I don't know what it is. It makes no sense.
They're gonna get him in the game somehow.
This is the most maddening thing to me. This entire training camp in preseason is the handling of this offensive line. I ain't talking about what they've added to it, just the rotation, how they're doing it, how they're attacking it. I'm out on it. I don't like it at all. Me too, Outlaw Cowboy. Me too. I still man, I like Farniak a lot, man.
They did the same thing last preseason too, didn't they? Then they did it into the season after Dak's injury. They did it.
Man.
Leveling everybody around.
Yeah. I mean, I remember I was watching, right? I mean, during the season, man, they would rotate an offensive lineman during the game. I'm like,
yeah,
what tomfoolery is this?
And it all comes from coaching, man. We just need to really get rid of Joe Philbin.
Yep, you read my mind.
He is not a good offensive line coach. He's not.
Yeah, I tried to fire him on the Wednesday show after the Broncos joint practice. I tried. I put it out there in the atmosphere. I was like, I know Washington just fired their defensive line coach, and some people was out there clowning about 2 days ago. I'm like, I'm firing Philbin now. I'm not really the guy to come out and bang the table for firing guys. It's not how I like to talk or do content in general.
He's just not the man for the job.
But I was just like, man, look, we need to do this sooner than later because this is not coming together. And here we are, unfortunately. Happy to see Nation might get that interception tonight. So we got Nation, Izzy, and Bell.
Yep, Bell just got one.
Yeah, with INTs tonight.
Ball house. A lot of people saying, the Cowboys, they might not be able to depend on their turnovers. I beg to differ. I think the turnovers is going to still continue. Now we're not going to see, D's get 11.
Yeah,
but he probably might get 7. Shoot, that's all we need.
Right. Hit a shot. Hit a shot for the first down. The Hive. Nice. I know the Hive is definitely alive in here in this chat.
Nice.
I think hit a shot makes the team, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're taking 4. I think they're carrying all the 4 tight ends that are here. McKeon, Hinder, Ferg, and Schultz, of course. I think it's a done deal at that position. I feel so much better. I know because a lot we talk about how the roster is dropped, in a lot of places on offense. I think the tight room is, I don't want to say infinitely better than it was last year, but it's much better than that room was last year, which should pay really good dividends moving forward in this 12 personnel on what they like to get to, especially Kellen Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if anything, it's the most important room right now, given the fact of our receivers. We have to depend on the tight ends.
Yeah, and your tackles, because you're in 12 personnel that can help combo block and help you out there on the end there, and do some combo blocking on those ends for your left tackle.
Exactly.
Man, I tell you what, that was a hell of a rep there from Let's Go. I'll be honest with y'all. They kind of ran some action at him there, and he passed it off and did pretty good. That was a great rep for him right there. That was a nice rep from Let's Go.
Oh yeah, I see.
What was that?
It just came up for me.
Yeah, 2nd and 8.
He's holding his own, man.
I'm going to dial that up here in a little bit. 4:27. Let me put that down real quick because I'm going to forget. Let's see.
He just took on 2 guys. That's a good rep from him too.
I wish I
Yeah.
would have seen him more with the first team. You know.
Boom, got it. All right, got that down. Oh, big third. Oh, come on, Nuch's third. We got to hit that. Leave him on the field. Go for it. It's preseason. Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we want to see right here.
Oh, did the walk keep? Uh-oh. My hard time. How long is this damn field goal?
60. Left. Distance, but left.
He missed.
Yep.
Damn it, you ruined it for me. I want to go out for the ride. All right, cutting.
Laces are pointing the wrong way. That's on the holder.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, that thing is just knuckleballing.
He out here wearing coops now.
You're not wrong, Eddie. He does have 20 feet of arms to pass off, guys. My guy Mendoza, we got to remember let's go to he's playing injured. His pain tolerance got to be pretty high. No, I agree, but man, it's just that idea. At any point, I can just pop out.
One bull rush, one bad bull rush.
Yeah, just one, and that's it. You know, that's the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Maher set up like it was a chip shot with a short drop? I don't know. The man said, "You understand the power in his leg, Eddie? How about that?" Yeah. Man, I mean, it's here's the thing, right? They get through this game or whatever, they look at it. Sure, it's a bonus to have a Let's Go back in the rotation. Absolutely, it's a bonus, but it's not a big enough bonus to sit here and say like we don't need to add somebody or get some legitimate help there because, man, if we have to roll in there with Ball at left tackle,
good luck.
You know, I'm scared again. And we talked about this earlier with my guy from UK Cowboys fans. To me, the best 5 is this. Currently on the roster would be, I'm going to go left to right. So left tackle, Tyler Smith. Okay. Left guard, this is where I'm moving Martin from right guard to left guard. Now, I would like to maybe see a different center in front of you, but I know it's going to be Tyler Biadasz. So Biadasz at center. Right guard, McGovern, because we know McGovern is much better at right guard than left guard, and then still at right tackle. I understand we can't I don't know if we can't talk Martin into playing tackle. Martin doesn't want to do anything in tackle, and that's fine. But can I get you just to the left guard and help the rookie out of left tackle? And then I can throw the tight end on the other side of him, and we can figure some things out on that side. And now I'm getting the best out of McGovern at right guard, right? If we could just do that with how they're currently constituted before they add anybody, I'd feel a lot better.
Yeah, I agree.
But will Martin do it?
He's
probably not. I'm like, come on, Martin. You're still playing guard, fella.
He said, "Nah, man. He gonna stick with where he at."
I don't know. The draft class was pretty deep for tackles, so you would think they would have stocked up on more than just one. Throw your eggs in one basket,
right?
Especially the injury history that you have, and then knowing that you were going to just dump Collins. So it's stupid,
right? This is definitely this is their monster they created. Yeah. Like as soon as you cut Collins, you had all of free agency. You could have done something there. Then you got to the draft and you took a guy that you wanted to play guard because of Connor Williams got out of the building. And then you basically drafted in the 5th round Bledsoe and said, hey, we're not going to do a veteran swing tackle. We're good now. Look, if that was the plan, okay. Let's say, okay. I'll at least okay, that's your plan. Cool. But then as soon as you get to Oxnard, you have the shoulder situation. At that point is where I have a problem. Right? Because at that point, you're like, okay, your solution for swing tackle is hurt. It's what he's playing right now. But this young guy going from the program that he was at in college to the NFL, that's a huge jump, man. You know, it's just a huge jump. Sam Williams is a man. He is grown. He is a grown man. Dear God.
Yeah. And everybody keep on talking about they still talk about losing Randy Gregory. Man, come on, man.
Look, Forsyth is like, get this guy off of me. Like, that's his number one move. I take tackles and I tackle your people with your tackle. Whether it's quarterback, running back, it doesn't matter. I'm going to pick your tackle and tackle with it.
Oh,
no. No, don't give me that face, Tyler. Don't do it. No.
Made up for it.
Sam down the line there got out there and did it. How about this though? It's fourth quarter. I think we can sit Sam Williams now. I don't think we need him playing anymore. You know, let's go ahead and sit Sam Williams down. But yeah, once again, once Wesco had the injury though, to me, that's where they lost me because there was no real plan. Because you didn't give Tyler Smith the reps in practice at left tackle. Right, and you didn't go replace the guy that you said was going to be your swing tackle, and that's really where my upsetness comes from. Oh, you didn't catch it. Wah. All right, guys. So hold to a field goal. We got 6:20. Nucci go scores a touchdown and win the game. Why is he playing? Say I'm right there. That's what I just said. Yeah, I'm like, get Sam Williams out the game. I think we've seen enough. I think it's okay now. Oh man. Oh, but yeah, super excited for Sam Williams this season.
Alrighty,
and I guess he made it. And you want to block a kick? Maybe no. Yeah, no. Boop. All right, 26-20. Fair enough. That's it. Raiders 100. All right. Good luck this season. Good luck. Good luck this season. AFC team. Good for you. Hell of a division y'all are in. That's going to be a fun time for y'all over there. Here's the thing. I don't really care what you think because you're a Raiders fan. Guess what I don't do? I don't go to Raiders streams and talk about the Raiders because you're not in our division. So
we're not even rivals.
Good job, buddy. That's cool. Maybe you should be talking like, I don't know, Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers. Maybe you should go talk to some of those people. Don't even know why you're here. But thanks for the view. Thanks. Appreciate that. Oh man. It's always funny. I never when I tell people the Cowboys keep the lights on in the NFL, there's your proof positive right there. Random Raiders fan on Facebook saw the stream and had to come in here. Look, you said Raiders 100. That's cool. And then it was Cowboys ain't going nowhere. You're a Raiders fan. Why do you care about the Cowboys?
What has the Raiders done since?
It's preseason. This is August 26th, a preseason live stream in the fourth quarter. And you're like, oh, got to get in here and get it off. Cowboys ain't going nowhere, guys.
Well, what gives this is what bothers me. What gives him the right to even talk trash? What has the Raiders done?
Yeah.
Make fun of them and you mad, bro?
No, we just laughing at you.
So mad. Hey Chris, I don't know. They're funny like that.
I'll take a Broncos.
Do that, please. Appreciate the view though. I said I'm out here. Oh, hit a shot. Turn up, Hinder. Oh. Whoo. I think Hendershot has a little gangster in him. He might have a little gangster in him. Wow. He goes, I don't care about that helmet. Okay. Shades of Witten. No, I'm joking. You already know someone's going to say it, though.
Yeah, it probably come from like the Blogging the Boys count.
I'm trying to figure out why was that unnecessary roughness. It looked like a clean hit, though, in his chest. Did he hit him in the head?
I think he led at the crown of his helmet. Williams did.
Okay. I didn't get a chance.
This next replay, they show it.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. My man said, make fun them. Make fun them. Make fun them. It's my new slang. Make fun them. Oh. All right, Nucci, let's keep this thing rolling. We need 6. Look at Nucci out there slanging that pill, baby. It is Houston. Man, I tell you, I'm sorry. I like Nucci, y'all. I can't help it. We've come a long ways. We're seeing fruits of his labor right now. Here with 5 minutes left in preseason, he's slanging that thing.
Making James Madison proud.
Yeah.
Look at that. Bro.
There you go. Oh.
Okay.
That was nice, though. I liked it. I liked the movement there. I like the movement. Yeah, you already know the Nucci. Let's go. I got Montana. Let's go. Oh, look at with the Gucci belt. Okay, Hendershot has definitely got some gangster in him. I already know. Look at the white suit.
Yeah.
Tony Montana with the Gucci belt. I was already a fan. Now I'm a fan. Hendershot actually looks like a young win. Oh, good hit there on. Oh, another flag. Yeah. It's probably on you.
Let's see here.
Jeez, he's so happy about the hit.
Yep. It's going to be the same kind of hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yep, helmet to helmet.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. He was so happy, too. I'm like, bro, you just got a flag. What do you...
He said he hit it buzzing.
He's like, no, it was not a flag. You know what? We'll have to thank Salazar here in a second when the Cowboys scored a touchdown because he came in and the Cowboys got to cooking.
Raiders 100.
Yeah, Raiders 100. Yeah,
that helmet.
Make fun of them.
That Hendershot helmet clip is trending right now, man.
Of course. They're going to look. There's going to people talk about Witten and his helmet when it flew off and all that stuff. So yeah, you already know. That's why I said it immediately. I was like, oh, it's the Witten reincarnated.
The beat reporters are already talking about it, mentioning that. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. My boy Lindstrom. Let's go, Nooch. 2nd 11 here. We're in 4-down territory. Oh, turn up.
Oh.
Let's go. No. That wasn't no fumble. No. Touchdown. Tutty.
They need to go ahead and give it to him now.
Hey, let's go.
The Nooch.
Yeah, he's on
the Nooch.
He's on the team.
Hendershot's on the team. Yeah, man.
Well, that's Mike McCarthy. And Mike McCarthy making sure he stick around.
They're showing him right now, and you're gonna be like, yeah, he's still gangster. If you keep watching it, keep watching the feed.
Yeah.
He's making the rounds. Still going.
It's still going. And hey, look at we made the extra point even. Look at there. Look at that. The Hinder Hive is a well and live.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing against Hendershot, man. That dude.
Look at this. Whoop. Get upfield, break tackle. Whoop. Cut back. Let's go.
Hendershot said, I made this team, bro.
Let's go. Hendershot. Yeah. It's so crazy though if him and Ferg keep the damn 48 and 49 though.
That'd be nice.
If that's the number they keep. I'm kind of cool with the 48 just because we haven't seen it since Moose Johnson, so I'm kind of cool there.
Yeah.
I need him to try to do something besides that 49 though.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I couldn't remember where Hendershot played. I knew it was a Big Ten school.
Indiana.
It was Indiana. I just looked it up.
He just need to make sure he hold on to that ball when he breaks.
Yeah. Nucci man gang. Y'all know what it is. Nucci gang. Man, we're probably just going to run a little bit longer here. My guy, Professor, is going to be joining here shortly, and we're going to sit up and we're going to do, because typically we do the Freestyle Friday show at 9:30 p.m. Central tonight, but because of the game and whatnot, so we're probably going to run a little bit longer, talk some 53-man roster stuff as the preseason is concluding. I'll double check with him because I know that's what we talked about earlier and make sure if he's not coming through, then we can run a space. I will find out momentarily.
You guys flipping on week 0 tomorrow?
What's that?
You guys flipping on week 0 college football tomorrow?
I gotta take a little look. Got a little gander. Gotta take a little gander at it.
Northwestern Nebraska.
Yeah, some football that counts on the board, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they have 11 games tomorrow. That's the big one.
Man, I need to get that piece of that pizza. I'm a little hungry. And I'll find all that back in. And of course, my guy said, yes, sir, go Knowles. Mendoza's definitely side in there to watch. I got Davis in the building. All right, defense, we just need to stop now. Didn't need one stop. Can't even allow the field goal. Michael Gelkin, Cowboys tight end Peyton Hendershot is making this football team. Well, I said that already, but I mean, yeah, this was the cherry on top, if you was on the fence. Yeah, if you will. Come on, D. Let's get a. I don't like hearing Tucker go. Oh, that's what it said. Look at CJ Goodwin actually playing cornerback. It's so crazy to see, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll never see that during the regular season.
Shift. Who stays out of Ridgeway? Bell, Izzy, Houston, Fiocco, Hendershot, Davis, Dowdle. I don't think Houston's going to make it because of the situation with Michael Gallup not going to the PUP list. So I think Houston's out. I think Fiocco's in. I think Hendershot's in. I think Dowdle's in over Davis, although I would go with Davis personally, but I think they're going to try to get Davis to the practice squad. Bell's here. Izzy's here. It's either Ridgeway or Watkins because I think Big Bell's already solidified. Everyone that we've talked to, like Kyle Yeomans, Jesse Holley, they both told me that Ridgeway's on this same period. So I'm going to go with the guys from the .com that I've talked to and say that it's going to be Ridgeway that it is in. So on this list, I would have Houston and Davis out, and I think the rest make it. But personally, I think I would take Davis over Dowdle. But I just think, to me, again, I just think it's pretty big that they didn't play Dowdle at all tonight. I thought that's very, like I said, sometimes you learn stuff when they don't play certain guys in that final preseason game. Oh, 4th and 7, money time.
It's good to see him getting their hands up.
Very much so. Sorry, Jackson, another play. Did he get the block there on the ball? I didn't see.
Bryant.
Oh, Bryant. Okay, yeah. Oh. About to be 2-1 in preseason. Come on.
Texans, they 3-0.
Yeah, they ready. They're ready to roll. Oh, they're going to punt. Watch for the fake. Don't believe it. Ain't nobody faking the punt in preseason. Well, oh. Now all you got to do is kill the clock. Kill 2 minutes. A couple first downs should do it. Thought see Nucci crank it up a couple more times. Maybe hit Hendershot again, though. That'd be nice. Be a nice way to cap off preseason, wouldn't it?
Exactly. would be nice to see a Turpin return tonight.
Yeah, I knew before we got this
They
thing
ain't
kicked
gonna
off. I was like,
They not gonna
after
see
last week, like, no. We're putting that in bubble wrap.
Yeah.
Putting that in bubble wrap.
Don't want to give away all you pussy.
Little run here. Oh, Spinneroonie. Getting there. Boy, helmet's all over the place. Say with the Sheffield kid, though, he's got juice in his legs, man. I hope they bring him back to the practice squad.
Yeah.
I like to see him on the practice squad. I like what he brings to the table. Bum. Sorry. God. Just not a left tackle. Right tackle, you know, whatever. Left tackle ain't it. Get him off my screen. I don't want to see him no more.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just run this out.
Yeah. Definitely. 2 minute warning. They got 3 timeouts. Like I said, you get a first down, maybe 2. Just vanilla. Oh, that was interesting. Yeah, just pipe tobacco vanilla. That's all. Third and 4. We need that bootleg. We need that naked bootleg from the Nucci over there. Give him the run pass option. Go ahead and put it away. Just put it on away. Aaron Donald, some of those helmets too soon. Hey, man, I think the Raiders fans, the one that came here and did, he came in and was talking noise, and all of a sudden the Cowboys got loose. But, yeah, Schiff was definitely on the train earlier. Definitely on the train earlier. He probably put that rally cap on is what happened, Schiff. You probably got us rolling with that rally cap at the crib. Got it cracking. From 20 to 10 and ran back in it. How about that? Said, this is how you football. I don't care. Get this commercial out of here. Man, it's going to be bad now, though. Shoot, we got like two whole weeks before a game.
Yeah, it's gonna be torture.
The drought. The drought.
Yeah.
Ugh. You know, no, Joseph, because it's not regulated. Those joint practices are regulated by the teams, not the NFL. So the NFL cannot step in and do any type of suspension or anything. And you already know the Rams are about to go suspend him. So, yeah, there'll be no suspension for him because the NFL can't go suspend him. Crying in the car, Chris. That's where he's at. Crying in the car. Man.
Yeah, but you know, Aaron Donald, he always gets the fight in training camp. That's
Always.
ritual.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what gets him going. It's what gets him going. Why is my phone blowing up over here? It's so, man, I tell you, me and Professor O are joined at the hip. He just messaged me. He goes, Josh Ball pisses me off. Even when he's just standing there on the sideline, I cringe, and that was me. I was like, get him off my screen. It's so damn funny. Oh, shit.
He ain't it at all, man.
Oh, man. Right tackle's whatever, man. But left
Like
tackle.
if we didn't have so many holes on offensive line, he would even make it. He would even make the team.
Man, here's the thing, man. You say you want other discipline, but that's just how the CBA and everything's set up. The NFL can't. Their hands are literally tied on that kind of stuff. They have no jurisdiction on it whatsoever. It's strictly up to the teams.
Yep, and they wouldn't have known about it if nobody didn't record it.
Darnold got hurt tonight?
Yes, and they had to cart him off.
Yeah, I just seen it. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I just already got heard they had to cart him off is all I know. I haven't had a chance to see it. Look bad.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh.
I give you
Oh,
this.
cookies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course. Hey, don't this feel like hey, real quick, does it feel like last year? Oh, Cowboys, huge play, flag.
Like clockwork. Who'd they get?
Smith, the wide receiver, has had such a good game too. What'd you do, Smith? Yeah. It was at the point of the attack of the run. Yep, big play for Dallas. Always a flag. So let's do 3rd and 4 again. One more time. Let's go! Oh, Smith. So close. As soon as he hit his hands, oh, it's another play for Smith. Of the plays he's made this preseason. Got it. That guy couldn't even see. Oh.
He got his hand in there.
Yeah.
Just that little bobble.
Dadgummit. And
You see Sam Williams one more time. Try to save us the game here.
I don't understand why Sam Williams in the damn game. Anger. Damn. Well, minute 36 and 2 timeouts, and all he needs a field goal. That boy Eason. Well, defense, maybe go ahead and get that 4th interception. That 4th interception.
That'd be a good one to go ahead and close it out.
Be a good way to close the old preseason. A little pick 6 even maybe. Little pick 6.
Just run straight to the locker room now.
We've got a minute and 36 seconds left there, Chris. This is where we're at here. But they're not far away from field goal range.
Pete Carroll about to lose his mind.
And Sam Williams is not out there currently. Easton on the edge there. Oh, shot skis. No. Nothing there. Easton said, I'm here to make it rain. Flag.
I knew.
Holding the Oh God, I have PTSD, y'all. I swear I do. This feels way too familiar right now.
Wait till you see what they got him on. Ticky tack.
Yeah.
Oh.
David Teller, you're teasing me. Oh! Story go. Yeah, it wasn't a pick 6, but it was a turnover, damn it. Story Jackson. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will definitely wrap it up. Knock on wood. A man is excited. LVE running out there. It was dang white. That's it. Like it's a red coil cut, bruh.
What a terrible play by Ethan.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's. I mean, it was a bad snap, but yeah, he volleyballed it. Man, I wish Story Jackson would have housed that bad boy. That'd been great for him.
Good old Story Jackson, man. That was a nice play.
I mean, I understand what Easton's trying to do there, but like, if you just touch it with one hand and like push it forward, is that an incomplete pass then?
No, because he has to have possession, is what it is. He never had possession of it.
That
But,
was
if
a
you,
bad.
but yeah, I mean, early. Look, if he might have stepped the ball a little early, it was super high, and then boom, boom. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's true, Slim. You know, that's kind of one of the things I'll let off with tonight. The biggest thing for a lot of these guys simply is just get tape out there. You know, whether you're going to end up on the Dallas Cowboys or not, the biggest thing is get enough good tape out there where somebody picks you up and you continue to live the dream and, you know, play in the NFL and whatnot. You know, in some of these positions that we're deep at, we just understand the finality of it, that we're not going to see these guys moving forward. But I campaign for all of them. You know, definitely. You know, you want to see these guys go out and succeed and do well. Yeah, three picks and a fumble recovery there from Story Jackson, Chris. So we got 4 of them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, even practice squad players, they make a pretty penny.
Yeah, man.
So
For sure. I like Seattle here playing the long game though with burning these timeouts. It's interesting.
the Pete Carroll way.
The Pete Carroll way. Yeah, man. Big facts. Third and 6. Uh-oh. Oh, buddy got it from... Oh, we fought.
God, you hate to see it too.
Oh, man. Yeah, I knew that hurt because that guy got him on the backside. He had a lot of green in front of him, man. Oh, man. Watch right here. Look. My already lands on it. Oh, he was down. Hold up. Hey, we'll be getting that back.
Yeah, he's down.
He was down.
It just sucks that he's hurt.
Yeah, it sucks that he's hurt because right there when he comes down, yeah, it lands. Oh, then he kicked his own heel, but he's down though. Man, and here's the thing, boy, you hate that for that kid. I mean, showing, you know, here's the thing coming to him from coming out of Harvard, showed a lot of juice. Oh, wait. Yeah, Shepard, yeah. Just showed a lot of juice this offseason, right? And he's a type of back that you would like to, the teams would like to get on their roster. You know, and we just talked about a little bit earlier. I mean, I would love for him to be back on the practice squad here in Dallas.
I hope
The fabled high ankle sprain here.
So they get the clock gets to stop, so we use injury timeout.
Yep. Yeah, basically. So the clock doesn't get to run. You know, that kind of sucks, but yeah, definitely sucks for him, no doubt.
Yeah, he's
definitely
still
hate to see that. Oh, that's might be a little bit worse here than. Guess what the Cowboys can do, though? IR stash. Yep. They want to here. Champlin, running back from Harvard, rookie running back from Harvard, undrafted free agent.
He's not putting any pressure on that right foot.
Well, it was bad enough like the guy, you know, here's the thing, right? Because, I mean, the guy rolled on it, and then as he's in motion, he rolled on it, he kicks the back of his own foot in that foot. So, kind of a little bit of a double whammy, man. Lunatic, not yet. I haven't heard anything yet on that end, the severity-wise of it.
We going for a field goal here? Is this what we're doing?
Are we?
I just saw Danucci on the sideline.
I mean, punt? How about we punt? That'd be cool.
Yeah, we're punting.
Yeah, okay. It's like, let's just punt it. It's okay. We don't need to go out there and do that again.
You don't know, Maher might make that.
Well, he had a chance out there already, and he didn't. You feel me?
You know, he good with the long field goals, not the short.
Oh, he faked them both out.
Yeah, Simi had a chance too.
Yo, come on, Sammy. What are you doing? You're right behind him anyways. Find the ball. Find the ball. QB1. Look at him. I was trying to read Dex. He was talking about his ankle or whatever. Shan was trying to see what he was saying. But I can't read lips, so I couldn't catch it. It was a little jerky. Okay, defense. I thought the fumble was enough. One more time. Okay? How about one more time? Can you do it one more time? One more time. I forgot we can't do it one more time. And we did end it on a pick.
Wow.
I'll be dead gum.
They ready to go, man. They
I'll
just
be
ready.
dead. I'm like, can we
Everybody.
do it one more time? And I'll be just the very next play. Sure. Okay, officially, that'll end it right
Yeah.
there. Officially. I thought the fumble was wrong. But that will definitely end it. And not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 turnovers for the Cowboys defense here in the last preseason game.
That's a catchable ball too. Right.
Too much sauce on it. He said, I can't catch it. It was too much sauce on it. Hey, you know what? Shout out to him because, for that other angle, he had a lot of green. He might have could have housed it. I don't know. But there it is. Victory formation. Boom. 2-1 for the Cowboys. And 5 turnovers. 5 of them bad boys. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff on the turnover front. Just opportunistic and things of the ball. There was a couple of obviously like that one. There was a pass earlier, the one that Bell got right, went off of a receiver, paying attention, tip drill. So they're doing in there, mattering the work that they're doing with tip drills and stuff that they do at practice, coming through and paying off. So it was, good to see that. And, Cowboys 27-26, 2-1. And now it's on to Sunday Night Football at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah. And one more time, maybe quite possibly the last chance ever for the Cowboys organization to register a W against who most consider the GOAT, Tom Brady.
Man, we got to get it, man. It's our last chance.
It very well could be. Very well could be. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if they're able to get it done. I know for sure I will be in the building. My guy Jay Tuck's in the building. My guy Spoonie, Mary, amongst others, are definitely going to be in there. We're going to have a fantastic time if you are going to the game. Lot 10 is where we will be at. Make sure you come by, say hi. We'll definitely have a good time. And because it is the Freestyle Friday, we're not going anywhere yet. Typically, we wrap up here. We kind of pivot over to a space or whatnot. But the game is ended. Professor is going to be by here in just a few minutes. And, we'll talk a little 53-man roster. Some things happened. Every time we get a game going, in preseason, by the end of it, we get some answers. And I think we got some answers today. I think we got answers on Hendershot. Even though I believed he was going to be on this team already, I think he cemented it. I think we found some interesting – it's interesting where they're at with the tackle because of what we saw from Let's Go. How much can you trust that? What can you do? There's this running back core. Oh, they didn't play Rico tonight. Does that mean he's already here? They want to try to sneak him through and get him on waivers. What does it mean for Malik Davis? A lot of different things. A lot of different things here. But the conclusion here of preseason, and I'll spin the block on you two gentlemen here. I'll start with you, Tyler. Biggest takeaway this preseason about this Cowboys for you?
Well, it's obviously gonna be now it's gonna be the offensive line, how everything's gonna pan out, because there's still so many holes, still so many unknowns that we know absolutely nothing, and we have a game in 2 weeks. Yeah,
very true. Very true. Colts Cowboys, seeing how this thing's come together from Oxnard through the preseason games. Biggest takeaway from camp for you, this Cowboys in the 2022 training camp and preseason?
Yeah, I still got a big question mark on the wide receivers. That's a big thing for me, and of course the offensive line. We can't leave that out. Yeah.
Yeah, the offensive line, and again, and I kind of we talked about this a lot on the space last night. I'm glad it happened now.
Yeah.
Just for the simple fact of now versus say week 3 or 4 into the season, because at that point, your availability of options are very much dried up by then, and not that there's a bevy of options here for left tackle right now, as let's say there was before the draft or during the draft or anything else, but there are actual some viable options and moves that they can make currently because we haven't got to them in cut down. And things are happening. You're seeing some offensive linemen maybe on the trade block, right? Stuff of that ilk. So I'm happy. I'm not happy about the injury, but I'm happy that it happened before the season was rocking, because a month into the season, you're just not getting a lot of help, especially at left tackle. You're just not going to get a lot of help. Mm-hmm. So that's the biggest thing for me is that it happened now. But looking outside of that in this camp, from Oxnard to the joint practices through these 3 preseason games, is a lot of the Dallas Cowboys young talent, our younger players have a lot of talent, and then we're some of the guys we got to see. There's a lot of these young guys that we didn't get to see, and that's exciting for the depth to me in a lot of ways. And prototypically, a lot of this is defensively, obviously. We've talked about the safety room and how that looks now, how deep this defensive line is, and just so wildly to me to see how this team has switched from where they were last year, from offensive juggernaut and can the defense get there, to clear cut, man, this defense in year 2, Dan Quinn's going to have to carry us, and we got these question marks on offense in just one season, and seeing that come to fruition and how it happened to me is very, very mind-boggling, if you will. The backside to that is, we have 4, and as long as we got 4, especially when we talk about this division, this offense definitely has a chance. But, man, I just defensively at times, and remember, we just didn't see we didn't see Michael Parsons. We didn't see Diggs. Like, this is the defense that we saw during preseason, and the way that they are flying around and doing things is exciting about what these starters are on the field and where they're going to be at. I kind of feel like maybe this is going to be a top 10, maybe a top 5 defense in the league.
It'll be a defensive led team for sure.
Yeah, I think this might be a top 5 defensive team, because if they're able to get pressure, we're seeing what Sam Williams has been able to do. It's just very exciting in that realm. And boy, the Cowboys fans are going to get really comfortable with some 21-17 games and some 24-20 games, and maybe the occasional
make you sweat.
Yeah, the occasional 17-13 kind of game. Some of that you're just going to get a little accustomed to because of maybe how they're going to play this thing out, especially early until Gallup gets back. I think that's a big key there too. Is it's going to be a lot of really kind of maybe taking care of the ball, right? And leaning on the defense until they get Gallup back and maybe feel how they can open it up. But yeah, just the defense, man. I'm just wildly shocked from where we started from, say, preseason of 21 all the way through last year to where they are now is pretty wild. It's pretty wild ride in the transition this team has went through, I think. And maybe let's go. We can lean on. I can't do it. He had a good game. right? And too bad we don't have that 4th preseason game where we get another look at him and see, what he has. But that's kind of where I'm at. Steve White says Vasher out, Houston to the practice squad. Bruce got the toxic juice. Says Hendershot submitted himself on the team. Yeah, I believe that would definitely have to be it right there. My guy, Coach Cowboy. Time for you to set sail, my friend.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I got a busy morning, my guy.
10-4. Well, before you get out of here, man, let the people know where they can find you, man.
Oh yeah, y'all can find me at Coles Cowboys on Twitter and YouTube, man. Appreciate you having me on, my guy.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, don't be too busy tomorrow.
Hey, I'm be busy morning, but the rest of the day I'm chilling, man.
10-4.
Hey, for sure, man. Y'all be easy.
Yeah. Big, hold on. Now Matt sit me back. Okay.
Turn that off.
He said, turn that off. Let's see here. Let me get some of these other comments in here real quick. Biggest takeaway from I got a lunatic says, we got the best quarterback in the NFC East, but will it be enough? It's a great question. We're going to find out. And that's the rubber definitely meets the road in 2 weeks. Obviously, I think a lot of that's going to just depend on what they do here, Steve, coming up, Tyler, as they come up here, and how they solve this offensive line. I think this is going to go a long ways. There's things that they can do no matter who they want to put out there currently with the 12 personnel, combo blocking, chipping, doing certain things. But I think for the longevity goal and what we talk about teams that are serious about going out here and competing, right? I think it just has to get to the mindset that they need to add a solidified piece because Tyron's not walking through the door this year. And I think how they attack that is going to tell us everything to a certain extent of how we're going to feel about this team moving forward.
Yeah, I think the beginning of the season until we actually figure something out, you're going to see a lot of Dak playing sort of like Tom Brady does with the your quick release, your quick routes, because his internal clock's gonna be sped up, not knowing what's coming around his blind side all the time. So that's my opinion. What I think is going to happen. I think Kellen will draw up a lot of screens, slants, mesh routes, and that's what I think is going to happen.
10-4. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where it is. My guy TC says, Professor O is not going to let me hear the end of Hendershot. Yeah, he just said he's setting up. So you're probably going to hear a lot about Hendershot here in a second. Begins to tweet, Bland is what they want to kill Joseph. I mean, sure. And here's the thing when you call about Hendershot is lucky man has to play left tackle. And, here's the thing with Joseph is the talent's there, right? And that's kind of – it's just will he walk through the door? Can he walk through the door at some point? And, obviously Bland was probably a lot of people during the draft was like, when we took him, we're like, Bland? It was like, wait, hold on. Fresno State, we went corner. And, you fast forward, just a little while later, it's like, hey, if Jordan Lewis doesn't play, Bland's going to be number 3, right? I mean, it's just so crazy how these stories and how these things happen at times. Oh man, and yeah, I do think currently right now, if Lewis doesn't go week 1, I think Bland is going to be your number 3. I think he's over. I think at one point, right? I think it was they wanted Kelvin Joseph, but then Nation Wright was beating him, and then Bland was coming along, and I think that was kind of how training camp went. And then I think once we got into the preseason joint practices, I think Bland took the next step forward. So I kind of think it's Bland at 3 right now over Nation Wright if Jordan Lewis can't play. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree with that because you had Diggs, Brown,
right?
Yeah,
Lewis, Diggs, Brown, Lewis, and then behind them we're talking Nation, Kelvin, Bland. Right, I mean, at this point, you'd have to trust the rook, which is crazy because you're talking about a guy in last year's draft. You're talking about a second round and a third round pick in Nation and in Kelvin Joseph versus Bland, who was he wasn't 5th, was he 4th, right?
Yeah,
4th, 4. So they said to keep throwing them out there. They'll get them one eventually. They'll get him one eventually. And man, shout out to Bland and what he's done. Yeah, look at there. Bland was flying like a madman, and he's been that way from get. You know, Joseph says probably something similar to the 49ers offensive reason why to do the personnel. So, yeah. I have to ask this question as we're waiting here for O to get here. Did Nucci beat out Will Grier?
Yeah.
I mean, we go game for game.
Based on today, I would say yeah, but I think Grier played better last week, did he not?
You think? Man, Grier had moments, but Nucci had some moments. Nucci played well in the Denver game, but that's the game that Grier didn't play. See, people think I'm crazy, and maybe I'm just too old school. I like having 4 preseason games. I just do, because I think you just need time. It's a little bit more time with it. And man, I know they wanted the 17 games and all that good stuff, but I'm like, here's the thing. You could have still had 17 games and 4 preseason games. And this is why we're seeing so many of the joint practices, multiple joint practices now anyways. They've just kind of changed it from the 4th preseason game to usually you get like 1, during a training camp. Now you see teams do like 2 or 3. And that's just because they don't have the 4th game anymore. And they're doing those things, which is cool. I get it. It's a controlled setting, right? And you can get some work in there. And that's where you maybe, as Dallas has took it, that's where we work our ones at. In the preseason games, we're working everybody else. Yeah. So, but man, I really do miss for that particular moment of Grier missing a game and where Nucci just came and went. I would love that 4th preseason game. Oh, my fault, Chris. Yeah, follow me right here. As it says, your _guy_Knicks. That's my Twitter handle, man. You can follow me right over there, good sir. And our guy, Professor O, is in the building. How you 5 turnovers tonight?
Yeah, no, today was a good day. Remember that big deal I told you I was working on for work a couple days ago? Closed it today. It was a good Friday.
Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go. Light up the chat for my guy closing the deal. He's been hard at work all week with it. Due diligence paid off for you, sir.
It did.
The due diligence paid off.
It did. Yeah, it was a good day. Bad news tonight, though. There was a lot of injuries. A lot more than we've had in the other preseason games. So kind of have to see what happens there. Especially Shampkins at the end looked painful. So I don't know if it was a high ankle, Achilles, or what it was, but it looked painful. We had Isaac Taylor-Stewart injured. We had Isaac Alarcon got hurt. Kelvin Joseph got hurt. So a lot of injuries to keep up with tonight.
Yeah, Shampkin maybe turn into that good old IR stash real quick.
Yeah, but Hendershot though, can we talk? I'm sure you guys were already talking about him, but
yeah. Hold on. I've been waiting for this moment because there you go, right there for you from TC.
Yes, TC is officially part of the Hinder Hive now. He told me on Twitter. He said as soon as he saw him lose his helmet, a la Jason Witten, he was on board. And then not only that, the same drive, he was like, all right, I got a little bit of Jason Witten. Now I'm going to do a little bit of Blake Jarwin on the touchdown catch at the end. Broke a tackle, made a guy miss. So, yeah, he definitely made the team.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about it before. I thought he was already on the team. I think the Cowboys were going to carry 4. But if there was any wiggle room, I think he kind of, put the nail in it there. And he's definitely on this team. And it's funny because as soon as it happened, I said there's a Jason Witten moment. And as we're on here, Cole's Cowboy, who just got out of here, he was like, man, it's trending on Twitter right now. I said, of course, it's a tight end. A helmet came off. It's Witten all over again. You already know Cowboys Nation was going to eat that up and run with it to the moon and back. But while you're in here, sir, let's talk a little 53-man roster, shall we? Want to talk about 53-man roster?
Yeah,
because I think at times when you get to the final preseason game, it's not about who plays. Sometimes it's about who doesn't play. So I want to dive into the running back scenario here because we definitely talked about that last Wednesday. And we talked, is it going to be 4? Is it going to be 3? Is it going to be Davis? Is it going to be Rico? Rico didn't play tonight. To me, that means one of 2 things. Either he's already made the team or they don't want no more tape out there to try to slide him through and put him on the practice squad. Where do you land on that with him?
So my first gut instinct when I saw he was not playing tonight was he's running back 3. They just want to give Malik Davis an opportunity to show what he can do. But it could go either way though. Like what you brought up is an interesting point. It could be that they didn't want to put more film out there. But my gut is that the Cowboys like who they're familiar with. They like their guys. Rico's one of their guys. Like I think he's running back 3. I can't imagine they're going to keep 4 running backs. I know that that's been tossed out a few times. It feels like a waste of a roster spot because like a 4th tight end would actually play in your offense because you play 3 tight end formations when you're in jumbo or goal line situations frequently throughout the course of a season. Pretty much never do 3 running backs unless you're in a wishbone, which when we do that, we have offensive linemen out there anyways. So it's not like that's like a viable offensive set. And we know that Zeke's going to get such a heavy snap load anyways. And then you add Tony Pollard into it. I just don't see the value of having a 4th running back unless there's a specialty that they offer that the other guys don't. So maybe that's your blocking back, so it's a fullback. Or maybe that's your receiver, and the other 3 guys can't do that. It just kind of feels like running back 2, 3, and 4 are kind of redundant at that point because none of them really have – I guess Pollard does. But Rico and Davis don't really have a special trait that makes them stick out from each other. They both just look pretty good in camp. So I'd be okay losing either one, truthfully. I don't really care which one they keep, but I can't imagine they go 4 deep at running back.
Fair. Yeah. When I saw he didn't play and I was like, okay. And I saw Davis starting, to me, I was like, Rico's probably on this team. But then I was like, well, they might hold him out just because they're going to slide him through and give him to the practice squad. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what they do there. I don't think they're carrying 4 either. I think it's 3, especially when we talk about the Gallup situation, not on the pup. They might have to go long at wide receiver. And we kind of talked about that before. I'll ask our guy, Cryptic Ghost in the building. Sir, how many wide receivers is this team going to carry?
6.
6, including Gallup.
Yep.
So Gallup plus 5 more.
Yep.
All right. Who's your 5?
So we have CD, you got Gallup. I'm gonna say Simi, Tolber, Turpin, and let's go Houston.
So you left Noah Brown out.
You left Noah
Brown. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot about Noah Brown. Yeah, I always forget about him. So yeah, Noah Brown.
So Houston's gone.
Yeah, Houston's gone. Noah Brown. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. I think Houston's cut as well. I don't think Houston's going to make it. What do you think? Are you thinking 7? I know we talked about a little bit Wednesday. What do you think, man?
So I think Cryptic Ghost was actually onto something. Maybe not in. Maybe he did. I don't know. I think he was onto something when he had Noah not making the team. But I think that's just an original handshake thing. I do think Noah Brown's the perfect guy that you would have on the team to say, hey, we're going to release you. We'll bring you back in 24 hours. We just need the roster spot to put somebody on IR, like, say, Washington, if they want to go that route with him, or anybody else on the roster. I think Noah Brown is a Cowboy. He's loyal. They trust him and said, take a day off. We'll bring you back in tomorrow. I could see Houston making the team, potentially, if they have a roster spot that they want to use, because Noah Brown could be that guy that they cut and then bring back. So he may make the original 53. I still don't know what they're going to do about Gallup, because I know that Jerry Jones said he's not going to be on PUP. But then when they asked Mike McCarthy in the same day, Mike McCarthy made it a little bit more like, we're still going to have to see. Right now he's not going to make the PUP, but we want to see how the next week transpires and how his progression is. So we kind of got that mixed
shell
signal
game.
there. But
that was shell game. My God, Tyler, I know you got to get on up out of here, sir. Before you leave up out of here, appreciate you coming by. Let everybody know where they can find you.
You can just find me on Twitter at CrypticGhost2. Tomorrow, LP Cruz and I, SDQ Flight Crew, we got a college podcast dropping tomorrow morning.
Well, where's the college podcast at?
It's going to be at Stonehall Sports on YouTube.
Stonehall Sports YouTube.
Yep.
Hey, college football season is back, and my guys are back in the building with the college show. So make sure y'all go over there. Make sure y'all sub up and check them out. I've done content with both of these guys before. I watched their content. I don't think you'll be disappointed with them for sure. So make sure you go check them out. And you can follow him up there on Twitter and find all the good stuff there too. And if you don't follow LP, go follow him as well. I'm tuned in tomorrow. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what y'all got going for tomorrow, brother.
All right. See you guys. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Have a good one. So, Eddie, that's the guy just left. Cryptic Ghost, Twitter. Go over there and follow him. Brandon Smith is an interesting guy who's had a great preseason.
Yes.
You know, and he, camp we didn't hear a lot, but he's made big plays every single game. He's a guy who's been here since last year. Is there any way he pushes for a spot at wide receiver? He's got the big body, the toe drag swag. He's making big plays down the field. He's got 2 plays in preseason over 25 yards. Is there any way?
I don't think so, but somebody should grab him. I mean, he's got to be better than somebody's wide receiver 5 or 6 around the league. He's made a lot of plays, and he's known as being a blocking wide receiver. Like, he was kind of thought last year to be a possible guy that could push Noah Brown off the roster last year, this year, sometime in the near future. So he kind of has that Noah Brown-esque game to him. But as he's shown this year, he has the ability to make explosive plays. I mean, he's had 2 explosive receptions already. Almost came down with another great catch today. Had the toe drag, the toe tap. So he's looked really good. I hope he gets an opportunity. Out of all the undrafted free agents or second-year wide receivers we have, he's the one guy that I'm like, he may not actually clear waivers. The rest of them, like Vasher, aside from the one big play he made in camp, like I don't think there's any doubt that he would clear waivers. But Brandon Smith, he's played well enough in camp that somebody should give him an opportunity, but I think we could still get him back because that's one of those things. Fans always panic. Everybody we cut is going to be claimed by somebody else, and we hear it every single year.
Every year.
We put it on Twitter today, and people brought up, well, what about Damian Amendola? And I'm like, that was 2008.
Right.
And then somebody brought up Chavarius Ward, and I'm like, we traded him. He wasn't even cut.
Yeah,
so there's not a long list of these guys. So.
Exactly. That's why I nominated Davis. I nominated Malik Davis. The running back would be the guy to get cut that people's going to lose their mind. That'll end back up on the practice squad. I think Houston's going to make it back to the practice squad. The more I think about it, the more I've seen, I just don't think they're going to keep him. He's had a great camp. He's been okay in preseason. I just don't think he's going to make it. And we get to looking at things. So for sure, 4 tight ends. I don't think we need to talk about that no more. For sure, 4 tight ends. So we're good there.
I think it might be 3.
Just 3?
I think it might be 3. I do.
Got to have 4 for that 12 personnel. Oh,
I get it. So I don't know that Sean McEwen. I think he will make the team. I think Sean McEwen may be an IR or a PUP candidate. I mean, his knee's been heavily wrapped up all week. Depending on how he recovers over the weekend, really, because they have to make a decision by Tuesday, he might be a guy that gets signed and put on IR. Like, that might be that spot that Noah Brown being cut and brought back on for. Like, I could see him being either a PUP guy or an IR guy, depending on the severity of his knee.
All right. The hard-hitting question here. Did Ben DiNucci outplay Will Grier for QB3?
That's tough. So Ben DiNucci made more plays today than Will Grier did. I think Will Grier's probably had a better camp, but he had the timely injury, which is an untimely injury, I should say, that didn't do him any favors. So he missed the first preseason game, didn't get a chance to show what he can do. And then today he had the opportunity. He had extensive minutes. Granted, the offensive line play was really bad in pass pro when he was out there, but his accuracy was off. Like, you did see the athleticism. So he had a few zone reads and things like that where you're able to see what they like about him. And he does have the gunslinger where he'll just throw the ball. But accuracy was a big issue for him today. He did not do himself any favors. He went from being a guy that could have potentially been QB2 or QB3 and maybe made the 53-man roster, where I don't think now he has any shot to make the 53-man roster. He may have done enough throughout camp where somebody would give him a chance, but he didn't do himself any favors today.
Man, I was really campaigning for Will Grier season. Really was. Okay, moving forward now. We're moving on.
Well, what do you think? You asked me. What was your answer to that?
I think Nucci played better.
Yeah.
I just do. And this is where I really want to see a 4th preseason game. I don't think the offensive line did him any justice or any favors while he was in. It was easy to see that Waletzko was much better at left tackle and some protections there than what he had with Ball at left tackle. He did make some throws, but there was just some throws. It's like, bro, like, we got to have that. You know, this guy's open. You put it behind him. You know, you didn't put it in the right spots. So I think, Ben DiNucci overall I think had a better preseason, but I think he had the better camp. They like Ben DiNucci, obviously, so I think it kind of feels like they're going to keep DiNucci over Greer. I think.
But you mean on the practice squad, though, right? Not on the 53. So you'll be keeping
three.
three.
They kept three. They kept three last year.
I just don't see it this year. Like, I mean, when you look through the
I'm
roster,
with you, but that's
like all the spots we have to go deep at.
I know. No, I'm with you, but again, McCarthy likes carrying three. Now Garrett didn't. Garrett would carry two, but McCarthy just seems to like to carry three. But I'm with you. For my money, take two and get one to the practice squad, and let's move on about our business.
Yeah, you can call them up when you need to, right?
Right.
Yeah,
that's exactly where I would be at now. So we covered running back, we've covered tight end. Let's get to this dastardly offensive line and said issues that we have. And another reason why having a fourth preseason game would be great, so we can see Let's Go another week as well. Great that he played well. Not enough for me to trust because I don't know. Supposedly, anytime that can pop out again on him with that shoulder, and then what happens and how long are you down? So I think Ball once again. Look, here's what I'm trying to tell people as well. He's not very good in pass pro at left tackle, and some people will show the plays here and there. They were highlighting him on the local cast of the show. And, oh, look at him here, look at him here. I'm like, yes, but these are not even starters, and there's problems. He's Shaquille Barrett's going to destroy him. Now, right tackle, you can win with him. But this offensive line currently, how do you see it breaking down on the keeper side here?
I mean, it's just really unfortunate that Tyler Smith had an ankle injury because this would have been the perfect opportunity to see what he looks like out there at left tackle. Like Chris Davis in the chat said, better question, who starts LT week 1? I don't know. It can't be Ball. I can tell you that. No. There's no way you can start Ball at left tackle week 1. So it has to be Tyler Smith. Possibly Let's Go if you like him that much. But, I mean, he was in the game late against second, third string, fourth string type of guys. So it's kind of hard to see what he is. And, again, he has that shoulder injury, like you mentioned, that could go back out at any point. I feel like the left tackle it's got to be either Smith or somebody that's not on the roster now. If you're talking about starting caliber left tackles, there's just no way it's Ball. And then you look at like Avion Collins is a guy that a lot of people liked. He's a 29-year-old tackle who's been in the league and played for lots of different teams. He's played 5 career games in 6 years now, I think, in the NFL, and has 1 start, and that was at right tackle. Like I just don't think he's a viable left tackle guy. Now, there may be something there where he could be a backup right tackle potentially, but now that Let's Go's back, I don't see how he's making the roster. I don't think they're going to go 5 deep at tackle. So, I don't know. I think it has to be Tyler Smith is the answer for what we have right now on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to make a move until after Tuesday, the 30th, after the cuts happen and everything. I think at that point they'll look at the lay of the land and decide where they're going to move and what they're going to do. But for Tuesday, what are we thinking? What do you think? Four tackles? They keep him 4 tackles?
Yeah, probably.
So we're going we're going Steele, we're going Let's Go, we're going Ball and
Tyron, because Tyron has to make the 53, so they can put him on IR.
So they can IR. True. Okay.
So they may go 5 deep at tackle originally, but it'll be 4 ultimately that they keep.
Oh man. And then guard. So guard, we're gonna go with Smith, McGovern, Farniok, who's been playing guard.
Yeah, and Martin.
Center guard combo. He'll give you a little center combo there, center guard combo. Anybody else do you think they're going to keep there?
Yeah, well, it'll be Zach Martin, obviously, but and then Farniok's your backup center, backup guard. He's your swing center guard guy. So, yeah. Guard, I think, is pretty straightforward.
Okay, and then center is just basically Biotish and I mean, I don't know. I mean, McGovern's your swing center guard now. I mean, he played center today, so there's that for
Dave
whatever
Hellman,
reason.
By the way, since we're talking about offensive line right now, Dave Hellman put up a quote from Stephen Jones that says, "The good news is we addressed it in the draft. From the get-go, we said he's our future at left tackle. The future may be sooner than later, not unlike Dak 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever it was. He had to step up when Tony got hurt. We didn't go get a veteran quarterback." I mean, that's pretty telling, that quote.
I got to remember we're not in a Party chat, we're live. So I'm I'm letting that work through real quick. I'm just letting that swish around the old brain.
So to answer Chris's question, Tyler Smith is your left tackle.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean that they may not go get a veteran backup or a young backup that could be your swing tackle, but Tyler Smith is your left tackle. If you read what Stephen Jones is saying.
Good news, and some I've talked about last night and some tonight too, is within the 12 personnel, it's very easy to help your tackles out with double teams with your tight ends. You can still send chips out that way with your running backs. So that's one good thing within the 12 personnel that they can do to help out in some pass pro situations or even some run blocking situations, however you want to really attack that. I just think to me, and this kind of goes back to, and this really goes back to Dom, who talked about this, and I'm right on board there. Martin's got to do me a solid. Zach, I know you don't want to play center, or excuse me, tackle. That's fine. I'm not going to ask you to play tackle. I need you to go to left guard, though. Like, I need you to go to left guard. A, to work with the rookie at left tackle, and B, we know Connor McGovern is serviceable at right guard. We saw it last year. Left guard, he's just not as good. Do that solid. We ain't asking you to play tackle, Zach Martin. Just go from right guard to left guard and be who you are to help out that rookie on that side and give Connor McGovern the right guard situation and move forward. It probably won't happen, but boy, I would feel a ton better about, the impeding of the rookie having to go out here that y'all decided not to give any kind of reps at left tackle outside of OTAs before you got to Oxnard. And now here you are, and now you're going to kick him out there and, after he basically got ready to play guard all training camp. So I need Zach Martin to go over there and help. Will it happen? Probably not. But
I hear what you're saying. I totally understand the argument. They're not doing that. The Cowboys just, continuity is something that they pitch. Connor McGovern's been playing left guard. That's what he's been practicing at. He has taken some snaps at right guard, but he's been predominantly a left guard at camp. They've put all the time into doing that. He's going to be your left guard. I agree with you guys. He looks much better at right guard for whatever reason. I know that some offensive line coaches say, and actually Nate brought it up today. It's not as easy as you think just swapping positions just because you're like, well, you can play left guard, you can play right guard. Zach Martin, a high-level elite all-pro caliber player, yes, he could do it. But Connor McGovern, for whatever reason, is not the type of guy that can flip back and forth, and, that's fine. But he's been practicing at left guard, and I don't think they're going to switch it up now because you're already making a move from your left guard to left tackle. You would then move your left guard to right guard, your right guard to left guard. It's 3 moves just because of one spot, so they're just not going to do it.
But here's the thing. It's not those quote-unquote 3 moves for one thing that's coming back anytime soon. This would be for like a long-term solution for this entire season. And the other side too is, and from the continuity side that they preach so much, hey, look, what's worse? A guy's been getting ready for left guard all year, all offseason, then making him play right guard, versus a rookie who's never played guard, who's been getting ready for guard all damn season. Now, hey, go play tackle without no reps.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot of backwards talk from them at times when they talk about the continuity of this line and different things. But either way, the tail end of it, they're not going to do it, but they should do it, in my opinion, for me.
Do you want to do you want to answer Eddio's question? Well, not really question, his statement. He said, Cowboys reaching out to Andrew Whitworth tells you they might not be content. They didn't reach out to him, though.
But they didn't reach out to him, though. Yeah. I mean,
they can't talk to him. He's still on the retired reserve list for the Rams because 2022 is the last year of his deal. So we can't contact him whatsoever unless they give us permission or release him.
Yeah, that's just our guy, Duke Mayweather, doing God's work for us. And Micah Parsons out here on Twitter also trying to recruit and do. But as far as the Cowboys go, and look, is that the most Cowboys thing? We lose Tyron Smith, and then, we're out here in these streets begging a 40-year-old tackle to come play for us. Tragic. Yeah. But we'll see what happens, when it gets there. I do think they will make a move. To what extent that move is going to be. I mean, look, we had somebody in the stream not talking about Tunzel. Tunzel's not going to, and just a lot of people have said Tunzel, not just the guy tonight that we've seen on Twitter and everything. You would have to give up 2 firsts for them to even consider it. And because all the dead money and everything else they'd have to eat up. That was at $34 million this year.
Yeah. Well, it's not just this year. It's $32 million
2 years.
This year and next year. So $16 million each year. But again, they have Davis Mills that they like.
Right.
They think he's their future quarterback. You're not going to get rid of your bookend tackle, eat $32 million of cap space just for a first and a third. Like you mentioned, it's going to have to be an absolute haul for them to even consider it. So I don't think that's an option. There are guys like Alex Leatherwood and players like that are out there, but Eddie O, just so you know, Whitworth has brought it up multiple times today, saying that he felt like he was misquoted, saying he was referring to Cowboys media people like Duke Manyweather and people who are Cowboys fans reaching out to him, not the actual team.
Right. And his wife even came out there and tweeted about it and everything else. So, anywho, and look, don't get lost in the sauce. He's on Amazon TV now, doing the games on Thursday. Hey, let's spitball. Let's spitball and get some eyes on us, so on and so forth. D-line. First and foremost, and I was talking about this a lot during the cast, was why the hell was Sam Williams out there so long tonight?
It was weird. There's been some weird stuff with like players' minutes. Like last game, having Sean McEwen, who before his injury, people are thinking is potentially tight end too. Obviously, Ferguson's kind of stepped up now and probably taking the reins there, but he was playing late in the third quarter last week. Like, why is he out there? Like, that's when you give Peyton Hendershot and guys like that the opportunity. So it was weird. I mean, seeing Sam Williams out there that late, I like him getting some experience and opportunities, but he's shown more than enough where, one, he's a lock for the roster, and two, he's shown enough that he can be an impact player that's going to command minutes and snaps throughout the course of the season. So I don't understand why you'd have him out there. I'd rather see Mika Tafua. I'd rather see Brunson or Big Cat or somebody like that get the opportunity to show what they can do and see if they're a viable practice squad guy, because like Sam Williams has done more than enough to show what he's capable of doing. There's no reason risking injury at that point.
Big facts. It's funny. You in the chat while we were on, and you'd said Josh Ball pissing you off and everything, just standing there. It was funny because as he was on the screen, I was up here with Coles and before I got to read that, I was like, man, get this guy off the screen. I want to see him.
He's just making me mad. I'm like, I don't even want to see him. And they did it a lot. Like, he was kind of the story that after Nate Newton looked just completely over. When you guys were on, could you hear Nate Newton's audio? Rewatch that tomorrow when you get a chance. Nate Newton is like all the way tired of Josh Ball in this conversation. He was fed up. It was pretty funny.
Okay.
But then they kept talking about it because of that. So the broadcasters kind of joked about it a little bit on Nate Newton's frustration with it. And then throughout the course of the game, like the camera kept panning over to him, and then they would make a comment. And then later on, they tried to hype him up by showing two good blocks that he made, like against the third string defense at that point. And they were like, see, he's okay. He's okay.
Right.
We're good guys.
It's
like
fine.
Spin control at that point, but nah.
D-line, though, and Gallimore, too, we talked about Wednesday. But again, Gallimore, a lot of reps. I'm like, we've seen Gallimore a ton more than, we've seen Osa. It's just kind of crazy, man.
I just want to read this really quick. So John Machota just tweeted out, rookie tight end Peyton Hendershot said he broke his chin strap padding and it came off of his helmet on the hit earlier in the series. Instead of waiting for a new one, he just grabbed teammate Jake Ferguson's helmet, which is what he was wearing on his touchdown play. That's pretty cool.
Also, too, I said, hey, Henderson's got some gangster in him. At first, he took the hit or whatever, and I saw him get up, and then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you're a little gangster in him. And then they pan to the event, and he's in like the all white and with the Gucci belt. I was like, okay, this guy's solidified. I was already a fan. Now I'm like, I was a fan here. Now I'm way up here now after seeing the suit and the Gucci belt,
right?
And the look and first, just it's a different realm than. There's no slight to Schultz. They're just a different realm of an athlete than what Schultz is. It's exciting on that front. But back to the defensive line, though. This is where it obviously gets interesting. We're talking these guys are getting played long term. And somebody had mentioned that the Cowboys were possibly shopping Gallimore. I don't see that in any way, shape, or form. I haven't seen no reports on it. We haven't heard anything about it. But he said he heard about it. It made me think, I'm like, he's played an awful lot for a guy that should be safe. Is there something? Do you think there's anything to that?
I don't. And the main reason I don't think so is because in camp, when there's no reason to showcase, he got the first team reps of defense at One Tech all camp long. In the joint practices, he got first team reps. in the games. Like he's clearly their first string one tech right now.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know why he played as many minutes, and I don't know why he played in the second preseason game. I mean, they should have seen enough already, but the minute part is weird. Again, I don't really know why that is, but I don't think there's any chance they're shopping him.
Fair. I didn't think so either, but I was like, it's just odd how long they played him this preseason. Well, how many are they keeping, Matt? Where are we at? What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I know.
So they kept 13 originally last year. They put 2 of them on IR, so they rolled with 11 week 1. Probably somewhere in that 10 or 11 range again. It's going to be tough. There's going to be a good player that's released either way, no matter who it is. Tristan Hill was the name going into camp that people are like, there's no way he's going to make the team. He's too far down the rotation. He hasn't shown enough. Right. He's had a good camp. Ridgeway was a draft pick. He was a 5th-round pick for them, and he hasn't had a great – I'm not making it sound like he's had a bad camp. He hasn't had a tremendous camp. Like, he's going to take time to develop, which is totally fine when you're a young player. But he's one of those guys that he's a good player. If he gets cut, fans are going to be upset about it. Carlos Watkins is the guy that a lot of people are just kind of throwing as sacrificial lamb because he's a little bit older, and he was, he's on a 1-year deal for the second time around, but he's a good player. He can play 3 different spots on the defensive line. That adds value. He's a good player. Basham's a good player. Basham's made a lot of noise. Like, somebody good is going to be cut or traded. So it's kind of a tough decision. Bohanna was there's no way you can cut him. He's been really, really good all throughout camp. So the number I'm kind of leaning on is 11. I keep trying to get to 10 when I'm doing my 53-man roster projections, but I think 11 is ultimately what they're going to go with.
Same. I think it's 11 as well. I think here's the thing, because we talked about this. Like, I'm not the mind. To me, it would seem, at least, if you're keeping Bo, then Ridgeway's got to go, right? It just kind of feels that way. But for everyone that we've talked to at the .com and what we've been told, they're both on the team. That's consistently what we've gotten to the people that we've talked to. We've had on Freestyle Friday, right? And consistently, they're all like, no, they're keeping both. So then we have to turn and say, okay, well, if they're going to keep Ridgeway and Bohanna, then it would have to be, it would have to be, I guess, Watkins at that point. Yeah. If that's the case, that's how I kind of look at it. How they break down this 11 is going to be wildly interesting to me. I'm glad I don't have to make the call.
There's a play that, so it was one of the plays that they highlighted for Ridgeway. He made a nice tackle. It was in the red zone, actually. As he falls down, he kind of like sits down, and the offensive lineman kind of lands on top of his back neck area. He got up after that play really slow, and then the next play got pancaked. And then they scored the next play after that. He did stay in the game afterwards. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. That feels like that could be the moment they were like, look, that was awkward. I'm going to put him on IR. Like give him
your
some
back
time
doesn't
to
feel well, does it? No, it
Yeah,
feels like your back doesn't feel well, sir. Oh, yeah, you're right. It doesn't. Yeah. I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see if they bring that back up. But he did go back out there and play afterwards, but his impact kind of waned. But he made some plays today. Today was the best preseason game he's had so far. But there were also 2 or 3 times he got pancaked too. So he's a guy that has the raw talent. He's just going to need to develop just like Bohanna did last year.
Right. Mendoza checking in. Wrench gang. Watkins and Hill out. Still think Hill is traded. It's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting.
See, that's the tough thing, though. Like, what are we asking for Hill? Like, hypothetically. So, Mendoza, Chat, Knicks, anybody. Like, if we did trade him, player-for-player trades don't happen very often in the NFL. Right. We did trade Javarius Ward for a player back when we made that move. But those don't happen a ton. It's usually a player for a draft pick or something like that. So, if we did trade Hill, you're looking at, like a 6th or 7th or something like that? What would you expect to get back?
I can't imagine that it would be much more than that. I mean, if someone offered you a 4th, you're probably over the moon about it, right?
Right, yeah. I have no problem with that if we get a 4th, but I just can't imagine getting anything early.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, like I said, if someone offered you a 4th, you're like, shit, give it to me. I think ultimately, if he's getting moved, I think it's him plus a pick for a player is what I think. I think like they'll package Hill in like a 6th, right? And who's coming off the roster? You know, obviously the first thing that would come to mind would be like, you know, an offensive lineman. And you know, it's funny because there's a particular guy at wide receiver that plays for Jacksonville. The Cowboys might make a trade with Jacksonville. It might not be the wide receiver though. And
Right.
maybe we see that kind of package go together with Hill to go over there and maybe get something on the offensive line. But I would think, yeah, from a draft pick standpoint, 5th, 6th is what you're looking at. Anything above that, you're over the moon. 5th or 4th. There's definitely not, and I don't think you're getting a 5th or a 4th, right? 6th, 7th is where it is, but I think you can package him maybe with a 6th round pick and go get you a guy.
Right. Yeah, well, Ted Prickett made a name out. Just tossed a name out there that a lot of us have talked about. But Hill in a 5th for Isaiah Wynn. See, I'm cool with that move. I just don't know really what the Patriots asking price is. I know that I talked to a few Patriots media people, and they said they think it's a 4th or a 5th, but there's no substance behind that aside from just their opinion. The Patriots may be asking for more than that. I don't really know.
Right. Word is Raiders are on the phone with them as well, supposedly. But even the back door that, if we're being honest from the Cowboys standpoint, the 10.9, 1 year left on the deal, those are all just red flags that Stephen Jones isn't going to do it. So as bad as I would like to see him do the move, get him in here, extend him, get that cap hit down if they wanted to this year and move forward, I just don't think they're going to do it.
I mean, we can walk through exactly really easily why they're not going to make that move. As much as I would like them to make it, or Knicks and anybody would like to make it, think about this. We had La'el Collins. We let him go. Jerry Jones said availability.
Yeah.
He's not available. He's missed time. Isaiah Wynn, not available, missed time. We moved on from Collins to save money. How much money did we save, Knicks? $10 million?
$10.8 million.
So we're going to now trade for a guy who's also not available, who costs
$10.9 million.
It just doesn't make sense the way that the Cowboys front office thinks. As fans, you and I think that, like, yeah, it makes sense. We need a tackle. He's still young. He's played left tackle. He's able to slide inside and play guard, but he played left tackle for 16 games last year. Let's make the move. But based on their logic, he's not available. He's been injured a lot, and he cost what we just freed up for Collins, so it doesn't make sense for them. They would be more likely to go for like an Alex Leatherwood or somebody like that.
Boom. Sandberg maybe flipping Hill for Mims. I'm all aboard. I've talked about Mims for a few weeks now. His agent has already came out and basically, I guess, demanded a trade now. Sure, go make it happen. I would like to get Mims on this team. I think he can. I think he can do well within this offense. And then there's a Mendoza. I was thinking in terms of the window, but I look into other ops. Walker Little, if that's true, right? Oh, will they actually do it, Jack? No.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Sure,
Done.
sure.
Deal.
Put it on the board. Yeah, let's make that. Let's make that happen ASAP. Eddie, I would be completely okay with this. Bring in Eric Fisher and deal with Mims and let's roll. I would be completely fine in those terms right there. We'll see what they do.
Question for Joseph Sandberg and Eddie. Oh, Nick, you can answer this too. If we made a move for Mims, let's just say it's a 5th round pick or whatever. Draft compensation doesn't matter. We'll just say we make the move. Who's the wide receiver who's out if you make that move? Who are you bouncing off the team for that? Is it Simi? Because Simi and Mims have a lot of similar characteristics. They're kind of big, fast guys. Noah Brown, like who's the guy that's out if we get Mims?
James Washington.
I wasn't counting him already because he was going to be on IR if he's on the team.
They ain't done nothing with him yet, though.
Yeah. Oh, I'm assuming he's going to make the 53 and then go on IR. But okay,
Yeah.
It's James Washington.
Yeah.
Eddie said Houston and Washington. Like, I don't know that either one makes the 53 at this point.
No, but yeah, if we got Denzel Mims, I would probably lean where I would go. The Cowboys wouldn't. I'd look at Noah Brown and say, appreciate you, dog, and move on. That's what I would probably do. But they wouldn't do that anyways. So it would probably have to be they probably have to do Simi, right? Because then that would put you with, let's see, Lamb, Turpin, Tolbert, Noah Brown, Mims, Fioku, if they went 6. and then that's your seventh because technically seventh because they didn't do nobody on the pup. And then when Gallup comes back, you make a move, maybe with Simi at that point. Probably what I would do.
So if Gallup makes the original 53, then it's just Simi outright.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think Simi did a lot last year. You know, he's worked well and everything. I don't see it. Like when the games came on, and same thing with Dennis Houston. I didn't see it. I don't see, like, look, and he's playing against backups. I know he had a couple of touchdown catches, but there's not been a lot of separation from him. Contested balls doesn't there. I know the size and the speed. I don't know, man. I like Fioku. I do. But I mean, if it comes down to it, if I can get Mims here, I just think there's things we can do with him. That the change of scenery might be what he needs and what the Jets haven't done for him, and that's just kind of where I'm at when it comes to him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the quarterbacks that Mims has had to play with, you can't excuse all of it. Some of it's he's had a lot of drops. There's issues there too, but he has not had great quarterback play either. I mean, he's had guys like Mike White, Joe Flacco. He had Zach Wilson last year, but rookie Zach Wilson, who's learning the NFL and struggled because that's what a lot of rookies do on bad teams. Their offensive line's been shaky, so it's not like he's been in a great offensive system by any means, but he has like 460 yards or something in 2 seasons. Like he hasn't. I would much rather just go for Laviska Shenault. I think he's a significantly better player, but I don't know that the Jags are moving on from him right now.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, by all means, sure, I'm right there with you.
He hasn't requested a trade, and you know,
I don't. Yeah, I just don't think they're gonna move on from me. But I'm with you. Sure, go give me Shenault. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Let's run through. I know you got some topping work to do here shortly. So, linebacker. But yeah, how many we keep at the linebacker position?
So I've been going back and forth on that. I was originally going with 5,
okay,
and I've changed it to 4. I'm going with 4 because we're going deep at safety, and I think 2 of those safeties, it's talking about Bell and Curse in particular. Yeah, they're kind of your de facto linebacker. So I don't think you need to go 5 linebackers.
He showed some of that too, hell.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go 5 linebackers deep. So I'm going with 4 linebackers, although I would say I thought Story Jackson had a really good game today, and I think Malik Jefferson had a really strong preseason in general. Like he's shown enough that he's a guy I would like to stick around. And Harper was a draft pick. They like to keep the draft picks, but he had a couple plays here and there. I just didn't think he was that incredible. So I would go 4 deep at linebacker. I know a lot of people are going to say 5 because it's what we've done. But in the system we play, playing a ton of nickel where you really only need 2 linebackers on the field, and most of the time we're opting for a safety anyways, I'm going 4 linebackers.
Who's the 4th? I mean, I know the top 3. Who's the 4th?
Anthony. So you have Anthony Barr, Jabril Cox, LVE, and Parsons. Yeah. Those are my 4 linebackers.
Okay. Yeah, so I was wondering if Cox was going to be your guy or not. And
he made it. He made it.
Okay. Just checking. Yeah, I think it's hard to not go with 5. But your science here is not wrong. I think it will be 5. You know, I've kind of talked about Harper. I think he's had a good preseason. I know there's other
Bones likes him too as a special teams guy.
Yeah, he's a special teams guy, and he's made plays that we've seen in the run game and in the passing game. So I kind of feel like Harper's on this team. Look, Story's had moments. I like Story Jackson, obviously. The one that to me, that's what really I think hurts, because to me it would be between, for the 5th, Malik Jefferson, Gifford, and Harper. I think those would be the 3. And I think they've all had moments here in training camp and in preseason. So
it's just one of those things, like
draft picks, though. They like to keep their draft picks.
They do. That's fair. But when we're looking at the team, we're saying they may go 3 deep at quarterback. They may go 4 deep at tight end or running back. They're potentially going 7 deep at wide receiver. We're going with 11 to 12 defensive linemen. Like, we're going 5 safeties and probably 6 cornerbacks. Like, you got to go short somewhere. You can't go deep at every position, so you have to sacrifice somewhere. And if you have 2 safeties that can play the linebacker role, that seems to be a good substitute where you're like, we're good there. Which is why I think 4 tight ends makes sense, because we've seen Ferguson and Hendershot play that H-back role, so they're kind of your 4th running back anyways when they're in that H-back mold. So there are certain positions you kind of have to borrow depth from another spot. And I think safety linebacker might have to be that duo because you can't go 5 deep at safety. I mean, you could go 5 deep at safety and 5 deep at linebacker, but you're not going 6 deep at cornerback if you do that. And you're not going 12 deep at defensive lineman if you do that. So you have to sacrifice somewhere. So Harper would be the guy. If they go 5, I would keep Harper because he was a draft pick. He's a special teams guy, and DQ likes him. So that makes sense. But I like Malik Jefferson's what he's done in camp. He's made a strong argument for himself. So kudos to him.
Yeah, it's definitely for me like it would be 2 quarterbacks and 3 running backs, and so we could go long in other spots is where I would be at. Let's get over here to the cornerback position because I would keep just 5 at cornerback. I just don't think here. Stop me when I'm wrong. We know the big 3. Honestly, give me Bland and pick whoever you want between Kelvin and Nashon, and let's move on.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. Kind of. I'm sure that's not what they'll do, but that's where I would be at.
I'm just telling you guys, don't be surprised. I know it was just a concussion, but don't be surprised when you see Kelvin Joseph as an IR stash. I'm telling you, just watch.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. We talked about it with Zach Walchuk last week on our Freestyle Friday show, but you have a cornerback that at best is going to be your cornerback 5 this year. At best. He was a 2nd-round pick. He's already getting that. He's a bust label from fans, so negative attention. He's had a rough offseason, hasn't had a good camp. Then you look at, we have both Anthony Brown, and Jordan Lewis that are free agents next year. So you IR him, open up the roster spot, run it back next year, give him one last shot. And if it doesn't work out, a little bit of time has went past since his draft pick, and that distance kind of makes it a little bit easier to move on if you have to. So I think from the Cowboys standpoint, he'd be the guy that I would say makes total sense for an IR stash, and he just happened to get hurt today.
For those that were here during the actual live stream reaction of the game, I told y'all. I told y'all people going to talk about that. It was that Witten-esque. My girl Aisha's in the building. What's going on, Aisha? Yeah. I'm going to get that back up there again. Like right here, Mendoza said, only 5. You got cornerbacks in Diggs, Brown, Lewis, Wright, and Bland.
Look who's missing on his list.
Kelvin Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here's the stealing, as you were kind of talking about, safeties can play linebacker with Izzy, right? He's a safety, but he can give you some work over there at cornerback as well. So you're kind of, back and forth there. So over here to the safety position, though, you're going 5.
Yeah.
Are you okay? And so we're going obviously Hooker, Curse, Wilson, Bell, and Iz.
Yep, exactly.
Got you.
It was funny, by the way, on Twitter. There were multiple times where people were like, Izzy definitely made the team. Bell definitely made the team. And I'm like, they were both already on the team. Like they were safe after last week. Bell was already safe before that, but Izzy was definitely safe after last week.
Yeah. And, the interesting part here is me and Professor are going through here. Neither one of us said anything about CJ Goodwin because I think his time has come to an end here in Dallas, unfortunately. What say you, O?
He's not going to make the 53. I'll tell you that. He will be cut. He may come back after, the gentleman's handshake agreement type of thing, but he's definitely not making the 53 next week. He'll be cut for sure. I don't know if they'll bring him back or not, but I think this is the year where you have enough guys like Bland, Wright, Joseph, whichever one of those 3 that are not going to be in their top. Well, I guess Bland's probably cornerback 4 right now. So It would be Wright or Joseph. Either way, one of those guys is going to be your special teams guy. If you're going 5 deep at safety, 2 of those guys are going to be special teams guys. I think there's enough there. And Tyler Coyle he's had a strong camp. I don't think he's going to make the team now. You can't go 6 deep at safety, but there's plenty of young bucks in the defensive secondary that could take over the same role that Goodwin's doing. And Goodwin's a high caliber special teams player, but he also costs $2 million. And cap space matters to the Jones family.
X.
And I know that he's a bones guy, but we heard Mike McCarthy say Kelvin Joseph is a dynamic special teams guy and compared him directly to CJ Goodwin. So stuff like that matters.
Thanks. Eddie O says, do you think we have enough young players who showed up this preseason that we can package to get a veteran player before cut day? I mean, it depends on what you're willing to move and what you're trying to go get. I mean, sure. Are there guys that could garner a trade for something, sure, absolutely. But it really just kind of goes to who are you trying to move? As we've talked about extensively in the Twitterverse and everywhere else, D-line looks like the ultimate spot where you can move a player and get something. Outside of defensive line, unless you're really going to dig into a position that you like guys at, I don't know if you have that kind of depth to go move and do anything. So, sure. But, again, depends on the veteran you're trying to go get and what players that you want to move and what caliber players you want to move. My God, Daryl Shapps in the building. What's going on, man? Appreciate you, brother, as always. He said, I worked a double. I'm out. I feel you, man. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Uh-oh. Don't like that. I do not like that. We'll have to keep some eyes on that and see where it's gone. Mr. Kima says, Brandon Smith has outperformed Dennis Houston. Sure. In the games, he's definitely flashed and done things, man. But I just don't know if they're going to. I don't think Houston's on the team anyways. I don't think he's making the final 53. So even though Brandon Smith has done that, I don't think they're going to carry Brandon Smith, unfortunately. But, man, he's had a great preseason, some great tape out there. I think he's definitely belongs on somebody's roster for sure. With that being said, guys, we're going to rock here for about 10 more minutes. My guy, you got to go do some written things, and we're going to get up out of here. Whatever questions y'all have here, line them up. We'll get through those questions before we get out of here. I asked this question earlier to our guy Coles and Tyler. We're through Oxnard. We're through training camp now. Maybe what's the big ticket thing from you from this time from the preseason and training camp with the Cowboys up till now as we're about to head to the regular season? What's the big takeaway from this year's camp and preseason?
I'm going to go with our tight end room. So tight ends last year, obviously Jarwin got hurt. McEwen got hurt early in the year. Sprinkle played on and off and got hurt. It was basically just the Schultz show. And a lot of us have been talking about Schultz being your de facto number 2 in the offense. He's going to have a huge year. In fact, NFL Network said they think he'll score more fantasy football points than Travis Kelce this year, which I don't know if I'll go that wild. But yeah, so there's big expectations for him. But we had a lot of issues with our tight ends blocking last year. That was a big issue. They failed one-on-one when we needed them. Obviously, against Chandler Jones, you don't expect the tight end to win that many reps. But against guys across the board, we had issues consistently with all of our tight ends holding blocks. This young group looks really good in special teams, pass protection, and run blocking. They're active. Actually, as a matter of fact, another good example of just being high football IQ. One of Will Greer's runs when he was in the red zone, he picked up 5 yards. Hendershot ran, I think it was a hitch route or something along those lines. He saw Will Greer start to take off to get outside. He ran and just kind of boxed out the defensive player just enough to give him an extra couple yards. Just a smart play because a lot of young players in that situation would get a block in the back. They'd clip just out of instinct, trying to make a play. And he was smart on the way that he positioned his body so they didn't get that. We've seen Ferguson. Ferguson looks like a dynamic blocker, not just a good blocker. He looks like somebody who can be an actual lead blocker when you need him in short yardage situations. He's been able to wall off the edge to open up some of those big runs you saw from Davis, Dowdle, and Shimplin. So the tight end room in general, I don't want to say all 4 of them look like they could be dynamic receivers, but at least 3 of those guys can make plays in the passing game. And I think all 4 of them can block well. So I'm really excited about the state of the tight ends right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, I've been pounding this table for about a week now, as we've talked about the lack of talent on this offense from last year. The one thing I said that we can hang our hat on is the tight end room. To me, the tight end room, I'm not going to say is exponentially better, but I think it is.
I'll say that.
It's very much so. Here's the thing. If Jarwin stayed healthy, right, the injury kind of hurt that room, obviously. But I think this room is very much vastly improved is where I'm at. It's vastly improved. And it's probably the best tight end room that we've had since Jason Witten left whenever he mattered. And that's exciting. And it's exciting because what we know to come from Kellen Moore and the 12 personnel on what they like to do on offense, that matters. Because now maybe where they learned their lesson here, or just don't look as a guy Hendershot as an undrafted guy, is that if you do happen to have an injury, they have another guy that can kind of step in and do that work. And even last year, with Schultz and Jarwin, we kind of knew if you lost one of them, it was kind of going to be a problem either way with the 12 personnel. As compared to now, they can lean on Ferguson and Hendershot in that 12 personnel package. Even if, say, God forbid, and I don't want this to happen, if Dalton Schultz gets hurt, you feel comfortable with the 12 personnel package with those two guys still. And I think that matters a lot for this team and what they want to try to accomplish offensively. And obviously with the left tackle position where you can kind of line up Ferguson up over there next to Tyler Smith, help him with the combo blocks and do the things that you need to do to protect Dak. So I'm very excited about the room. I've been big on that. And I think a lot of people, because it's easy for us to get down about the lack, we know the offensive linemen that are gone, the wide receivers that are gone, and how we feel about this offense from where it was last year to this year. But we do have to be honest about certain key components of this team. One is definitely the tight end room being better than last year. And honestly, it's the best safety room we've had in over a decade. That's another side of this team, component of this team too. It's literally the best safety room that we've had since sometime when maybe Barry Church was here a long time ago, if you will. So there's definitely good things about this roster. Most of them are defense, we know, but offensively, I do think we can sink our teeth into the tight end room. And if they allow them to get the reps in play, I think it's going to benefit this offense tremendously.
Yeah. Another thing I'd mention too, the state of the offensive line right now is obviously scary because it's in flux. As soon as Tyron Smith went down, we knew things were going to change. And we already had some questions on the offensive line anyways, because we didn't know if it was going to be Tyler Smith or Connor McGovern at left guard. And this is Terrence Steele's first year as the guy at right tackle. Last year, he came in kind of playing with house money where he's the backup. All he had to do was, perform just well enough, and he outplayed that. He played better than that. But this is his first shot as being the full-time right tackle, and it's a contract year, so he needs a big year. I'm worried about pass protection because I don't know who our left tackle is, but I'm not worried about run blocking. I think consistently, no matter who is out there, backups, starters, we ran the ball effectively in all 3 preseason games. We ran the ball effectively in both joint practices. I'm not worried about a run game, which is good because that was something that all Cowboys Nation said we need to run the ball more effective and be more efficient when we run the ball this year. Last year, we were 9th in overall carries, so it wasn't that we didn't run the ball enough. We just didn't run the ball well enough. Right. That was the issue. This year, again, it's preseason, but consistently all through camp and preseason, we've been able to run the football, which that will help our offense.
10-4. With that being said, I think it's time for us to get up out here and let you go do some work there, sir. Good, sir. We appreciate y'all for rocking with us. Almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 50 minutes of a live stream today. Shout out to my guy from UK Cowboys coming through here. Shout out to Cole's Cowboys. Shout out to Tyler Cryptic Ghost. And of course, you already know the drill with me and Professor O in the building. We will be back live in the building Wednesday, and we'll definitely be talking 53-man roster because we got big cuts coming August 30th on Tuesday. So definitely stay tuned. We'll definitely be rocking and talking about that stuff and bouncing around here and there. My guy, Professor O, you got an article dropping soon, I do believe.
Yeah, I'll have 2 up to probably one first thing tomorrow morning and then one later in the day, but it will be injury report. So that's what I'm about to hop on right now, knock out all of the injury updates, what we know so far. And second one will be positional grades. So I've done it for all 3 preseason games now. But this will be the 3rd time around. But we are going to grade every group to see how they look. And we'll compare it to last week and the week before and give them a final preseason grade based on each unit. So that should be kind of fun. I'm thinking about it, and I think I'm going to go further. I'm going to do this. If Nix wants to join, great. If not, I'll go solo. But I'm going to do a 53-man roster projection this weekend. Don't know if it'll be tomorrow night or Sunday, but at some point this weekend, I'm knocking that out. I'm going to get that out there, my predictions for who makes the 53-man roster, how I think we play with some of these handshake deals to open up space for guys who I think will go in IR, pup list, all that. So I don't know. We'll talk about it off air.
Okay.
We're gonna do this weekend, or I'll do it. Either way.
Okay. This will be fun for sure. Because this, I mean, man, some years it's a little easier than others. This one is very tough. This one's going to be very tough. But you know what? We like tough. That makes it fun to me. So yeah, I'm down. We'll hook something up. We'll hook something up and see what we can come up with and kind of go from there. So, with that being said, guys, for sure, stay tuned for that. If you're always sub to the channel and everything else, you'll get the updates on that. We're starting to drop some more extra content other than just a live shows here, so stay tuned for some of that stuff as well. And, of course, each and every Wednesday night, 8:30 p.m. Central, you'll catch the Pick Six live show with me, Professor O. Spoonie, he might be back in time, maybe, from his vacation. I don't know how long he's going. He's the retired life, so. And our girl, Mary, who did the Tom Brady didn't do preseason, but she's back for the regular season. She pulled the
Mary
veteran
said,
move.
"I got to go do the Masked Singer. I'll be back in 3 weeks."
Yeah. She played the game. She played the card in the game properly. So stay tuned for the 53-man roster stuff. Of course, if you're not following us on Twitter yet, that's our handles right there. Shoot over to Twitter. Give us a follow as well, because you don't want to miss out on the Twitter spaces I run, and you don't want to miss out on some of these written articles for the Cowboys Wire that I was going to be dropping. So make sure y'all get yourself there, and we'll see y'all Wednesday.
Real quick,
for sure.
one more thing. We have a new midday show.
Oh, yeah.
Check us out Thursday. I don't know if it's 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock.
True. First 45 a.m. Central to 12:45 p.m. will be Too Much Camper. And, of course, it will be Massey delivering the Pick Six midday show kickoff. So excited for that to come through as well. And if you haven't seen yet, we do have the preview up. You can go catch it on the channel. Scroll down a couple of videos. It's up there as well. Make sure you go follow them over there on Twitter as well. And there's another show coming too that I can't talk about yet with Stevie J, but we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. Y'all have a great night. Enjoy your weekend. And what a better way to kick off your weekend than the Cowboys closing out preseason with a dub and getting not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 turnovers. Maybe this defense will have a lot of turnovers again anyways. Yes. Maybe it's just the Dan Quinn effect.
Also, Felix's first games tomorrow. We're playing the team that beat us in the playoffs last year, week 1.
Oh, revenge season.
We're setting the tone. All week I've been telling them we're setting the tone, putting the whole league on notice. So 40 burger
revenge
tomorrow.
Season in full effect. I can't wait. Yeah, I definitely need the updates. That's going to be awesome. Y'all have a great weekend, guys. Be safe. Peace.